Summer undefined. When I moved to Long Island in January, life didn't change much. My dad got a new job. We found a new church. I said goodbye to my friends at string ensemble. But when you're homeschooled, a lot of things remain the same. A few friends and I promised to stay in touch, but none of us did. I think we were supposed to be excited about the move. It was a great job for my dad, and it let us move into a house much bigger than the one we came from. But I felt kind of indifferent. The movers brought that big oak table from one kitchen to another. I sat at it for breakfast, then again to do schoolwork. My room in the new house was a different color, but the furniture was in all the same places: a little desk, a bed, a lamp, which I didn't need anymore thanks to the overhead lights. It was a new home, a bigger home, but it was the same home. And while the winter wasn't as cold as I was used to, it was still winter. There wasn't much to do. We spent months inside doing school, practicing viola, and wondering if things would feel different when the weather warmed up. It wasn't until May that I realized they might. We sat around the dinner table, finishing up our plates, when my dad cleared his throat. "Nathan," he began, a strange look on his face. My stomach tightened. "Since we've moved, things have been a little more expensive than they were back in Pennsylvania," he said. "We expected that, of course, and the new job's been great, but we could use a little extra money. So, your mother and I decided she'd get a job this summer to help us balance the budget a little." Maybe I made a face, or my confusion showed. "Oh, don't worry, we have plenty of money," he added quickly. "We're not in financial trouble. It's just, it would be helpful." My mom had never worked outside the home since I'd been born. She was always home. But I was 15. This shouldn't be a problem. Maybe Dad wanted me to get a job. Was this his way of suggesting something? "Dad, I can get a job if you'd like," I offered. He smiled and shook his head. "We thought about that," he said. "But without reliable transportation, I don't think it will work. We appreciate it, though. I just want to make sure you'll be okay here alone during the day." I shrugged. "I'll be fine. Now, if you'd like to help, there are things you could do around the house to keep things up while your mother's gone." That wasn't anything new. I'd been doing chores for as long as I could remember. "No problem, Dad." "So, what's the job?" I asked, turning to Mom. "Oh, I'll be working at the lab with your father," she said. "Just a desk job, answering phone calls, taking care of office stuff. It won't start until after our last day of school." The last day of school, it was coming up. I never minded homeschooling, but if I had to name a perk, it was finishing the school year early. We usually ended before the last week of May, but with the move, we'd probably push into June a little. Still, that left a long summer break ahead. "Well," Dad said, "I'm glad you understand, and I hope you're not too bored around here this summer." It was a valid concern, but I was used to it. I'd find something to do. We cleared the table, did the dishes, and mostly went our separate ways. My dad paged through the newspaper in his green upholstered chair. My mom did laundry. I went back to my room to read, or maybe watch a little TV. I was allowed an hour a day, limited to a small selection of channels, but I almost always saved it for the end of the day, something to look forward to. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The last few days of school flew by. The weather grew warmer and brighter, and the grass got greener with each passing day. There was something different about the skies on Long Island. We weren't close to the water, 20 minutes away in any direction. But something about the sky told you the ocean was out there. It looked bluer, cleaner. And there were other differences. The land was flatter. The biggest hill in our neighborhood was smaller than the one that used to lead up to our driveway. The roads were wider. There was far less farmland. All the jokes about moving to the big city turned out to be wrong. Where we lived on the island, the towns were small. In fact, the nearest McDonald's was farther from our new house than it had been from the old one. On the first day of summer vacation, I woke up to a silent house. I got dressed and wandered into the kitchen. And, as expected, there was a note from my mom. "Dear Nathan, I hope you slept well, and I trust you're ready to have a great summer vacation. I'm a little nervous about getting back to work. It's been many years, but I think I'll do okay. Thank you for your willingness to step up and take care of some things around the house while I'm gone. I've left a small list of chores. Please pay attention to the ones with specific times next to them. We'll be home a little after 5. If you need anything, call your dad's work number. As soon as I find out mine, I'll let you know. I love you very much. Mom, beneath that was the list. Do the dishes. Vacuum the floors. Switch over the laundry. When it's done, fold it and leave it on my bed. Take the chicken out of the fridge at 4 p.m. Preheat the oven at 445 to 350 degrees. I'll take care of the rest. See if you can start clearing out the garden in the backyard. I'm not sure if we'll plant anything this year, but I don't want it to get too messy. That was it. Those tasks were on top of reading and viola practice, but it didn't seem like it would take too long. I had always liked to get the work done first. So after a quick breakfast, toast, and an egg, I got started. Everything went quickly, and I had most of it done before lunchtime. I went into the kitchen and made a turkey sandwich. I stared at the white bread and the little depressions rising where my fingers had held it. A wave of panic rolled over me. It was the first day of summer, and I was already bored. I didn't have any friends to call, nothing on the calendar to look forward to. Every day would look like this if I didn't find something to do. Suddenly, the garden in the backyard seemed a lot more appealing, but something in me pushed back. Surely gardening is not going to be the fun thing you do this summer. But if it wasn't, what was? All I knew was, it wasn't going to be in this house. I headed to the garage, the only part of the house we hadn't fully unpacked. Behind a stack of boxes, I found my bike. It wasn't anything special. A Walmart bike, heavy and in disrepair. But it gave me something to do. I hardly rode it in Pennsylvania. The hills and narrow shoulders made it tough. There was almost nowhere to go that wasn't uphill. And sure, for every uphill there's a downhill, but the downhills happen a lot faster. I was always huffing up a steep incline and regretting the whole thing. But here, the roads were flat, wide, and built with shoulders meant for riding. Extracting the bike from the pile, I was surprised it wasn't in worse shape. I pumped the tires, tightened the brakes, sprayed on some WD-40, and just like that, it was ready to go. The only question was, where? My parents hadn't said to stay close, but that was probably the expectation. Still, it was all new to me. Near or far, I'd be seeing something I hadn't seen before. Helmet on, I coasted down the driveway. As I turned onto Highwood Drive, I let out a breath as the warm air hit my face. It felt like something. I pedaled past houses, surprised by how quiet the streets were. But it made sense. People were at work, and kids were still in school. Longview District hadn't let out yet. I heard the buses rumble down the street earlier that morning. I don't think I passed a single car. The neighborhood wasn't complicated. Highwood ran for about half a mile before it met Easton. Turn left, and it curved back around to Highwood. Turn right, and you'd head toward the main road and the high school. I'd taken the right turn plenty of times with my family, church, errands, food. But left? I hadn't seen it yet. So that's where I went. The loop was under a mile, and I made it pretty quickly. But before long, the boredom crept back in. I started thinking about other routes. One thing I'd noticed on my rides was a sump halfway down Easton. We didn't have those in Pennsylvania. Where we had creeks and reservoirs, Long Island had sumps, big sand pits at the edge of neighborhoods where everything drained when it rained. Usually they were fenced in, gated, locked with a padlock. But the one on Easton? The gate was open, hanging ajar by a few feet, and a trail seemed to lead through the light brush and into the sump itself. I wanted to see what was inside, but I hesitated. I couldn't quite bring myself to go in. There was probably a no trespassing sign somewhere. And even if there wasn't, the broken padlock on the ground was a pretty clear sign I wasn't supposed to be there. I heard the school bus turning onto Easton, pulling my attention from the sump. So, rather than explore the sump like any other 15-year-old on summer vacation would have done, I turned around and pedaled home. Back at the house, I dumped my bike in the garage and finished the last few things I had to do before my parents got home. I practiced my viola, then sat down to read. Virgil's Aeneid. Next year's literature would cover ancient Rome, so I'd get a head start. By 4:30, I preheated the oven, took a shower, changed clothes, and waited. I heard the car doors outside and opened the front door as my parents arrived. My mom scanned my face with concern, maybe even guilt. She'd spent so many years at home, leaving for a full day must have felt like abandonment. "Nathan, how'd your day go?" she asked as she climbed the concrete steps. I smiled and nodded. Everything was fine. No reason to make her feel bad. Most kids my age would think having your mom around all day ruined the fun, but I was still pretty inexperienced at this having fun thing. Mom got dinner into the oven. Dad disappeared to shower and change. I sat at the kitchen table, flipping through the newspaper he'd be reading soon, not that I cared much about what was in it. It was just something to do. "So, did you get to practice your viola today?" Mom asked. "Yeah. I practiced every day, even if I didn't have anything specific to prepare for. No ensembles, no lessons, just something I was good at, and something that might help when it came time to think about college." "The house looks nice," she said. "Thanks for everything you did." "You're welcome," I replied, not looking up from the paper. "What else did you do while we were gone?" "Not too much. I read a little, took my bike out." She gave a little smile, maybe some relief. At least I hadn't just sat around. "Where'd you go?" "Oh, just around the neighborhood." "Did you meet anybody?" "No, school's still in." I wasn't sure I wanted to meet anyone, but it was a good excuse for now. "Well, I'm glad you had fun," she said. "Thanks," I replied, even though I'd never actually said I did. Still, I was glad she thought so. Dinner came and went. The evening unfolded as always. I watched my hour of TV, read as the sun went down, was in bed by 9. As I lay there that night, a resolution settled in my mind. Tomorrow I'm going to see what's in that sump. The Girl at the Rock. The next morning didn't look much different from the one before. I read my list of chores, ate breakfast, and started in. There were a few small housekeeping things, but the only big task left was the backyard garden. I put a little time into it, but my mind wasn't on the work. Even when I went to practice my viola, I couldn't concentrate. Normally, my practice is strict. I don't even take the thing out unless I'm going to play for at least half an hour. But I ran through some pieces I'd done 100 times, shoved the viola back into its case, and called it a day. Under 15 minutes. At least I could say I did it. Grabbing my bike from the garage, I threw on my helmet and shot down the road, excitement bubbling in my stomach. I wasn't sure what I expected, but doing something forbidden? That was enough. At the bottom of Highwood, I turned onto Easton. There it was, the chain-link fence. I stopped in front of the gate and looked around. No one was watching. I scanned the brush poking through the fence and along the edge of the path. What was I expecting back there? It was a sand pit. So what? Still, I took a breath, pulled the gate open wide enough for my bike to pass through, and slipped inside. The road disappeared behind me. The brush thickened, forming a kind of corridor that led 10 or 15 feet along the fence. Then the path dipped, following the slope of the sump. A small thrill ran through me as I climbed on my bike and coasted down into the hollow. The warm wind rushed past my face. Leaves and twigs brushed my arms as I zipped between the overgrowth. At the bottom, the path leveled, and the sump came fully into view. I couldn't ride anymore. My tires sank into the loose sand. I left the bike where it fell and walked across the open pit. The brush above was thick, but down here the growth was sparse, a few tufts of grass and the occasional weed. What the place lacked in greenery, it made up for in trash. Cigarette cartons, beer cans, food wrappers. No doubt this was a hangout for kids sneaking around after hours. Still, it felt peaceful, secluded, safe. The fear I'd had about getting in trouble felt silly now. I explored for a few minutes. The sump wasn't that big, just sand, some scattered junk, and evidence of kids doing what kids probably weren't supposed to do. I thought I'd seen everything, until I noticed another trail on the far side. It mirrored the one I came in on, but angled up toward the opposite side. I grabbed my bike and pushed it across the sand. There was no way I'd be able to ride up the slope, so I hauled it awkwardly, the tires dragging deep grooves behind me. At the top, a thinner trail ran along the fence. It was less worn, the brush pressing in close on both sides. Thorns scraped my arms as I pushed forward. Then I saw it. The fence had been cut. Someone had gone at it with bolt cutters, slicing the links nearly all the way to the top. The metal curled outward like the flaps of a teepee. Beyond the fence, the woods stretched out, dense, shaded, and quiet. I'd seen these trees from the road before, driving through town. They were bordered on all sides by roads, but the far edge, pushing up against Smith Road, was at least a few miles long. I slipped through the cut in the fence. The same thrill hit me as before, maybe stronger. The woods sprawled before me like a secret waiting to be found. Now, sprawled is relative. Back in Pennsylvania, you could enter a forest and wander for hours, maybe days, without finding the other side. Here, I knew town was only a couple miles away, but these woods felt vast. They felt like they were mine. I climbed onto my bike, relieved to find that the trail from the sump continued through the woods. I pedaled along the path, mostly smooth, though occasionally broken by tree roots or a fallen log. The trail wound behind a nearby housing development, then curved sharply toward the wood's center. It felt lived in, used, maybe by people I wouldn't want to meet. Beer bottles, snack wrappers, old notebooks, the occasional single shoe. It all made the place feel strange, not less natural, but somehow more. I kept riding, climbing and coasting over hills, laughing aloud at the speed. It was the most fun I'd had in a while, which, granted, wasn't saying much. Eventually, the trail dropped into a deep hollow and met what looked like a main path. It was wider, flatter, and packed down by heavy use. Several smaller trails branched from it. I had a decision to make. I figured I'd try one of the side trails, maybe map the place a little. They all looked about the same, except for one on the right. It wound uphill, narrower, carved more by footsteps than bikes. Unlike the sump, where I ditched my bike without a second thought, I felt like I should keep it with me here. So I started walking it up the trail. I could have ridden, maybe, if I had more experience, but I didn't. Step by step, I pushed forward, careful not to trip over roots crawling across the packed dirt. Above me, leaves rustled in the breeze. Blue sky peeked between the branches. The air smelled like life. When I reached the top, I saw something in the clearing ahead. A rock. It was bigger than I was tall and longer than a car, oblong, misshapen, and completely covered in graffiti. The trail opened into a clearing wide enough for sunlight to pour in, spotlighting the rock like a museum display. I dropped my bike and walked up to it, trailing my hand across the sun-warmed surface, the layers of spray paint. Then, like any kid would have done, I climbed it. I stood tall above the clearing, looking as far as the trees would let me. It was quiet, beautiful, and short-lived. "Hey!" I nearly fell off the rock. A voice had come from the other side. As I regained my balance, I looked down to see a girl leaning back against the far side of the rock, craning her neck to see me. Her long red hair fell over her forehead, blocking a full view of her face, but her eyes were hard to miss, bright green and rimmed in thick black makeup. She cocked her head and scrunched her eyebrows, her shoulders shaking with silent laughter. She was laughing at me, obviously. "Sorry," I stammered. As her laugh faded into a grin, she stood. She wore cut-off jean shorts that looked homemade and a black, sleeveless shirt which read Pearl Jam. She crossed her arms and stared up at me. "Shouldn't you be in school?" she asked. I had no hope of sounding clever in that moment, so I said the worst possible thing. "Oh, I'm homeschooled." She tilted her head. "Homeschooled? Are you a Mormon?" "What? No. Why?" I remember 2 Mormons going door to door around my neighborhood. They looked just like... She gestured at me. That. The only Mormon I knew was in my old string ensemble, and she was very nice, but I still didn't like how one-sided this conversation was becoming. "Well, what about you?" I asked. "Shouldn't you be in school?" She shrugged. "I'm skipping." "Do you go to Longview?" I asked, pointing vaguely toward where I thought the school was. "Yeah, I go there. It sucks. but probably still better than homeschooling. I laughed. I wouldn't know. So, she said, what's your name? Nathan Green. Alex McPherson, nice to meet you. Well, that's comforting, I thought. I'm glad it's nice to meet me. You as well, I said, shaking her outstretched hand. She smirked. So, what's with the outfit? What do you mean? I mean it's June. It's over 70 degrees. You're wearing a button-up shirt and… Are those khakis? I looked down. I guess this is my bike riding outfit. Right, homeschooled, she said. I should have been offended, but I wasn't. I was aware of how I looked. It had never really bothered me. But something about Alex made me not hesitant exactly, just curious. What are you doing out here? I asked. I should ask you the same thing, she said. This is my spot. I'm here every day once school's out, and any time I feel like skipping. Don't you get bored? I bring stuff. She nodded toward her backpack. It's kind of my home base. It's a nice rock, I said. She grinned. Come on down. I'll show you something. I climbed down and stood beside her, catching a faint mix of laundry detergent and cigarette smoke. The graffiti tells a story, she said, pointing at the rock. Or at least, I think it does. She led me around to the far side. Here, see the initials? ESS. That's East Side Soldiers, one of the groups that used to tag this place. Soldiers? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Some kind of gang? She shrugged. It's all bluster, just dumb kids trying to sound tough. And over here, she pointed to a Sharpie drawing of a tree. Underneath it, someone had written Pine Barrens. That's the other group. She looked around the clearing. I don't think any of them have been around in years, but their tags are everywhere. You can tell they used to paint over each other, back and forth. She stepped toward a small outcropping at the base of the rock. There's my spot, she said. I crouched beside her. On the underside of the stone in black marker were two names. Alex King. Who's King? I asked. A friend. He used to come here all the time, until he got obsessed with some stupid video game. You'll probably meet him if you come back around. She rummaged in her backpack and pulled out a chisel-tipped Sharpie. Here, she held it out. Go ahead. Go ahead. What? Write your name. I hesitated. It shouldn't have felt like a big deal, but it did. It was a choice that had an impact. I took the Sharpie, noticing her black painted fingernails, and peered at the space above her name. Here, she said, pointing. I pressed the marker to the rough surface and slowly spelled out my name, all in caps. When I finished, I capped the marker and handed it back. Thanks, I said. I wasn't sure what I was thanking her for. Maybe the marker, maybe a space to call my own. So, homeschool, she said, tossing the Sharpie back into her backpack. Why? Well, I mean, it wasn't really my decision, I replied. My mom's really into classical education, and we couldn't afford to send me to private school, so she started teaching me herself. After we moved, we just kept doing it that way. Oh, she said, raising an eyebrow. Where'd you move from? Pennsylvania. How was that? I shrugged. A lot more rocks. Wow, thrilling. Where do you live now? She asked. Are you nearby? Yeah, my family bought a house on Highwood. Something shifted in her expression. It was quick, but I caught it. Something like disappointment, or maybe wariness. Oh, nice, she said casually. How about you? I asked. Oh, I live off Smith Road. Her tone flattened a bit, like that was as much as she planned to say. That was fine. I didn't know one road from another anyway. Cool, I said. So why are you skipping school? I asked. Because school sucks, and it's a nice day. I think that's reason enough, don't you? I guess, I replied. But can't you get in trouble? There's not much they can do, she said with a shrug. Hell, the worst thing they can do is suspend me, which would just give me more of what I want. I go enough to make them happy. A few more years and I'm out. That'll be perfect. She turned and dropped down onto the rock again, leaning back with her arms behind her. So, what kind of music do you like? Me? I like Elgar, Rachmaninoff, some Beethoven. She looked at me like I'd grown a second head. You like what? They're composers, musicians. Yeah, I got that. How about music from the past century? Well, technically both Rachmaninoff and Elgar are. She held up a hand. Stop. Don't make me regret asking you to put your name on my rock. I laughed. I'm talking about music people actually listen to. Have you ever heard of Linkin Park? System of a Down? I twisted my face, thinking. I might have heard the names. I don't think I know any of their songs. Okay. How about stuff on the radio? Nickelback? Usher? She gave a dramatic shudder. Black Eyed Peas? I think I know that one Black Eyed Peas song. Let's Get It Started? She slapped her forehead. Great. You know the worst one. This is bad. We're going to have to work on this. She paused, glancing at her bag. But I didn't bring my music today, so it'll have to wait. I stood there, trying not to look totally lost. All right, well, it's a wash for music, she said, and I can't imagine you'll do any better with TV or movies. Probably not, I sighed. I watch the Discovery Channel sometimes. History Channel. Well, at least you have a TV, she said. I laughed. Yeah, I have one. But what good does it do you if you don't watch anything on it? I do watch stuff on it. History Channel doesn't count. May as well be going to school. She started pacing around the clearing, shaking her head like she couldn't believe what she was hearing. I just chuckled, knowing that my lifestyle was giving her endless material. Okay, we'll deal with this stuff later, she said, stopping and spinning to face me. I'm not sure I even want to know, but I've got to ask. What do you like to do? Well, I like to read. She rolled her eyes, tapping her foot in the dirt. Like what, Harry Potter? Actually, I'm not allowed to read Harry Potter. She threw her hands up. Unbelievable. What, do you spend all your time reading Little House on the Prairie? I had read Little House on the Prairie twice, but I'd keep that to myself. I read a lot of classics, I said. Right now I'm reading Virgil. She blinked. Who's Virgil? He was a Roman poet. He's reading Roman poets. Unbelievable. She paused, still staring at me, then gave a little laugh. All right, enough of the reading. What else do you do? Well, I play the viola. She didn't react right away. Maybe that was a good sign. Okay, so you read and you play the viola. Anything else? I've been riding my bike a lot. The interrogation felt like it was going a little far, so I decided to turn it around. Well, what about you? You're just sitting around here. What do you do? She raised her eyebrows. Well, yeah, I am just sitting around here, I guess. But when I'm not, I listen to good music. I watch good movies. Okay, fair point. Alex smiled. I never said my life was exciting. Okay, I said. Hey, do you have the time? I held up my arms, both wristwatch-free. Sorry, I said. That's fine. She dug through her bag and pulled out a loose watch face with no bands. Still working, apparently. Ah, she muttered. 2:00. I should get back to my bus stop. Why would you go to your bus stop? I'm not going to my bus stop, but I better be around my bus stop. That way I get home around the same time I would have if I'd actually gone to school. My mom doesn't really care. I mean, I don't think she likes it, but if she notices I skipped, she might get mad. Especially if she's... She trailed off, shook her head. Never mind. Oh, well, it was nice to meet you, I said. Listen, she replied. I probably won't be able to skip again before school's out, but that's only a week from now. Next Wednesday's the last day. Thursday, I'll be here. You'd better come back. Okay. I'll bring my stereo. I'll show you some good music. Sounds like fun. See you later, Nathan. Bye? Try not to die of boredom reading Virgil until then. Hey, Virgil is not that... Stop, she interrupted, grinning. I don't want to hear it. There was something endearing about her teasing. Maybe she didn't mean it that way, but it made me feel... seen. I hopped on my bike and rode home, through the sump, up Highwood Road, and into my driveway. All the while, I was processing what had just happened, and the new friend I'd made. She felt like a friend. All my other friendships had grown around common interests, homeschool groups, string ensembles. But whatever this was, it didn't feel like that. And I liked it. And regardless of what happened next, my name was out there on that rock, permanent, even if I wasn't sure I was. Then, my mind shifted to an uncomfortable reality. How much of this should I tell my parents? Would think they'd take kindly to me spending the afternoon with some girl I met in the woods? I'd have to be careful. Chop Suey. I got home in time to shower and change for dinner. As I opened my closet to find something clean, I paused, surveying my wardrobe. No, I didn't have anything like what Alex wore. It was true, my going outside clothes were comically formal, but there wasn't much I could do about that now. I threw on a different shirt and a pair of pants, then waited for my parents to return, still not sure what to tell them. Mom wasn't nearly as worried as she had been the day before. Things already felt more normal on day 2. She came in, put together dinner, and we sat down at the table. "So, Nathan," she asked between bites of pork chop, "how was your day?" "Oh, it was fun," I said, and a smile crept across her face. "I'm so glad to hear that. Did you do anything interesting?" "I went for another bike ride." "That's great. Where'd you go?" This was the moment I had to make a decision. I didn't want to lie, but I also didn't think it was smart to share that I'd broken into a locked sump. "Just surrounding the neighborhood," I said. "I found some trails in the woods nearby." Dad looked up from his plate. "Are you sure it's property you're allowed to be on?" "I think so," I replied. The trails looked pretty well worn. "Well, that's great," he said. "Just be careful and remember to wear your helmet." I nodded and kept eating, something clawing at me. I wanted to share the encounter I'd had. But how? I settled for the vaguest possible version of the truth. "I met someone on my bike ride today." Both of them looked up. Dad's expression was curious. Mom looked visibly excited. "Oh?" she said. "One of the neighbors?" "I'm not sure exactly where she lives," I said. "She?" Mom repeated, barely hiding her grin. "What's her name?" "Alex. We talked a little." "Well, that's great," Mom said, her face lighting up. Dad put down his glass after taking a sip of water and looked over at me. "Just be smart, Nathan. I'm sure you're going to meet a lot of new people here, and you're in high school now. Choose your friends wisely." "I will, Dad," I said. He nodded, and we continued our meal. I sighed inwardly. That had gone about as well as I could have hoped. The next few days were uneventful. I did my chores, practiced viola, and read Virgil, which, unfortunately, turned out to be kind of boring. The garden was fully cleared out and sat there in a fallow state, with nothing more to do until my mom decided to plant something. The weekend brought its usual rhythm: groceries, house projects, church. But when Monday rolled around, all I could think about was Thursday. 3 more days. I told myself I was being silly for caring so much about seeing Alex again, but there was something hanging over me from that first meeting. I thought about the music she'd promised to show me. I had a strong suspicion my parents wouldn't approve. But then again, how could I be sure it wouldn't be wholesome? Homeschool approved? I rode my bike more in those early days of the week, back through the sump and into the woods. I explored the network of trails, mapping where they popped out along Smith Road, wondering which of those houses might be Alex's. And while the riding was fun in its own way, what I really wanted was to see her again. The days dragged, long and boring. But Thursday finally came. That morning I rushed out of bed and nearly sprinted to the kitchen table, eager to see what stood between me and my afternoon at the Rock. I scanned the list of chores: dishes, fine; laundry, easy. But then I froze. Mow the lawn. At our old house, it wouldn't have been a big deal, where most of the yard was shaded or dead. But here, every lawn in the neighborhood was in full view of the sun, and they grew accordingly. Dad had talked about getting a riding mower before we moved, but the budget must have shifted that plan. He hadn't mentioned it since. Now, he had free labor. Me. I headed out to the shed and found the same old push mower we'd brought with us. It had been dilapidated then and hadn't magically improved. I poured gas into the tank from a dusty red can, dragged the mower out into the sunlight, and gave the cord a pull. Nothing. A second try brought a garbled noise and nothing more. I pulled again, and again. The engine refused to start. The thought crossed my mind, just give up. Tell Dad it wouldn't start and go on with my day. But I knew two things. One, if I left it, Dad would come home, give the cord a single tug, and the thing would roar to life. And two, I was responsible for this now. I didn't want to let him or Mom down, so I gave it a rest. I remembered something Dad had once said about small engines. Sometimes you just have to let them sit. I went inside, finished the rest of my chores, and came back out about 20 minutes later. I gripped the cord and gave it a strong pull. The engine sputtered, just for a second, but it was a good sign. Second pull, more. Third, life. The engine roared. I looked over the yard with a mix of dread and resolve. Starting the mower wasn't supposed to be the hard part. Row after row, I carved through the shaggy yard. It wasn't perfect, and clumps of grass trailed behind me, but it was progress. As the sun climbed higher and the morning became afternoon, sweat dripped into my eyes and my arms ached. Still, I finished. I put the mower back in the shed, ran inside, and threw open my closet, searching for something, anything, less lame to wear. At the bottom of a drawer, I found a plain gray t-shirt from a charity run I'd done years ago. It was one of the only shirts I owned that didn't have a collar. I paired it with a set of khaki shorts, shrugged at the mirror, and headed to the garage. The end of school meant Alex would be at the Rock, but it also meant hundreds of other kids were finally free. The once quiet streets were now teeming with life. Bikes, rollerblades, scooters, kids yelling, music playing from open windows. Even the adults seemed to have found excuses to stay home, mowing, grilling, chatting in driveways. For a second, I worried that I'd run into trouble getting into the sump. But when I got to the open gate, I realized no one was watching. Even if they had been, I don't think it would have mattered. I slipped through the gate, rode down the hill, crossed the sandpit, and pushed through the fence into the woods. But the woods were no longer empty. The same trails that felt secret just days ago were now bustling with other riders, mostly older teens. I kept my head down and pedaled. When I hit the main path that led to the junction, I spotted 3 older boys on thick-tired BMX bikes barreling toward me. Their full helmets covered their faces. I stepped off my bike and moved to the side of the trail as they passed. One of them reached out and slapped my helmet, hard enough that my head rocked sideways. I turned to see if maybe it had been an accident, but the boy turned too, just long enough to flip me off before speeding off down the trail. I didn't want any trouble, but I was starting to understand. This was just what happened when a bunch of kids were let loose in the woods. I got back on my bike, rode to the fork, and turned toward the Rock. As I walked my bike up the trail, I heard the music before I saw her. It was loud, tinny, not something I could identify, but it was her. I crested the hill, saw the Rock, and she was there, just on the far side like she had promised. I dropped my bike and walked around the Rock to find her. Alex looked up from a magazine she was flipping through. Her face lit up with a smile. "Nate," she said, "I thought maybe you weren't coming." I normally didn't like when people called me Nate. I always introduced myself as Nathan. Everyone close to me called me Nathan. But this? I didn't mind. It felt right. "Sorry," I replied, taking off my helmet. I had to mow the lawn and the mower's a disaster. "Oh, sorry," she said. "Well, better late than never." Alex patted the ground beside her, and I sat down. Rummaging through her backpack, she pulled out a can of Arizona iced tea. "Got this for you," she said. "Didn't know which flavor to pick, so I just got lemon." I took it with a half laugh and a grateful shake of my head. "Thanks." I cracked it open and took a sip. It was warm, but maybe the most delicious thing I'd ever had. Not that I'd never tasted Arizona iced tea before, but there was something else to this. "Well," she said, digging back into her bag, "we've got work to do." That's when I noticed the giant boombox sitting beside her, still pumping out whatever music she'd been playing before I arrived. It looked old and heavy. I couldn't even imagine how many batteries it took to run something like that. She popped the CD tray open, removed the disc, and flipped through her binder of CDs like she was beginning a ritual. "I've given this a lot of thought," she said. "What's the first real song I should show you?" I scoffed internally at the word real. The snooty violist in me wondered how you could call anything more real than Mahler or Beethoven. But I stayed quiet, respectful, curious. "I think I found it," she said, pulling a disc free and slotting it into the tray. With a dramatic flourish, she hit play and began skipping through tracks. "It's called Chop Suey." "Wait, what?" I asked. "Like, the food?" "Yeah, the food." I rolled my eyes. "Hey, don't judge it before you listen to it." A moment later, the speakers came alive with a surprisingly gentle acoustic intro. It was quick, rhythmic, almost pleasant. But then came the rest. Chaos. Distorted guitars, pounding drums, a vocalist who screamed as much as he sang, lyrics about putting on makeup and leaving keys on a table. What in the world was this? It calmed slightly during the chorus, but the lyrics only got more intense. Self-righteous suicide? Angels dying? The chaos returned. A repeat of the verse, then suddenly, something happened. The instruments locked into a rhythm. The vocals, two of them, came into a strange, tight harmony, and the words, "Father, into your hands I commit my spirit. Father, into your hands, why have you forsaken me?" It was the gospel, words I'd read dozens of times, heard on Sundays. But here, they felt different. Not sacred or irreverent, just unfamiliar. They stirred something. Something not in my mind, but in my chest. As I started to process what I was hearing, the song exploded into a soaring crescendo. A piano entered. The harmonies climbed. The same words from earlier, the ones that had felt dark or confusing, came back, but now they felt transformed. I didn't understand it, but I felt it. And then, quiet, a final phrase, almost whispered, "When angels deserve to die." The track ended. I hadn't realized it, but Alex had been watching me the entire time. I blinked, my mouth slightly agape, my breath shallow. Another song began, but Alex hit pause. She didn't speak. Neither did I. Finally, I turned to her. She was grinning like she'd just won something. All I said was, "Play it again." Without another word, she skipped back to the previous track. It started up again. Turning to Alex, I said, "Skip to the end." "You can't do that," she replied. "You can't have the end without the beginning." She was right. It reminded me of Mahler's Second Symphony. The whole thing is well over an hour long. Everything builds to this massive finale, but you can't just jump to it. You don't appreciate the end unless you've gone on the journey. So this time around, I tried to pay attention. The chaos, the waking up and leaving keys on the table. And while I can't say I understood it any more than the first time, I might be able to say I appreciated it more, knowing where it was going, knowing that the big, beautiful moment was coming. The rest of the song made a little more sense, but something still stuck with me. The reference to suicide, angels dying. Was it supposed to mean something? Was it metaphor or just noise? The finale hit and I listened rapt. When it ended, Alex stopped the CD. We sat in silence for a beat before I finally spoke. "What does it mean?" I asked. She shrugged. "I don't know." "Well, I'd like to," I said. "It's great, but what does it mean when it says angels deserve to die? That doesn't sound right." "I don't see what's wrong with that," she said. "Don't some angels deserve to die?" "Huh? Yeah, like the bad ones, Satan and stuff." I doubted that was what the singer meant, but it opened a door. My brain latched onto it. "Yeah, like Paradise Lost," I muttered. "Paradise what?" "Paradise Lost. It's a poem. By John Milton. It starts with a massive battle in heaven where the angels try to overthrow God and get cast down into hell." "Exactly like those angels," she said, nodding. But the irony is they can't die. Some of them want to. Instead, they wrestle with what to do, make hell more livable, or try storming heaven again. Eventually, they decide on a third option, to tempt mankind, God's newest creation. "Sounds like a good poem," she said. "It is," I replied. "I've got a copy. I'll bring it one day." "Let's not go that far," she laughed. "We've got a lot more music to get through before we start reading books." "Fair enough," I said. "So, what's next?" We spent hours going through her CD collection. Some of the songs I didn't like at all. The ones with heavy profanity made me squirm. And Alex noticed. She laughed at first, but after a while, she started skipping tracks and fast-forwarding past parts she knew I wouldn't like. "I wouldn't want my little homeschooler to hear something scandalous," she said mockingly. I shook my head. "Oh, that reminds me." She dug through her backpack. "I'm glad you've got a t-shirt today, but I brought you something a little less lame." She pulled out a worn t-shirt with a cartoon cat and the words "Blues Traveler" across the front, then tossed it in my lap. "It was my brother's," she said, "but he left years ago. I don't think he's coming back for it." I held the shirt in my lap. "Thanks." She raised her eyebrows. Well, what?" "Put it on." "Oh." The thought of changing my shirt in front of Alex made me immediately self-conscious. But everything about our friendship so far had been an exercise in discomfort. So I gritted my teeth, pulled off my gray charity-run t-shirt, and slipped on the one she gave me. My pale, bony frame practically glowed in the sunlight filtering through the trees. The shirt smelled like cigarette smoke. I kind of liked it. "It suits you," she said. "Thanks." "All right, back to business." She returned to the CD player, and we listened for a while longer until a red light on the front of the player flicked on. "Ah, damn," she muttered, then glanced at me. "Oh, sorry." "It's fine." "Guess we'll have to continue this another time," she said, slipping the CD back into its case, then into her bag. We sat in silence for a moment. Before we could change the subject or figure out what to do next, we heard footsteps on the path behind us. Neither of us moved. The steps got closer. Then a voice. "The king has arrived." Alex rolled her eyes and peeked over the rock. "What's up, King? Glad you could pull yourself away from slaying grobuloids long enough to see us. Nate's here." I popped my head up and said, "Hey." He walked over, muttering, "I've never slayed a grobuloid. I don't even know what a grobuloid is." Then he shook my hand. King was black, with a tight afro. He wore black pants, baggy white t-shirt. His sneakers might have once been white, but they were caked in dirt. "Alex told me about you," he said. "Mormon?" I turned to Alex, who was laughing. I rolled my eyes and shook my head. "Well, have you ever heard of RuneScape?" Alex's laughter stopped cold. No, she said quickly. "I will not lose another friend to that stupid game." "Oh, come on, Alex. You haven't lost me. You can come by any time." "Just what I want to do, watch someone stare at their computer." "Well, the TV's on too," King offered. "I'll pass," she said. King shrugged and made his way to the far side of the rock like he'd done it 100 times. We followed. Alex sat beside him, and I kneeled across from them. "I was showing Nate some good music," Alex said, "until the battery died. Now we're just hanging out." "I'm good to hang out," King said. And that's what we did. We spent most of the afternoon at the rock. King asked me some of the same questions Alex had, and I got to know him a bit. From what I gathered, he and Alex were neighbors, or at least lived nearby. The one thing I was absolutely sure of, King loved RuneScape. Anytime he brought it up, Alex shut him down like he'd said something vulgar. She clearly resented how much time he spent playing, but, just like with me, her jabs felt more affectionate than cruel. Still, they had a chemistry that honestly made me a little jealous. Eventually, the sun shifted, and it was time to head home. I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to step away from this strange little pocket of real life I'd found. But I was excited at the idea of coming back. "I should really get going," I said. "Aw, don't go," Alex said with a dramatic pout. "Yeah, I should probably go too," said King. "Why? Your grandma doesn't care." I was stunned. It sounded like a personal attack, but King didn't even flinch. "I've got a clan war coming up," he said. "Gotta get ready." That was the offensive statement. Alex huffed and shot him a look that could kill. "Whatever," she said. "Nate, I'll see you tomorrow. King, I'll see you whenever you manage to escape your clan war." King and I walked to the bottom of the hill. Before our paths diverged, he turned to me, hand on my shoulder, eyes locked on mine with a shocking intensity. He spoke slowly, seriously. "RuneScape.com." I blinked at him. "You'll thank me," he said. Then he turned and walked away. I didn't plan to take him up on it, but I admired his conviction. I rode home cautiously, not looking to get smacked by any more bikers on the trail. Thankfully, I didn't run into anyone in the woods or the sump. I made it back up Highwood and into the driveway a few minutes before my parents got home. Paradise Lost. The chores were light the following day, so I set off for the Rock much earlier, around 9. I figured I'd beat Alex there, but I also wanted to avoid anyone else on the trails, just in case. To kill the extra time, I brought my copy of Paradise Lost. Those scenes had been rattling around in my brain ever since I heard that song yesterday. Reading Milton felt like a good companion to those thoughts. I'd changed out of the Blues Traveler shirt the night before and left it by my bike. This morning, I threw it back on. The lingering smell of cigarette smoke was foreign to me, but man, I felt comfortable in that shirt. There's a difference between sitting around at home doing nothing and sitting out at the Rock, waiting for Alex. The Rock wasn't just idle time, it was hanging out. It was what other kids my age did. It was, dare I say it, cool. Not that I was an expert on what counted as cool, but I felt like I was learning. The breeze cut through the trees and rustled the leaves above, the perfect conditions for reading. But it didn't last long. Alex showed up before I'd even finished the first book of Paradise Lost. "Ah, you beat me," she said, lifting her can of iced tea in greeting. "Good morning, Alex," I replied, setting my book aside. "Virgil?" she asked, nodding toward it. "No, actually, Paradise Lost, the poem I told you about yesterday." "I told you, Nate, we don't have time for that. Too much cultural ground to make up." I know, I said, holding up my hands. "Just reading it for myself." She raised an eyebrow. "Well, I couldn't find any batteries, so the music will have to wait. Maybe you can read a little of your book after all." I wasn't holding my breath, but honestly, I didn't care what we did, as long as we were out here, at the Rock. "Do you think King will come today?" I asked. Alex shrugged. "I'd be surprised if you ever saw King again." "It can't be that bad," I said. We'll see him again, just probably not today." We sat around, talking for a while. Then Alex offered to show me more of the trails. We wandered through the woods behind the clearing, and she pointed out a dilapidated tree fort. She showed me a car, too, rusted, half sunken into the dirt, riddled with what looked like bullet holes. No one knew how it got there. When we got back to the Rock, Alex glanced at the book I'd left on the ground. "Well," she said, "you may as well read a little of it." I was surprised, but eager. This kind of thing probably wasn't in her usual wheelhouse. The poem was more than 300 years old, hard to read, hard to follow. I wouldn't even pretend to understand it all. Still, I gave a short intro and cracked it open. "So, like I said yesterday," I began, "the demons have been kicked out of heaven after losing a battle with God and his angels. Now they're trying to figure out what to do next." Alex sat quietly, watching me. "Satan calls a council," I continued. "Some of the demons want to just survive in hell and make the best of it. Others want to rally and storm heaven again." I started reading from the beginning. It was the first time I'd ever read it out loud. At first, the meter felt weird, distant. But slowly, it started to click. The rhythm settled in. It started to sound almost musical. I stumbled over a few words. I'm sure Alex didn't understand everything either, but we kept going. And eventually, we reached the end of that council scene. "You know," she said, "I never thought I'd feel bad for demons." I looked over. "I mean, they put themselves there," she said, "but still..." What a choice. Make the best of hell or try to fight their way back into heaven, knowing they'll probably lose. And if they lose again, it'll just be worse. She yawned, stretched her arms up, then leaned back against the rock. But I think I'm done with this, she said. Fine by me, I replied, closing the book, impressed. I hadn't expected her to hang in that long, though I could have been reading the phone book with her, and I still would have enjoyed it as much. Eventually, I noticed how hungry I was. Hey, Alex, if it's okay with you, I think I'm gonna run home and grab something to eat. She thought for a second, then said, Why don't we go into town instead? Grab something there. Oh, I don't have any money. Don't worry about it, she said, brushing that off. I've been wanting to introduce you to my 7-Eleven family. Your what? My 7-Eleven family, you'll see. I raised an eyebrow. What should I do with my bike? You can probably leave it here. No one comes up here. That gave me pause. Leaving it behind didn't seem wise, but the thought of dragging it all the way into town overrode my hesitation. I tucked it behind the rock, dusted my hands off, and looked back at her. She was already heading toward the trail, and just like that, we were off. We took the path leading down from the rock towards Smith Road. My stomach knotted up when I saw the BMX bikers speeding toward us, but Alex and I stepped far enough off the trail to avoid any flying hands. We still got the usual middle finger, but they flew past us without slowing down, and we were on our way. We emerged onto Smith Road and walked along the road before cutting into a shady neighborhood that led into town. Is this your neighborhood? I asked as we passed rows of small houses. A canopy of leaves shadowed most of the yards. No. Her reply was curt, and silence followed. When we reached town, there was a bank on our left and a pizza place across the street. We turned right and, for the first time, found a sidewalk under our feet. 2 blocks later, we reached the 7-Eleven. You sure I don't need money? I asked. I'd been here a few times with my mom since we moved, and I wasn't sure how the workers would feel about kids hanging around without buying anything. Stop worrying, Alex said, pushing through the door. With a defeated shrug, I followed her in. The 2 men behind the counter looked up and smiled when they saw her. Alex, one of them called. You finally bring your new boyfriend? No, she replied, rolling her eyes. Just a friend, Bima, but you keep promising to introduce me to your son. I can't wait forever, you know. Bima laughed and waved her off. You want a Slurpee? She asked, turning to me. I looked from her to the counter guys. Their attention had drifted elsewhere. Sure, I said. We went to the machine and grabbed the largest cups available. As I fiddled with the lid, Alex yelled across the store, Got any rollers? The other man glanced over at the hot food counter where the rotating grill spun an array of greasy items. He gave her a nod and she hurried over. Sonny packed 3 or 4 of the rollers into a bag and handed them to her. Thanks, Sonny. Thanks, Bima, she called as she walked out. I froze, Slurpee in hand. No money. No idea what just happened. Sonny turned to me and laughed. Go ahead, he said with a wave. I gave a nervous smile and slipped outside. Alex was already halfway into a roller. She didn't seem to notice how she'd left me behind. Buffalo or jalapeno? She asked, having torn open the ends to check which was which. Buffalo, I said. She handed one to me, and I sat beside her on the curb. Why do they give you free stuff? I asked. My mom keeps this place in business, she said through a mouthful. Beer, cigarettes, and with any extra cash, lotto tickets. She paused for a second. The look on her face shifted. I think they just feel bad for me, she added, voice quieter. We sat there, mostly silent, drinking our Slurpees and finishing off the food. We returned to the rock, Slurpees in hand, melted but still cold enough to finish. As we crested the hill, I immediately noticed something was off. My bike wasn't where I left it. It had been dragged out into the clearing. I walked over, confused at first. Then I saw the wheels. They were twisted and mangled, stomped on or beaten with something heavy. They bent at odd angles and wouldn't even turn. Oh no, I muttered. Alex turned her head. Her face darkened when she saw what I was holding. I don't believe those assholes, she said. They just think screwing up other people's lives is fun. I barely heard her. My thoughts were spinning. The bike was one thing, but what I really cared about was what the bike meant. Freedom. The ability to come here, to explore. I flipped the bike over, standing it on its handlebars, and checked the damage. The front tire came off, barely. The back? No chance without tools. I stared at the mess. Alex paced, muttering every insult she could think of at the BMX crew. I think I'm going to have to walk it back, I said finally, hefting the bent frame under my arm. Alex gave a slow nod. Sorry, Nathan, she said. She'd used my full name. That quieted me more than anything else. With a sigh and a half-hearted smile, I began the long walk home. Another other life. The slog home was agonizing, not just from the awkward weight of the bike. I had to switch arms every 50 feet, but because of everything churning in my head. I'd have to tell my parents about the bike, but I couldn't tell them what really happened. If they found out, they'd worry. They might stop me from going back to the woods, and I couldn't have that. I'd always been honest with my parents. Lying had never even occurred to me as an option before. But as I worked out the story, I would tell them. I came up with the justification just as fast. I don't want them to worry. That's all. They've got enough going on. They're working hard. They don't need one more thing. With that in mind, the lie didn't feel so bad. Still, I'd have to be convincing, and I didn't trust myself to be very good at it. They got home, and I waited until we were seated at dinner. I focused on striking just the right tone. Hey, I don't want you guys to worry, I began, testing the waters. But I got into a little accident while I was riding today. Dad looked up. Mom's eyes widened. Are you okay? She asked. I'm fine, I said. I was going down a hill pretty fast and I hit a patch of sand. The bike slid out and the tires slammed into a tree stump. Got bent up pretty bad. Relief washed over my mom's face. My dad, though, narrowed his eyes a little. Yeah, I had to walk it back. It was heavy, so I ditched the front tire in the woods. I can go get it tomorrow. Well, we're just glad you're okay, Mom said. You've got to be more careful, especially riding in the woods like that. Were you wearing your helmet? Yes, I said quickly. That part was a lie, too, and somehow it felt worse than the rest. Like I was ready to lie about the event, but not the little extras. The little things still made my stomach twist. Dad pushed his plate away, unfinished. Let's go take a look at it. I wasn't expecting that, but I stood up and followed him down to the garage. We lifted the bike together. Dad turned the frame, inspecting the rear wheel. You said a tree did this? The story had sounded believable in my head, and even coming out of my mouth. But now, with the wreckage in front of us, it seemed less plausible. The metal was twisted and warped in a way a stump shouldn't have been able to do. Yeah, well, I tried to fix it myself, I said. Made it worse. That lie came quicker than I wanted it to. My gut hollowed out. Dad set the bike down gently and looked at me. We can replace the wheels. That's not a problem. He paused, then met my eyes. But is there anything else you want to tell me about what happened? A cold shiver ran through me. No, I said, trying not to hesitate. That's it. He nodded slowly. Okay, I trust you. Let's go finish dinner. Upstairs, we took our seats again. How bad is it? Mom asked. Well, Dad said, Nathan's very lucky not to have gotten hurt. Looks like a serious crash. We're just glad you're okay, Mom added. We'll try to get the parts to fix it tomorrow while we're out grocery shopping. I cleaned my plate quickly, helped clean up as much as I needed to, and escaped to my room. I didn't like lying. I wasn't good at it, but I couldn't risk losing what I had found at the rock. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Saturday passed slowly. I helped out around the house, practiced viola, read a little. I didn't even try to go to the woods. Didn't want to seem too eager, not while the bike was still out of commission. That afternoon, we stopped at the bike store for new rims and picked up tires and tubes at Walmart. When we got home, Dad called me down to the garage to help. I mostly just handed him tools. We worked in near silence as he mounted the tires to the rims and fitted them to the bike. Just as we were about to air them up, my stomach dropped. I'd forgotten the shirt. The Blues Traveler shirt Alex gave me was still behind the compressor. I'd tossed it there yesterday in the chaos of getting the bike inside, planning to come back for it. But I never did. Before I could react, Dad bent down to turn on the compressor and came up holding the shirt. "What's this?" he asked, holding it up. The faded cartoon cat stared at me like it was waiting for an answer. His face wasn't angry, just curious. "Oh," I said casually. "Found it in the woods. Carried it back with me. I forgot to throw it out." That lie came more easily. Dad shrugged and tossed the shirt into his rag box. He didn't even blink. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The weekend came and went. I stayed home. I didn't want to appear too desperate. But all the while, I was looking forward to Monday, my first full week of freedom. That morning, I was disappointed to see that most of my chores were time-specific. I had to pull out and thaw the chicken, then start it baking before my parents got home. That put a cap on how far I could go or how long I could be gone. Part of me wondered if they planned it that way. Still, I had a workaround. I could skip reading, skip practicing. Technically, I didn't have to do those things, and I could always make them up later while the chicken cooked. Before I left, I went down to the garage. My eyes landed on the rag box. The faded cat stared up at me, trapped under grease-stained rags. I didn't dare take it. If my dad saw it missing, he'd know something was up. No, I'd learned my lesson. That shirt was a casualty now. I found Alex at the rock, right where she should be. She handed me a can of iced tea and asked about my long walk home and how the weekend went. I didn't mention the lie, just that my parents were fine with the damage, and I had 2 brand new rims to prove it. "What happened to your t-shirt?" she asked. "My dad mistook it for a rag," I said. "It's gone." Alex shrugged. "I'll give you another one tomorrow. Different band, but still cooler than what you're wearing." "Thanks." I was relieved to see her boombox sitting beside her, batteries replaced. She held up her CD case with a grin. "So where do you want to start? Chop Suey again?" "Perfect." We sat there listening to the boombox for over an hour. I tried to recall some of the songs I'd liked from our last listening session, but Alex had plenty of new music lined up to keep things going. At one point, she even flipped on the radio and tuned it to 106.1, the pop music station, mostly to roll her eyes at how terrible it all was. But there was one song she begrudgingly admitted she liked. "Even this garbage station can play something decent once in a while," she said. 22 ounces of iced tea can have certain effects on someone over time. And as the afternoon waned on, I really had to pee. "Hey," I said, interrupting whatever we were doing at the moment. "I'm gonna run home real quick. I've got to pee." "You what?" she asked, cocking her head and scrunching her eyebrows. "I think everyone does it," I replied. "Pee in the woods. You're a guy. It's easy." As uncomfortable as discussions about bodily functions were, the thought of peeing in the woods, especially so close to a girl, hadn't even crossed my mind. "I don't know," I started. "No, Nate," said Alex. "You will pee on one of those trees, and you will come back, or I will find a way to make you even more uncomfortable than you are right now." So, reluctantly, I stood up and trudged into the woods. "I won't peek, I promise," Alex yelled mockingly as I situated myself behind the largest tree I could find. And as I stood there, my bladder assuring me I had to pee, but I just couldn't seem to do it. It didn't help that Alex was still yelling at me from her position behind the rock. "You doing okay over there, or do you need help?" Finally, I yelled back, "Would you just shut up for a minute?" Even then, I could hear her faint laughter. Eventually, I was able to do the deed, and I returned to the rock. "Good job," Alex said, as she patted the seat next to her. "I knew you could do it." "Thanks," I replied, rolling my eyes. "Now wasn't that better than riding your bike all the way home?" "It was fine," I said. "Well, it was better for me, that's for sure." She laughed, and we returned to the music. Later that afternoon, King showed up, wearing nearly the same outfit as when I first met him. He took his seat like he belonged there, blending right into our little listening party. I noticed he never reacted much to the music Alex played, and he didn't make any requests either. So eventually, I asked him, "What kind of music do you like?" He shrugged. "Heavier." Alex scoffed. "That's crap too. Trust me, I'm showing you the good stuff." King didn't seem offended. He just sat quietly as the music played on. When it was time to go, King followed me down the path from the rock, just like last time. As if continuing our last conversation right where it had left off, he said, "Oh, I forgot to give you my username." He rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a small, folded scrap of paper. I wrote it down back at the house. I unfolded it. On the top was www.runescape.com, and beneath it, the Black King. "When you start playing RuneScape, add me," he said. I mumbled something like, "All right, I will," and we went our separate ways. I rode my bike home, lucky not to run into anyone else on the trails. When I got back to my room, I threw the scrap of paper onto my desk and forgot about it. Tuesday was uneventful. Alex gave me another shirt. This one said Nirvana and had a weird picture of an angel on it. I'd have to do a better job hiding it than I did the last one. I hung out at the rock for a while, but my chores brought me home sooner than I'd hoped. The next morning, however, I woke up to the sound of rain pounding on my window, crushing my hope of going to the rock. There were barely any chores on my list. My suspicion that my mom had been assigning time-specific chores just to keep me around the house was growing. But today, the list was pitiful. For most kids, this would have felt like a win. For me, it was a sentence. I finished my breakfast and mentally calculated everything I could do today. Even including reading and viola practice, the result was the same. Boredom. Still, I tried to make my time count. I picked out a piece I'd struggled with in the past, Capriccio for Viola by Vieuxtemps. I could handle the opening section fine, but it got real hard, real fast. I worked on it for a while and was actually pretty satisfied with how much I'd improved since I last tried it, but even that had its limits, and my Aeneid reading might have been cursed. Ever since Alex mocked it, I couldn't get into it. I read a few pages, then slapped the book shut and tossed it onto my desk. That's when I noticed King's note still sitting on the desktop. I picked it up and unfolded it, even though I already knew what it said. The idea I hadn't seriously considered until now suddenly became very tempting. I was allowed to use the family computer. At least, nobody ever told me I couldn't. But the precedent was that I would ask. And just like with the TV, I had a time limit, no more than an hour. I told myself there had to be some educational aspect to RuneScape. I figured it was safe to try for an hour. I walked downstairs with the note in hand and opened the large wooden cabinet that housed our tan desktop computer. I sat as it powered up, Windows XP booting, fan humming, and I logged in using the family password. I opened Internet Explorer. My hand hovered over the keyboard for a moment. Then, slowly, I typed www.runescape.com and hit enter. I clicked on Create Account and filled out the information. When it came time to choose a username, I paused. Then I typed Vieuxtemps, the name of the composer I'd been practicing. It felt fitting. A few more clicks, and the game began to load. 2 pixelated torches lit the loading screen, flames churning as the progress bar crept forward. Admittedly, I was excited. The tutorial started. I learned how to move, chop wood, catch fish, cook, bake bread, and fight rats. Every new skill it introduced made the game feel bigger. You could do anything. I tried to add King as a friend, but it wouldn't let me until I finished the tutorial. I wondered how long it would take. But eventually, I emerged into a large courtyard. No instructions, no direction, just freedom. I added King. His name lit up green on my friends list. I clicked and sent a message. Vieuxtemps. "Hey King, it's Nathan." His reply popped up almost instantly, the Black King. "I knew you'd come." After a little back and forth, King found me in-game. His character ran up beside mine, wearing blue and gold armor, wielding a scimitar. When I clicked him, I saw his name was Red. He was a much higher level than I was. The Black King. "Follow me." I did. He led me through rivers, mines, goblin camps, places I would have been crushed if I were alone. We reached a bank, and a message appeared. The Black King wants to trade with you. I clicked accept. My screen filled with items, food, armor, supplies, and 10,000 gold. I stared at the trade window, then accepted. The loot appeared in my inventory. I'd started with an iron dagger and burnt shrimp. Now I felt rich. We quested, we trained, we leveled up. And then I looked at the clock. It was 3 o'clock. My heart sank. I hadn't even eaten lunch. I'd meant to play for an hour tops, but the time had vanished. In a panic, I messaged King that I had to go, logged off, cleared the browser history, and shut down the computer. I checked my chore list, thankfully, nothing left undone, and collapsed into a chair with Virgil. But my eyes didn't see the words. My brain was somewhere else, still in the game, still grinding skills and fighting goblins. There was something else too, that twinge of guilt, another secret I was keeping. But I told myself it wasn't really wrong. They never said I couldn't play, so there wasn't a problem. Still, when my parents got home and asked how my day went, it felt like a pretty big omission when I didn't mention spending 4 hours on RuneScape. When it rains, the rain continued for the rest of that week, and then my hesitancy about spending whole days on RuneScape quickly faded. By Thursday, I would roll out of bed, grab the quickest breakfast I could, and log on, usually before King did. But he played late into the night, while I definitely didn't have that luxury. My chores got done, half-heartedly, and later in the day than usual. Viola? Virgil? Not a chance. I had other things to do, and the possibilities were endless. I would cut some trees for a while, then grab my tinderbox and light the logs in a neat row. Why anyone needs to practice firemaking is beyond me, but I did it, for over an hour. Then I'd switch skills entirely and become a miner, searching out veins of ore and hopping between servers to find ones that weren't already being camped. I'd smith the ore into bars, the bars into weapons and armor. I fished, I cooked. Everything had a skill, and every skill needed work. But the coolest skills, in my opinion, were the ones related to magic. King walked me through a few quests that let me craft my own runes, presumably where the game got its name. You'd mine these white rocks called essence, take them to special altars, and craft them into runes. From there, you could cast spells. That's how I spent most of my time. I nearly cried Friday after spending 2 hours gathering runes, only to be killed by a monster while trying to level up my magic. After my little fit of rage and sorrow, I messaged King. He replaced everything I lost. It's good to have friends in high places. While King and I weren't usually together in-game, we could still chat from wherever we were. I appreciated getting to know him more, and, through him, learning a bit more about Alex, too. King was poor and lived with his grandparents, though I never quite figured out where his parents were or what had happened to them. Around strangers, he was shy, a clear nerd, and Alex was one of his only real friends. But in RuneScape, he was strong, confident, and he had a big mouth. One day, he took me into the wilderness, the PvP area, so I could watch him PK, which I learned stood for player kill. It was mostly uneventful. We spent more time looking for a fight than fighting. And 9 times out of 10, the losing player, usually not King, would just teleport away. Still, the wilderness felt like this untapped realm of possibility to me, dangerous, unexplored, and I loved every second of it. The hardest part of those days was dinner. My mom would ask, "So, what did you do today?" What did I do? I slayed goblins. I went on quests. I explored uncharted territories, but I didn't say any of that. "Oh, not much," I'd reply. "Very boring day." It didn't feel good, but the idea of being told I couldn't play RuneScape anymore felt worse. By Saturday, the rain had cleared up, and while I was itching for another RuneScape session, that wasn't going to happen while my parents were home. So after we'd done our family things, I asked my mom if I could go out on my bike. It felt weird even asking. During the week, I'd just go, but it seemed like the thing to do. "Just be careful," she said. Inwardly, I rolled my eyes. Outwardly, I gave a firm nod. "You got it," I ran to the garage and grabbed my bike. No way was I risking the Nirvana shirt, now hidden under my box spring. I was gone. Through the sump, into the woods, to the rock. I placed my bike down gently, hoping maybe Alex hadn't heard me come up the path. I snuck around to the back of the rock. No Alex. Disappointment hit first, then resentment. How could she not be here? That's selfish. I laughed at myself and shook the resentment away. Another emotion crept in. Concern. Was everything okay? I'd never come on a Saturday before. Maybe she did other things. I hoped she did. Sitting alone in the woods every day would get boring fast. While I had RuneScape and King to keep me company during the rain, I wondered what her week had looked like. Without Alex, the woods just didn't feel the same. I didn't want to run into the BMX kids, especially while my parents were home. Explaining that would be complicated. So I rode around the neighborhood streets for a while, trying to avoid the earthworms that had met their untimely demise, fleeing the floods, tiny noetic disasters in their little earthen worlds. But that got boring too. I pedaled home. I practiced viola for the first time in days, even tried to chip away at Virgil. May as well do something while there was nothing else to do. Even my hour of TV felt boring. Monday came, and I was excited to get back to my life. The weather was beautiful, the chore list was short, and while I didn't have the rain to blame anymore, I couldn't resist hopping back onto RuneScape. Just for a little while. I told myself I'd still make it out to the rock in good time. Sure, I'd be skipping practice and reading again, but I was already eager to do that. There must be some kind of time warp that activates when you log on to that game, but if anything could pull me away from pixelated adventure, it was Alex. Both realities offered me a kind of freedom I couldn't have imagined just weeks ago, but nothing beat the freedom at the rock. Before logging off, I messaged King to see if he'd be coming out today. Not likely, he replied. So no. Oh, I sent one last message. Don't tell Alex I've been playing RuneScape. Your secret is safe with me, he replied. I logged off, cleared the browser history, shut down the desktop, then threw on the Nirvana shirt, grabbed my bike, and peeled out of the driveway. I was at the rock in no time, and Alex was there. But something was off. She gave me a nod and a hello, passed me a tall can of Arizona iced tea. But she never really looked at me. Her eyes stayed fixed straight ahead. I cracked open the can and took a sip, hoping that if I just acted normal, things would become clear. What's going on? I asked, as casually as I could manage. Not much, she replied, a little stiffer than usual. You must have been bored, a week without me. How did you handle it? It was rough, I said, a lie. I'd had a blast in RuneScape, but there was no way I was telling her that. How about you? I asked. Did you manage the rain all right? You didn't come out here, did you? No, but it was tempting. Something was still off in her tone. Maybe she was mad at me. For a second I thought, what if she somehow knows about RuneScape? No, that's impossible. You all right? I asked. The question startled her. She jumped slightly. I'm fine, she snapped. I didn't raise an eyebrow, but since she wasn't looking at me, I don't think she would have seen it anyway. So I stood and walked around until I was facing her. At first, she turned her head to hide the side of her face, but with a sigh, she finally looked at me full on. And I saw it. Poorly hidden beneath blotchy makeup, the fading remains of a black eye. She traced the rim of her can with a finger, but didn't drink. What happened? I asked. She sat in silence, just looking at me. She looked like she was searching for something clever to say, but nothing came. It was my mom's boyfriend, she finally said. I screwed up my face in confusion. Your mom's boyfriend gave you a black eye? Is that so hard for you to believe? She spat. He's a dick. You should tell someone. The words felt wrong leaving my mouth. She glared at me like I'd said the stupidest thing in the world. Yeah, great. Let me just tell someone. That'll fix everything. She shook her head. I have to live in that house, you know, and when I can't leave and come here, the best I can do is not be noticed. Alex, I'm sorry. The last thing I want is for you to pity me. Well, if there's anything I can do to help, you're doing just fine. She gave me a tired smile. My heart broke for her, but the best thing I could do now was change the subject. So, anything else exciting happen while we were apart? I winced, hoping the joke would land. She laughed. You're a jerk, but no. Getting punched in the face was the most exciting thing that happened. I got some new music, though. Oh, cool. Yeah, I had King burn me a couple CDs. I'll bring them next time. The rest of the day was uneventful. We walked into town, grabbed some free food at 7-Eleven, and hung out by the outdoor play place at McDonald's until the manager kicked us out. It was a good day. That night, I heard about the 4th of July party my parents were planning. Apparently, it was going to be big. They invited neighbors, church folks, and their co-workers. The party was over 2 weeks away. If I could get Alex there, it would be a great way to introduce her to the family, for the 4th. And I was right about the chores. The next day, the list was obscenely long and filled with things I wasn't even sure I could do. The most confusing of all was this one: get the pool ready. Our house did indeed have a large above-ground pool in the backyard. The fact that it was nearly July and we hadn't opened it yet told you everything you needed to know about how much our family cared about swimming. But with guests coming for the 4th, if you have a pool, it's probably rude not to offer it. What did I know about setting up a pool? I trudged downstairs, passing the computer, where I would have been, if not for this list. I pushed open the sliding glass door and locked eyes with my adversary, a cylindrical monstrosity with a big blue tarp bulging at the center, full of who knows what. You're supposed to do this in the spring, I muttered. As I peeled the cover back, I found out why. A waft of something awful shot out of the cavern I'd just opened. I couldn't even see the water, but I knew what color it would be. Pushing through the stench, I loosed each of the straps holding the tarp down. And then, like a magician's grand reveal, I pulled it off, half expecting it to be dramatic. But there was no mystery, just murky water. A giant pool float in the center stared back at me like some ironic prize. I stepped to the edge, peered over the white rim. To my horror, the pool was teeming with life. Water bugs of all shapes and sizes writhed in the depths. And, was that a fish? I leaned in. No, not a fish. A tadpole. Not great, I whispered. This wasn't just a chore, it was an ecosystem, and I was about to unleash Armageddon on it. But how? There didn't seem to be any feasible way to turn this green disaster into a clean, welcoming space for 4th of July celebrants. I considered draining it completely, but when I looked at the liner, I realized something. The water was probably what was keeping the whole thing standing. How much could I take out without risking a collapse? So I trudged over to the small plastic shed that housed all the pool supplies and took stock of my arsenal. There were some chemicals stacked up on one side, scattered between deflated pool toys and foam noodles. On the other side, collapsed aluminum poles, nets, hoses, and a vacuum head. I picked up each chemical bottle, trying to read the faded or scratched-off labels. One small bottle was labeled shock. I thought, well, if any pool needs a shock, it's this one. The bottle was mostly empty, but I poured the rest into the water. If this stuff worked, it'd shock me more than the pool. Next, I assembled the aluminum rods, attached the net, and skimmed what I could off the top. But the bottom of the pool? A total abyss. There could have been a crocodile down there for all I knew. The green, ashy water hid the full magnitude of the task. I turned to the pump. It was unplugged. Fortunately, the outlet was nearby. I plugged it in. It buzzed to life, though it didn't seem like anything was passing through. I noticed a small lever on the side. With a few pumps, water began gushing beneath the translucent cap. I didn't have the courage to check the filter. Let's assume it was doing its job. I slung a hose over the side of the pool and turned on the water. With that, I ran out of ideas. I'd done everything I could think of. I headed back inside, feeling somewhat accomplished, passing the computer on the way. Well, a couple minutes wouldn't hurt. I logged onto my RuneScape account, and it felt like a physical weight had lifted. A sigh escaped as I settled into my task. Last time I'd played, I'd earned enough runes to level my magic up to 40. Now I just had to grind it out. I worked my way down the tunnels underneath Edgeville, hid behind a large rock, and blasted away at hill giants, each fell beast bringing me closer to my goal. As was customary with RuneScape, I ended up playing far longer than I intended. Eventually, I peeled myself away, ran upstairs, took a look at the rest of the list, and got back to work. Weeding the mulch beds out front was the only other real task. Luckily, the beds weren't huge. I found a pair of old leather gloves in the garage, and I attacked the beds with all the spirit I could muster. Beds, weeded, laundry, done, dishes, washed. Eventually, I reached the end of the list. It was past noon. I grabbed a granola bar and rushed out the door, hoping maybe we could get something from 7-Eleven later. As I crested the hill toward the rock, I called out before I even saw her. "Finally," she moaned, popping her head over the rock. "You're killing me, Nate. I was this close to reading a book. I was so bored." "Yeah, well, my parents are throwing this 4th of July party," I said. "Apparently, I'm the one getting the place ready." "Ooh, fancy," she said. "I'm sure it'll be a rager." I shrugged. "You should come." I tried to sound casual, like I hadn't been thinking about inviting her all day. I think I pulled it off. She reacted exactly like I expected. "Nah, not my thing." I let it go. For now. "So," she asked, munching on a handful of Skittles, "what did the slave drivers have you do today?" "Beyond the usual, had to weed the beds and open up the pool." "Pool?" Her eyes widened. "Yeah, the house has a pool." "It's the middle of June and you haven't opened it yet?" "No one in my family really cares about swimming. Plus," I added, "with my skills, it'd be a miracle if anyone swims in it this season." "How hard could it be?" she said. "Just throw in some chemicals and let the pump do the work." "How do you know?" "I don't," she said with a smirk. "Just sounded good?" "Well, that's pretty much what I did. That and add some..." Then I froze. The word water caught in my mouth. I remembered the hose, still running, full blast, into the pool. "What?" Alex asked, sensing my dread. "The hose!" I shouted. "I gotta go. I'll be back." "You're not leaving me again," she groaned. "I've probably flooded the whole backyard." "Fine," she said, waving me off. "Go quick, and come back." Without another word, I hopped on my bike, sped home, ditched it in the driveway, and sprinted to the backyard. Water was cascading over the liner's edge, creating a swamp around the pool. I turned off the hose, then circled the pool to assess the damage. "It's not so bad," I muttered, squishing through the ground in soaked sneakers. "Maybe it'll dry before my parents get home." The water actually looked clearer. Small win. With one wet shoe, I plodded back to my bike and returned to the rock. "So, did you flood your house?" Alex asked. "No, not quite that bad, but we'll see what my parents think." "Hey, Nate," said Alex. "I had an idea while you were gone." I waited for her to continue, but she just stared out ahead. "Well, what's the idea?" She looked at me. "You don't like doing all that slave labor, and I don't like sitting here all morning by myself. So what if I came and helped you out?" So many thoughts ran through my head at once. First, Alex, at my house. Second, help with chores. Third, my parents will never approve. Fourth, one I'm ashamed to admit, there goes morning RuneScape. But despite everything, I agreed. We resolved to meet at the rock tomorrow at 9, which was the earliest she could drag herself out of bed. From there, I'd walk her back to my house. Because of the hose fiasco, our time together that day was cut short, and it felt like just as quickly as I'd arrived, I was pedaling back to the house to preheat the oven. And maybe, just maybe, squeeze in a half hour of RuneScape. Teamwork. The next morning came, and I was glad I had agreed to let Alex help me with the chores. The list was even longer than the day before and included the task: keep working on the pool. My dad never mentioned the swamp I had created in the backyard. Maybe he never saw it, or maybe he was just as new to this pool thing as I was, and thought that was part of the process. Either way, I'd have to figure out the next step in getting the pool ready. But not yet. I sat down to eat breakfast with more than enough time to spare before meeting Alex at the Rock at 9. For a second, I even thought, if I ride my bike to the Rock, I could buy myself a few minutes of RuneScape. But I decided to walk and headed out after breakfast. The walk was actually pretty nice. I noticed things I hadn't seen while riding my bike, the way the trees bent over the street, the flowers in front yards, the smell of freshly cut grass. Birds sang as they flitted from tree to tree overhead. There weren't many people about. There was an old lady on her porch watering flowers, and a man a few houses down washing his car. I waved at them, out of instinct or habit. They both waved back, though I had the sense that waving to strangers wasn't quite the custom on Long Island the way it had been back home. I slipped through the sump gate and followed the trails toward the Rock. They took a lot longer without my bike, but I still got there in good time. And to my surprise, I did not beat Alex. She was already there, sitting atop the Rock in mid-yawn and stretch as I crested the hill. Her hair was a mess, and she was wearing the same clothes I'd seen her in the day before, but she was awake and ready to help. I was flattered. "Good morning," she muttered, running her fingers through her hair. "You picked a bad day to offer to help." She shrugged, hopped off the Rock, and picked up her stereo, which had been lying on the ground. "Why'd you bring that?" I asked. "Well, I said I was going to show you some music. I can't really do that without my stereo. And there's no way I'm leaving it here after what happened to your bike." It seemed like a lot to carry, but her dedication was impressive. As she struggled to haul the thing up the steep edge of the sump, I stepped in and carried it for her. I certainly wasn't used to being the strong one in a relationship. We entered the neighborhood through the sump gate, and Alex looked around at the houses in a state somewhere between amazement and scorn. They weren't mansions, but they were bigger and nicer than the houses we'd seen near the trails. I decided not to comment on it, and we walked up Highwood Road until we reached my house. I stood at the edge of the driveway and, with a bit of a flourish, exclaimed, "Here we are, the den of chores." I watched her face for that hint of disdain I'd noticed earlier, but to my relief, she gave a genuine smile. "It's a nice place," she said, looking around. "Let me guess, the lawn's on the list?" My eyes drifted across the shaggy grass. I nodded in defeat. "Let me show you around first," I said, leading her to the front door. We stepped inside, and I took her up to my room, mostly to show how plain it really was. "Wow, nice lamp," she said dramatically. "Well, if you think that's cool." I flipped the switch on the wall, turning on the overhead light. We both laughed. We left the room right after. On the way out, we passed the kitchen table. "Is that the list?" she asked, pointing to the piece of paper. "That's the list," I confirmed. "Let's not worry about it just yet. I'll show you downstairs." I led her to the lower level, where the only interesting things in the house were the family computer, which I hoped she wouldn't draw attention to, some mismatched furniture, and my viola stuff sitting in the corner collecting dust. "And that's pretty much it," I said. But her eyes were fixed on the small black case. "Play me something," she said. I hesitated. "All right." I stepped over, turned the case on its side, and opened it. As I picked up the viola, I realized it had been the longest I'd gone without playing in years. A week, maybe more. It almost felt foreign in my hands. I brought it to my shoulder, readied the bow. "What do you want me to play?" I asked, meeting her eyes. "Oh, I don't know. Let me just think through all my favorite viola songs." "All right, this is what I'm working on. It's not going to be perfect. Just play." I began the Vieux Tom Capriccio. The opening was slow and mournful, and while I was rusty, I had played that section so often it still sounded all right. But as the arpeggios got faster and more complicated, my mistakes became more obvious. Eventually, I lowered the viola, half embarrassed to have played at all. I glanced at Alex. Her face reminded me of my own the first time I'd heard Chop Suey. "Why'd you stop?" she asked. "That's all I really know." "It was good. When you learn the rest, I want to hear it." I gave a small nod and returned the viola to its case. "I guess it's time," I said, leading her back upstairs to face the list. Standing before it, Alex's first words were, "Your mom has nice handwriting." "Sure, I guess," I said, not wanting to be distracted from the content by the form. "Looks like the two big ones are the pool and the lawn," she said. "And judging from the struggle you had last time you mowed, I think I'll do the pool." That was fine with me. "Alex, do you know what you're doing?" "No, I don't, but I'll figure it out." "All right." We walked down to the back door, and each took our post. I pointed her to the pool shed and went to grab the mower from the other one. It didn't start right away, no surprise there, but the pulls indicated signs of life. Still, Alex shouted over as she peered into the supply shed, "Good luck." I gave her a wave as I panted, trying to catch my breath after a few failed pulls. She stood just outside the shed, staring in, then glancing at the pool. The water still sat high, right to the edge of the liner. Eventually, I got the mower going. When I looked back, she had assembled the aluminum pole and attached the vacuum hose. But she was clearly struggling with the next step. I started with the part of the lawn closest to her, in case I could help. After a few passes, she threw her hands up and hailed me over. Reluctantly, I shut the mower off. "How do I use this thing?" she said. "I think you need to create a siphon." "A what?" "Fill the hose with water," I said. "Just throw it in there." She dunked the hose in the water. It floated, bubbled, gargled. We pushed it down, getting the air out. "Okay, now pull it out, but try not to let any water fall out." She held it over her head to keep the water in. "Now let the end drop." She did, and to my delight, a steady stream poured out, gunk, debris, and all. So I mowed, and she vacuumed. Half the time when I passed her, we made eye contact. She waved, made faces, smiled. There was something about it. This working together. It felt good. It felt normal. I wanted more of it. I finished the lawn, stowed the mower, and walked over to the pool. She was sitting cross-legged on the deck, half-heartedly skimming leaves and flecks of scum from the surface. I peered in, and to my surprise, the water looked clean. "Wow," I said. "I know," she replied, flicking hair over her shoulder. "I did a good job. No need to thank me." I was going to thank her, but I decided not to, just to spite that comment. "All right," she said, hopping to her feet. "What's next?" I checked the list inside. The rest was easy. Laundry, vacuuming, putting away the dishes. We knocked it out fast, and then returned to the table to cross the last item off. "All right, Alex, ready to go? How about some lunch first?" "Fine with me, we've got cold cuts. Or you can check the freezer." She went straight to the freezer, rummaged a second, and pulled out a box. "Hot Pockets, jackpot. Can I have one?" "Sure, make 2. I'll have one too." She grabbed a plate, knowing where they were from unloading the dishwasher earlier, and popped them into the microwave. I poured lemonade for both of us. We sat at the big oak table to eat. Alex didn't look like she belonged in my house. The smell of cigarette smoke from her clothes was out of place in every corner of it. But somehow, the house felt more complete with her there. We finished eating. She grabbed her stereo, and we headed out. I walked my bike just to get back a little quicker, giving us more time at the rock. Everything was fine, until we got to the woods. At the bottom of the small hill on the trail, we saw them. The BMX kids. The same ones who had caused us trouble before. They were gathered at the top of the hill, rummaging through their bags. We stepped to the side, far enough to avoid contact, as they would inevitably zoom past. But neither of us moved closer. We weren't taking chances. Finally, they moved. The first one passed, whipping something over my shoulder. A white blur. The second hit square on Alex's chest. Yellow slime exploded on her shirt. An egg. She shrieked. Another crash. The stereo dropped to the ground. A third egg whizzed past, hitting a nearby tree. They were gone. Alex let out a torrent of profanity, wiping the egg from her black gin blossom shirt, then scrubbing her sticky hands on the leafy ground. "You okay?" I asked cautiously. Despite the wet spot on her shirt, she looked physically fine. But her answer, laced with more swearing, was, "No, I'm not all right. I'm pissed." And I'm going to do something about those jerks. This is not going to happen again." As her tirade simmered down, she turned to the stereo. It had landed hard. Batteries were scattered. "If this thing is broken, I swear." She slammed the batteries in and turned it on. At first, it worked. Then, cutouts, static, silence, sound in broken bursts. Something had definitely broken inside. And then Alex began to cry. Not subtly, not quietly. She didn't hide it. She wasn't embarrassed that I saw. She looked at me, tears streaking her cheeks. "This is hell," she whispered. "Can't I just have one thing?" My heart ached. I reached out and took her hand, pulled her to her feet, and wrapped my arms around her. She tucked her face into my shoulder, her head bobbing with each heave of her chest as she collected herself. I didn't speak. She pulled away, mascara smudged, and sighed. "Let's go," she said, leaving the stereo behind. It sat there in the woods, a monument of everything we'd shared. I passed it every day on my way to the rock, and I never failed to give it a solemn nod. King's Domain. Even in the wake of the stereo incident, Alex and I, like faithful churchgoers, returned to our place of peace and rest. Though surrounded by the chaotic forces of the world, and more immediately, by jerks on BMX bikes, the rock remained our haven. And as far as that went, the bikers never made their way there while we were around. We talked a little that day, mostly about how upset Alex still was, and all the things she wished she could do to get revenge. I talked her down from a few pretty extravagant ideas, but the truth was, we were kind of bored. We didn't want to go for a walk, fearing another unfortunate encounter, and there wasn't enough time to head into town. At home, my dad was very impressed with the state of the pool. "You're gonna have to teach me how to do it next year," he said. "Or maybe we'll just have you do it every year." I assured him I had no idea what I was doing. I didn't tell him it wasn't even me who did most of the work. I added, "Who knows if it's even safe to use? Maybe the first person who gets in will have their skin burned off." Dad laughed. "I'll test the chemical levels. That's something I know how to do." That night, as I lay in bed, something was bothering me. Alex had always been cagey about her home life. What she had shared wasn't pretty. I'd always tried to make our time together a place where she didn't have to think about those things. And because of that, I never really thought about them either. But after the stereo, after seeing her cry over something that probably would have been in the garbage at my house 5 years ago, I just wanted the full picture. I wanted to understand, and I was afraid I wouldn't be able to just by talking to Alex. The next morning, I had more time. Since she'd already been to my house, I didn't need to meet her at the rock. She planned to walk all the way and arrive sometime before 9:30. With that in mind, I ate breakfast and booted up the computer. It had been far too long. I was excited to grind away at my skills, sure. But I had other plans too. I opened up my friends list. King wasn't online. I'd forgotten about his habit of staying up too late and sleeping in too long. I wanted to talk to him. In the meantime, I got to work. You'd think something like this would be boring. Wait for Hill Giant to spawn. Attack Hill Giant. Run behind a rock. Wait for Hill Giant to die. Pick up loot. Repeat. Hundreds of times. But time flew faster than it would have at an amusement park. Right around 9 o'clock, the message popped up. "The Black King is online." I messaged him immediately. "Hey King, I've got a question for you." His reply came quick. "How much do you need?" "No, it's not about RuneScape. But if you're offering..." "Okay, what's up?" "I'm just curious about Alex. There's like a whole side of her I don't know." "You like her?" I nearly got killed by a hill giant reading those words. I hadn't really thought about it, not directly. My attention had been on finding a way to introduce her to my parents, just as a friend. Anything beyond that felt unattainable. Maybe. I don't know. But still, is her home life really that bad? "Why don't I just show you?" he replied. "Come to my place. Anytime. I'm always home. I live in the Strathmore Heights development off Smith Road, unit number 33. "All right, will do. Thanks, King." I logged off shortly after. Alex knocked on the door around 9:30, right on schedule. I let her in, and we checked the list. More weeding, trimming the bushes out front, and power washing the deck. I showed Alex to the shed where all the gardening tools were. She got to work on the weeding and bushes. The power washer was tucked between two boxes in the garage, dusty and tangled in its power cord. I didn't love the idea of mixing water and electricity, but I dragged it out to the deck and plugged it in. I was soaked before it even turned on. Water sprayed from every hose connection, even when tightened as much as possible. Eventually, it ran well enough to use. I didn't really know what a successful power washing looked like, but if greenish-brown turned to any other shade of brown, I figured I was on the right track. The power washer bogged down every few seconds. Progress was painfully slow. But I told myself, at least I'm not weeding. Thank you, Alex. We finished the chores, had lunch, and were about to leave when Alex stopped me. Hey, she said, why don't you bring that book? Paradise Lost? I asked. Yeah, it wasn't bad. I grabbed my copy and we headed to the rock. We sat down. Sunlight streamed through the opening in the trees, and the cool surface of the rock pressed against our backs. I began to read. We covered Satan's escape from hell, his deceitful entry into earth, and God's preemptive plan for man's fall. I don't get it, Alex said. If God knew all this was going to happen, and that his son would die because of it, why didn't he just stop it in the first place? I paused. I didn't have an answer. It would have made sense if he had just kept Satan in hell, or taken the tree out of the garden. It would have saved a whole lot of trouble. I don't know, I said. Maybe we'll learn later. She shrugged. I read a little more, stopping just before Adam and Eve made their appearance. You want to play a game? She asked, rummaging through her bag. She pulled out Uno, Phase 10, and a standard deck of cards. And that's how we spent the rest of the day, talking and playing cards in the dirt by the rock. That's how the rest of the week went. Alex arrived, we did the chores, we ate lunch, we hung out at the rock. Honestly, it was great. But when Saturday came, I decided to take King up on his offer. After our family grocery run, I told my parents I was going out on my bike. But instead of riding through the sump, I stayed on the road, past the high school, and up Smith Road. I'd passed the Strathmore Heights development countless times in the car, though Alex always found a reason to go around it when we walked into town together. I was nervous. It was definitely different from anywhere I'd ever been. And that's just from quick drives by. I pulled up to the entrance. Tall, wrought iron gates and fences cut the place off like a prison. 2 narrow streets marked the entrance and exit. Between them was a sign with faded, peeling paint. Strathmore Heights. The white buildings were lined up neatly, each divided into 4 units with tiny front porches and parking spaces. People were milling about, smoking, blasting music from car windows. I rode past an asphalt basketball court, where half a dozen teenagers were deep into a game, all shirtless, long shorts well below their knees. I tried to avoid everyone's eyes, but whenever I made accidental eye contact, I gave a small wave or nod. Surely, I looked as out of place as I felt. Finally, I found the unit with number 33 posted beside the door. I wheeled my bike onto the porch, took a deep breath, and knocked. An older black woman opened the door. White hair, warm smile. She looked surprised, but quickly asked, "You here to see Charles? You one of Charles's friends?" What was King's real name? I prayed it was Charles. I nodded politely. She stepped aside. Come in, dear. The inside was exactly what I expected. Framed pictures, lace doilies, faded furniture. The kitchen counters were stacked with packaged snacks and ready-made boxes of potatoes and rice. Charles, she called, you have a friend here to see you. Send him back, Grandma, came a familiar voice. I let out a breath of relief. It was King. She pointed me down a short hallway. King's room was a mess. Wrappers and empty cans everywhere. The only furniture was his bed and the desk, where he sat at the computer. I'm surprised you came, he said, without looking away from the screen. You must really like Alex. Nah, man, I said, pulling up a chair. I really like you. You keep giving me all that RuneScape loot. He laughed and motioned me over. Yo, check this out. I just got ancient magic. He clicked on a group of monsters. Blocks of ice appeared around them. Massive damage, freezing them all in place. Multi-target attack, isn't that awesome? It was awesome, and I was jealous. I hoped maybe one day I'd be that strong. But cool as that is, I said, I'm here on business. King nodded. All right, 1 second. He finished the fight, logged out, and finally turned to face me. Listen, do you think we're poor? I was stunned. I didn't want to be rude. I stammered, I don't know. Nate, we're poor. It's okay. But if you think this is bad, come with me. He led me into the living room and pulled back the curtain. He pointed to the unit across the street, same as the others, except for the porch. A blonde woman in a long, baggy white t-shirt sat beside a shirtless man with a mullet. Cigarettes in hand, beer cans lined up on the railing. That's Alex's mom, King said, and the current boyfriend. That is where they'll sit, day in and day out, until it gets too cold, and then they'll do the same thing inside. I stared at the woman through the glass. Her face looked scrunched, contorted with age, or maybe with unhappiness. I searched for a resemblance between her and Alex, some hint of shared features, but I couldn't. It was like looking at two different creatures. So, if you think we're poor, King said, they're on a whole nother level. Add the alcohol and whatever else they're on into the mix. That's why Alex can't afford anything. Have you known her long? I asked, turning away from the depressing scene across the street. Yeah, we both grew up here. You might have noticed I don't exactly fit in around here either. We've been best friends for many years, though maybe you've taken my spot recently. He didn't say it out of jealousy or anger, just matter of fact. She wants you to come around, I said. I know that, he replied. But the grind calls. How else am I supposed to be your sugar daddy in RuneScape? No, King, I'm serious. You should come around more. King's expression dropped. Nate, I love Alex like a sister. I mean that. I'd do anything for her. But what she needs, it isn't going to come from me. She's got her own way of escaping, and I've got mine. I don't want her to expect me to show up every day because I'm not going to. So I've found it's just better to keep expectations low. He waited for me to reply, but I had no words. Honestly, Nate, when she comes to expect you there every day, and one day you don't show up, it's going to be worse. Worse for her. Worse for you. Just think about that. But I want to be there for her. A smile returned to King's face. Good, he said. I'll be able to play RuneScape in peace knowing you are. If you'll excuse me, he added, I've got a spellbook to try out. Will I see you on later? No, I replied. My parents are home. I won't be able to play. That's rough, he said. But hey, we all have our struggles, I guess. I shook my head, shook King's hand, and turned to leave. Oh, by the way, King said, Alex's birthday is July 2nd. Thanks for the heads up. When I got home, I went straight to my desk and opened the drawer where I kept my birthday money. Anytime I got a card with cash in it, I tucked it into an envelope. I was more of a saver than a spender, so I had a decent amount put away. I set $50 aside and returned the envelope to the drawer. My plan was ready. If everything went well, I'd be able to get Alex something for her birthday, and maybe, just maybe, convince her to come to the 4th of July party too. That Monday, Alex showed up at 9:30, just like she had the previous week. The chore list was mercifully short. The outside of the house was in great shape. There wasn't much left to do in preparation for the party. We went through our usual routine, finished up the list, and sat down to eat. I asked, as casually as I could manage, Hey, Alex, when's your birthday? The shock registered instantly on her face. It's actually tomorrow, she said. No way, I said, selling it as best I could. That's perfect, because I've been thinking, I want to get you a present. Alex looked at me, half amused, half confused. I really want to replace your boombox, I said, for both our sakes. A smile crept across her face. Nate, you don't have to. I want to, I interrupted. But here's the tricky part. I'd like to go get it today. What's tricky about that? She asked. Well, Walmart's pretty far, and if we want to be back before my parents get home, I think we need to leave soon. You want to walk there? She asked. Unless you have a bike I don't know about. I think that's the only option. Alex shrugged. All right, let's go. But if they're too expensive, I'm not going to let you buy one. I didn't know what too expensive meant to her, but if it was over $50, I couldn't buy it anyway. That was all I was bringing. At the bottom of the driveway, we turned left on Highwood, instead of our usual right. The road led to the next town, a little bigger and home to our local Walmart. The roads in that direction were wider and more trafficked, but Alex knew shortcuts, trails through the woods and paths between neighborhoods. Thanks to her, we made great time. I was excited. Getting Alex to agree to come was the hard part. She hated charity. But after seeing her house, her mom... Yeah, part of me pitied her. I just hoped she couldn't tell. Still, I think her desire to be able to play music again overrode her pride, and that worked to my benefit. We entered through the garden entrance. Hey, Alex said, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Meet you in electronics in a few. I caught her eye, and for a flash, noticed something was off. But she was already walking away before I thought to say something. I found the electronics section and was thrilled to see that boomboxes were surprisingly affordable. Even avoiding the very cheapest model, I was well within budget. I stood there, browsing specs, waiting for Alex to return. She found me in the electronics section and stood shoulder to shoulder with me as we looked through the options. You know you don't have to do this, Nate, she said. Ignoring that, I replied, So, which one do you want? Just the cheapest one, that's great. Well, the cheapest one doesn't take batteries. All right, then the cheapest one that does. As long as it plays my CDs, I'm happy. We grabbed the cheapest boombox that took batteries and headed to checkout. I handed the box and my $50 bill to the cashier. It was simple, but I'd never felt better about a purchase. I grabbed the change and handed the boombox to Alex. Thank you, Nate, she said. You're welcome. I was grinning ear to ear, but my revelry was short-lived. As we approached the door, a man stepped out of a smaller nearby room and shouted, Stop right there, you two! I froze. Alex froze for a second, then shouted, Run! She bolted for the door. The man lunged, but she slipped past him and dashed out. I just stood there, rooted in place, completely bewildered. What was happening? I fished through my pockets for the receipt. Excuse me, I tried to say, but the man wasn't listening. You, he barked, pointing at me. Come with me! Afraid and confused, I followed him into the office. He was a middle-aged man, mostly bald, with thick-rimmed glasses and a mustache. He wore a security uniform, complete with a name badge and a can of pepper spray clipped to his belt. He stormed over to a wall of monitors. What did you take? He demanded. I didn't take anything, I said, my voice shaking. I held up the receipt. Look, I paid for this. This isn't what you think. I'll check the tapes, he said. I was too busy watching your friend to see what you did. I didn't do anything. Neither did she. As those words left my mouth, I sent up a silent prayer that they were true. Well, she's not so sneaky. He tapped a few buttons on the screen. There, on the monitor, was Alex, in the makeup aisle, stuffing her pockets full of items. My heart sank. I really didn't know. I'm so sorry. I'll pay for it. Whatever it takes. I'll tell you what it takes, he said. First, you're going to tell me everything I need to know about your friend, so I can contact the police. Next, you'll allow me to search you to verify you haven't stolen anything. Then, if everything checks out, you'll be free to go. Mr. George's ultimatum. I sat there in silence for a moment, the mustached security guard glowering down at me, hands on his hips. So, let's start with a name, he said. I just looked at him. My mind was spinning, turning over all the options and possibilities, imagining what might come of this decision. But despite the fear, despite the knowledge that this might change everything, I slowly became sure of what I was going to do. I looked up at the man, tried to steady my voice, and said quietly, I'm not telling you. He scoffed. I thought you might say that, he replied, stepping over to the telephone. You know, this doesn't help your defense. I haven't done anything wrong, I replied. My palms were sweating. My skin felt as if it were being pricked with pins. Well then, we'll just let the police take it from here. He picked up the phone and pressed a single button. The voice on the other end was deep, but I could hear it clearly through the receiver. Yes, Larry? I've caught an accomplice to a thief, the guard said. He might have stolen something too. I still have to review the tapes. Don't call it in yet. I'll be right there, the voice said. Larry hung up the phone and crossed his arms, eyes darting between me and the door. I was relieved that the police might not be involved just yet, but still, no outcome here looked good. And when the door opened and I saw the man who stepped in, I would have preferred it had been the police. I would have preferred the SWAT team to walk through that door. My jaw dropped. It was Mr. George, my Sunday school teacher. He looked just as shocked as I did. He paused at the door before stepping in fully. Nathan Green, he said, if you aren't the last person I expected to see in this room. The shock was mutual. Larry didn't seem fazed. Lucius, this kid came in with a girl who stole a bunch of makeup. I still have to check the tapes to make sure he didn't take anything, but it's clear they were working together. He won't give me any information about who she is. Mr. George's eyes narrowed, staring into my soul. He stepped across the room and sat down at the desk across from me. Larry, he said, his voice soft but deep, like thunder far off. If you would, go down to the aisle and give me your best guess of the value of what was stolen. Larry left without another word. Mr. George turned to me. All right, Nathan, let's hear it. Tears were already welling in my eyes. Sir, I really didn't know, I began. I came here to buy my friend a boombox. I paid for it. Here, look. I held out the receipt with a trembling hand. I had no idea she stole anything. I swear. He nodded slowly. Very well, I believe you. Relief hit me in a wave, but it didn't last long. But that's not the only issue at hand, he continued. If I didn't know you or your parents, this would be easy. I'd send you out of this office and we'd be done. But I need to understand something more, particularly why you're spending time with someone who seems so comfortable stealing. It was a fair question, one I'd have to think more about myself, but I answered honestly. Sir, I didn't know she'd ever stolen anything. Not since I met her. Her name's Alex, and she's not well off, sir. Her stereo broke. Her birthday is tomorrow, and I wanted to help. My voice cracked at the end. Mr. George nodded thoughtfully. Do your parents know about this girl? Or that you're at Walmart in the middle of the day on a Monday? I've told them about her, but they haven't met her yet. I'm hoping to introduce them soon. And no, I didn't tell them I'd be here. Just then, Larry returned. Roughly $40 worth of inventory, sir. Thank you, Larry, Mr. George said, waving him off. He reached into his wallet and pulled out two $20 bills. I'll pay for the stolen goods. Tell Alex it's my gift to her. Happy birthday. But you can also tell her she is not welcome back in this store unless she has a conversation with me. Thank you, I said, astonished. As for you, he continued, you're going to tell your parents what happened here. I'll give you the chance to do it before I do, but don't wait too long. Sir, I can pay you back, I said. I can get the money. That's taken care of, Mr. George said firmly. I'm far more concerned about you. Promise me you'll talk to your parents, and I'll let you go. I promise, I said, swallowing hard. It's good to see you, Mr. Green, he said, ushering me from the office. Stay out of trouble. I will, sir. I felt hollow as I walked to the exit. The doors slid open, and the beautiful summer weather greeted me like it didn't know what had just happened. I felt like a man walking to the gallows. Which conversation would be worse, the one with my parents, or the one with Alex? And depending on how badly things went at home, I might not see Alex again. At least in that conversation, I'd have the moral high ground. Not that it mattered much. I was angry. Betrayed. Everything would have been fine if she hadn't messed it up. The walk home was a blur. I took the route I knew, uncertain I could retrace the shortcuts Alex had used to get to Walmart. All the way back, my mind spun with how these conversations might go, what to say, what I could possibly omit, how best to spin it. To anyone watching, especially anyone familiar with the kinds of trouble a high schooler might find, it wouldn't have seemed like a big deal. And maybe if I'd just been more open from the start, it wouldn't be a big deal. If I'd shared more about the friendships I was making, the music we were listening to, the chaos the BMXers were causing, maybe I'd have gotten a few lectures, some rules, maybe even a stern warning. But going from Nathan, who practices his viola and rides his bike around the neighborhood, to Nathan, taken into a back room at Walmart for suspected shoplifting, there's a lot of space between. Still, I resolved to tell the truth. Let the chips fall where they may. And then, a little voice in the back of my head whispered, "What about RuneScape?" "No," I told myself, "not yet." As I turned onto my street, I was pulled from my thoughts by a voice calling my name. "Nate!" I looked toward the patch of woods that separated our development from the main road. Sitting on a fallen tree was Alex. She was holding the boombox, still in its packaging. She beckoned me toward her. I approached slowly, unsure of what I would say. "Nate," she said, "why didn't you run?" Those were not the words I expected. I was hoping for something closer to an apology. "Are you serious?" I asked. "What?" she said, like she didn't understand the question. "What do you mean, what?" I was already shouting. Her eyes widened, surprised by my anger. "I wanted to do something nice for you, and you thought that was the moment to start stealing from Walmart? Then you just left me there to deal with everything by myself." "You didn't turn me in, did you?" she asked. "No, I didn't. I stood up for you. I said, no, there's no way she'd do something like that." Alex scoffed. "Guess you just don't know me well enough then." "If you need something," I said, trying to moderate my tone, "we can find a way." "No, we can't find a way, and I wouldn't want whatever way you'd find. I don't want handouts. I don't want your sympathy." "It's not sympathy." "You're right," she snapped. "It's pity." She laughed bitterly. "I'm pathetic, and you think buying me a stereo is going to make that go away? Just forget it." She shoved the boombox into my chest and started walking up the hill. "Alex, stop!" I called, chasing after her. But she didn't stop. I caught up to her, speed-walking beside her as we approached my house. "Alex, you're my friend. I don't pity you." She didn't respond. At the end of my driveway, she stopped, turned to me, grabbed my arms. "We're not the same," she said. "You live in your little homeschool world where everyone acts perfectly and everything works out perfectly. But it doesn't work that way in my world. It never works out." She stared at me. "Just let me go." I stared at her, confused, upset, still angry, but seeing all those emotions in her eyes too. I wanted to say the perfect thing, but all I could think of was, "I don't pity you." And then I turned away and walked inside. That night was terrible. My parents kept asking if something was wrong, until eventually I just told them I wasn't feeling well. I went to my room earlier than usual, turned off the lights, and convinced myself I was trying to sleep. But it would be a long time before that happened. Everything I'd built that summer was crashing down, built on lies, and now collapsing under them. I had to confess to my parents. There was no question about that. The only question was when. My stomach twisted into knots any time they were around. They'd get suspicious eventually. I wouldn't be able to hide behind fake illness forever. That said, I didn't have forever. Mr. George hadn't given me a deadline, but the clock was ticking. Tomorrow was Alex's birthday. I'd try to find her, maybe work everything out. Maybe I could still introduce her to my family at the 4th of July party, which was the day after. If that all went well, if they liked her, I could present the Walmart incident as a lapse in judgment. So, I'd do it on the night of the 4th, or the 5th, at the latest. It would hang over me until then. Nothing I could do about that. But first, I had to find Alex. Hopefully, the chores tomorrow would be light. I'd need time to look. Better than that, I thought, maybe she'd show up at my door at 9:30. Just like nothing happened. Maybe she'd even apologize. That would be ideal. I rested on that hopeful note, and sometime in the late hours, I finally drifted off to sleep. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Sleep stops the thinking, but waking up brings it all back. The reality of the night before came crashing in. I hopped out of bed and rushed to the kitchen table. There was a note, but at first glance, it didn't look like a list. I picked it up and read it. Nathan, I'm sorry that you're not feeling well. I hope that whatever it was has been fixed by a good night's sleep. If not, call me at work. I'll come home and take care of anything you might need. Otherwise, just relax today. You've worked so hard these past few weeks. I'm really proud of you. Love, Mom. No chores was a gift. The I'm proud of you hurt. Their perception of me, their responsible, honest son, would soon be shattered. All the positivity I'd built up in their minds, just gone, and it would only amplify the pain caused by the lies. I couldn't reasonably leave the house before 9:30 in case Alex did decide to come. I thought about logging into RuneScape. Maybe King would be on. Maybe she'd talk to him. But he wouldn't be on. Not this early. I wasn't in the headspace for viola practice. And I doubted I'd comprehend a single word of my Virgil reading. But Paradise Lost was still sitting on my desk. I'd read it before. I knew what would happen, but the way it had become our book made me want to open it again. Not as a reminder of her. It had only been one day. I didn't need any help remembering. But it felt like a book of secrets, like it might understand. For some reason, I got the idea that the answer to my problems was in there. I flipped through the pages, skimming through places I'd underlined, passages that had stood out to me the first time around. And for a moment, this doomed search for answers actually yielded something, if only a distraction. One highlight in particular stood out. The mind is its own place, and in itself can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven. Yeah, my mind was doing a good job of that. I wondered how it ends. I'd read Genesis before. They'd leave the garden. But on what terms? Something about their ending, Adam and Eve's, would give me either solace or despair. But I couldn't bring myself to turn to the last page. It didn't feel right yet. So I closed the book and looked up at the clock. Almost 9:30. I put on my shoes, walked to the front door, and sat on the porch, hoping I'd see Alex, her red hair, 90s band t-shirt, walking down the road toward me. I waited for 10 minutes, then 10 more, until whatever small hope I had left dissolved into resolution. No, I thought. You have to find her. She won't come to you. So I ran to the garage, grabbed my bike, and set off in search of my friend. I hurried to the rock. When I arrived, I dropped my bike and just stood there for a moment. This had been the place where everything started, where everything came together. My exciting summer life, even my RuneScape life, began here. And there had been so much life lived before I ever arrived. Before Alex arrived. The markings on the rock told the story of kids who came and went, who fought and cried and carved their names into stone, and were somewhere else now. My name was on that rock now. But as I sat in front of those three names, Alex, King, and Nathan, I wondered, was the girl who started it all still around? Or was she already gone? I walked slowly to the other side of the rock. For weeks now, Alex had been sitting there with a smile. But today, her spot was empty. No sign of her. I planned to move on, but before I did, I sat down in her spot. It was my spot too now. I closed my eyes and pretended, for just a second, that everything was normal. The summer air was still beautiful. The wind still rustled the leaves above. The sunshine still warmed my face through the branches. But I couldn't stay there. Everything was not normal. I had things to fix. I picked up my bike and walked it down the path, then hopped on and pedaled toward Smith Road. And that's when I saw something I'd never seen before in these woods. An adult. From a distance, he looked scraggly and rough, hauling a large canvas sack over his shoulder. Long hair, long beard. Maybe he was homeless. He turned and looked at me. Not vicious, not friendly either, just unsettling. Still better than the BMX kids. I pedaled hard and reached Smith Road, taking the back way through the neighborhood and into town. Next stop, 7-Eleven. I dropped my bike on the sidewalk, peered through the windows, and stepped inside. One of the clerks, Bima, I think, immediately recognized me. "Where's Alex?" he asked. "Well, there goes that plan." "I'm looking for her myself," I said. "You haven't seen her?" "Not today," he replied. I nodded, about to head for the door, when Bima called out, "Slurpee?" It felt rude to say no. "Sure," I said. "Thanks." I grabbed a Slurpee and walked back into the hot summer air. Only one place left to check. I'd saved it for last on purpose, because I really didn't want to go there. Alex's house. I pedaled with one hand on the handlebars, the other wrapped around the freezing cup, and made my way back to Smith Road. As I turned into Strathmore Heights, that same overbearing sense returned, like I didn't belong. I rode past the rows of identical white homes until I reached the one I'd seen before. Sure enough, there they were, Alex's mom, her mulleted boyfriend. Still sitting on the porch, still drinking, still smoking, like they hadn't moved since the last time I saw them. Fighting back my nerves, I pedaled up to the porch. They watched me with mild surprise as I stopped a few feet away. "Excuse me," I said, directing my words to Alex's mom. "Is Alex home?" A scowl spread across her face. Her voice was raspy, dry. "Is the sun out?" I looked up. "Yes, ma'am." "Well then, she ain't here. Who are you?" The words dripped with suspicion. "One of her friends," I said. The boyfriend spoke up. "Friend? Surprised she's got any." An unexpected boldness seized my tongue. "More than you have, I bet," I replied, nerves zinging through me. He stood, started shouting. "What did you say? Say that to my face, you little—" There's no need to repeat what he said, and I wasn't about to stick around. So, with my face blessedly unpunched, I turned and rode away, peeking over my shoulder in time to see him sit back down on the porch. I definitely felt a rush telling that guy off. I pedaled away, satisfied with that decision, though I hoped Alex wouldn't suffer for it later. Overall, though, the day was a failure. Defeated, I rode the long way home, by road, not through the woods. I hated the thought of Alex spending her birthday alone. But I guess I was spending her birthday alone too. My parents got home that evening, and I told them I was feeling much better. The guilt was still there, so was the fear. But I managed to function. The party wasn't fun. The morning of the 4th was beautiful, even as we began our work outside before the sun had really warmed the air. The atmosphere was inviting. I started to get a sense of how large this party was going to be when one of the first tasks my dad had for us was to go down to the church, pick up the van, and load it full of tables and chairs. We had to do this twice before we had enough. The property looked great, thanks to Alex's help over the past few weeks. Even the pool, which had resembled a swamp not long ago, was now crystal clear and ready for swimmers. We ran a few more errands, getting propane for the grill and shopping for last-minute grocery items. And then it was just a matter of arranging the tables and chairs, setting out bowls of chips, submerging cans of soda in coolers of ice, and waiting for people to arrive. The work helped. It distracted me from the impending conversation I'd be having with my parents. But, believe it or not, I would have been much more comfortable if I didn't have to confess at all. Slowly, guests began to trickle in. One of my parents would greet them, chat for a while, and then slip away to some task that needed doing. Some of the guests I recognized, mostly people from church, but many I didn't. I figured those were Dad's coworkers. There were a few church kids my age, more acquaintances than friends. Our church was too small for a youth group. We got along fine, but there wasn't much spark to the conversations. My heart sank when Mr. George and his family walked through the gate into the backyard. I should have assumed he'd be invited. I just hadn't thought of it. We locked eyes while I was sitting by the fire, eating a hamburger. With a small gesture, he beckoned me over. His family continued into the party while he waited by the gate. Nerves pulsed through me as I stood up, hamburger still in hand, and hurried over to meet him. His face was kind, disarmingly so, but his voice still carried that deep, commanding bass. I wanted to catch up with you before I spoke to your parents, he said quietly. Have you been able to tell them about what happened? Not yet, sir, I replied. I was planning on doing it tonight. He nodded. That sounds like a great idea. In fact, why don't you let me help you out a little bit? While I'm here, I don't mind telling your parents you didn't steal anything. I'll even tell them you were cooperative. He gave me a wink. Was I? I asked. Well, you were with me. I managed a shaky smile. How's that sound? He said. I'll call you over before my family leaves, and we'll work it all out. It sounded terrifying, but it also meant I wouldn't have a chance to back out. Good boy, said Mr. George, patting me on the shoulder with his massive hand. I'll come find you later. Well, that guaranteed I wouldn't be having a good time for the rest of the party. I returned to my seat by the fire and reluctantly finished my hamburger. The afternoon dragged on. The pool saw a lot of use, though I wasn't in the mood for swimming, or much of anything else. Dessert came out, another thing I wouldn't eat, but it served as a marker of time, a sign that this party was nearing its end. The sun was starting to dip, painting everything with a reddish hue. Then I heard my name. It came from the back of the house, between the porch and the gate. Mr. George was already standing there with my parents, one calm, cool, and in charge, the others clearly confused. He was a man of his word. He was making it happen. I took a deep breath. Though my stomach was churning, I walked toward the group. My parents smiled as I approached, but confusion was still etched across their faces. Mr. George says you had something you wanted to tell us? My mom said. Yes, I began. I had barely spoken when the gate opened behind us. I turned, and was devastated. There, standing at the threshold of my backyard, wearing, of all things, a dress, was Alex. Her hair was tied back. She caught my eye and waved, almost timidly. Her backpack was slung over one shoulder, her thumb moving in slow, repetitive circles along the strap. Whatever sentence I had been forming vanished into nonsense. Even Mr. George, who had been calm and composed all day, stood there with his mouth open. My parents, now thoroughly bewildered, turned and, with a mix of hospitality and confusion, beckoned her over. Nathan, is this a friend of yours? Asked my mom. I stammered. Yes, this is Alex. I told you about her a few times. Alex, repeated my mom, tapping her chin. I don't remember you mentioning an Alex. Is this that friend from the neighborhood you told us about? Yes, that's right. Nathan, what's wrong? Said my dad. I'm fine, Mr. George jumped in. Why don't we do this later? We can talk about everything. No, Lucius, it's okay, said my dad. Let's just get Alex situated. Alex's face, timid moments ago, began to change. Anger simmered beneath her calm exterior. You told your parents I was from your neighborhood? She asked. No? Well, I don't know, I might have. Did you tell them about how I've been coming to help you with chores for the last week? No, I didn't think to. Did you tell them who cleaned their pool? No. Okay, she sighed. I knew you were embarrassed of me. No, Alex, I'm not. Alex, no. Someone's been helping you with chores? My mom asked, bewildered. Everything was happening so fast I couldn't think straight. I wanted to explain why I was acting so weird, why we were all standing in the backyard, muttering like lunatics. Instead, I said something dumb. Mr. George is the manager at Walmart, I blurted. The words felt bizarre leaving my mouth. Well, said Mr. George, we don't have to worry about that right now. Oh, said Alex, cutting him off. Well, that makes things easy. She reached into her bag and pulled out the still-sealed makeup she had taken from Walmart. Here you are, she said. Mr. George took the items, dumbfounded. Then Alex reached into her bag again and pulled out a CD in a plastic wrapper. Nathan, this is for you. Her voice was calm, but her eyes were filled with tears. Thank you for the invite, she said. Then she turned and ran out of the backyard. I left my parents and Mr. George behind and took off after her. By the time I made it through the gate, she was already at the road. Alex! I shouted. But she didn't turn to look at me. She just swatted at the air in my direction and kept running. She was right to leave. But that didn't help the pain. Head hung low, I returned to the confused huddle, ready for things to get even worse. "What in the world just happened?" Dad muttered as I stood before them once more. My mom, shaking herself from her stupor, turned to Mr. George. "Lucius, if you could give us a little bit of time, I need to talk to Nathan." "Of course, we'll be going anyway." "Come on, Nathan," my dad said. The party was still going on around us, but our part was over. We went inside and sat in the living room. The silence hung in the air like smoke after an explosion. My dad was the first to speak. "Nathan, what was that?" My voice came out hollow, barely above a whisper. "That girl was Alex. She's my friend. I spent every day of the summer with her at the rock in the woods." As I kept talking, the words came more easily. I stopped worrying about framing things and instead felt a weight lift from my chest. "She showed me music, stuff I don't think you'd approve of. While we were out there, some teenagers smashed my bike. That was a lie. I didn't get into an accident. They also destroyed her stereo, so I took her to Walmart to buy a new one. While we were there, she stole some stuff. Mr. George caught her. She's also been helping me with my chores." My parents sat there dumbfounded. They were shaking their heads, eyebrows raised, processing. Then my dad asked, "So, you're telling us you made a friend, listened to some secular music, got into a scuffle with some kids, and were present when someone else stole something?" I nodded. They looked at each other. My mom was the first to smile. "That's what you're telling us?" "Yes," I said, confused by their reaction. Then they both broke out laughing. "Nathan," my dad said, collecting himself and placing a hand on my knee. "You're 15. You're going to live life. You're going to do things we disagree with." I was sure you wouldn't approve. "Well, you're probably right," he said. "There's a lot I wouldn't approve of, like being alone with a girl at the house. But that's why we talk about things. If you don't tell us, we don't get the chance to approve. Or not." "Honey," my mom chimed in, "as much as we have a reputation for sheltering you, remember, a lot of those sheltered hobbies, you chose them." We talked for a while longer. They shared stories about their own teen years, and I felt a fair bit better about the things I had kept secret. But even with how unexpectedly well that conversation went, I didn't feel resolved. Because the very thing I'd been trying to preserve this whole time, my relationship with Alex, was up in flames. We talked a bit longer, but soon I noticed the party was winding down. Mr. George had already left. Only a few stragglers remained by the fire. I stuck close to my dad as he said goodbye to guests and packed things up. I wasn't sure where things stood. Sure, they made light of my confession. But where did we go from here? And more importantly, Alex was gone. And she had every right to be. It was obvious I'd made her feel like I was embarrassed of her. And yeah, I was embarrassed, but not of her. I was embarrassed that I could mess it all up so badly. When the final guests left, our conversation started back up. "Well, Nathan," my dad began, "this news would have been a little more fun a few hours ago, but your mother and I have a surprise for you." I stared at them. "We're sending you back to TLC with your old youth group." "Oh, that was good news. I loved that camp." "When is it?" I asked. "We leave tomorrow." "No, I can't leave tomorrow," I said. "I have to find Alex. I have to fix all this." Pain flickered across my parents' faces. They'd seen how hurt Alex was. They knew. "Well," my dad said, "I get that. The best I can offer is to drive you to her place and see if she's there. But we leave early in the morning, so we'd have to do it tonight." It was all too much. I felt helpless, unsure of myself, and honestly, I wasn't ready to risk another run-in with her mom's boyfriend. "No," I said quietly, "I don't think that will work." Over the next hour, I caught my parents up on everything. About King, RuneScape, the chores, the woods. They listened attentively. We made some new rules. No more being alone with Alex in the house, though the backyard was okay. They trusted my discernment on music, and to my utter astonishment, they decided I could play RuneScape for 2 hours a day, as long as I completed my viola practice and summer reading. That night, after a long conversation, we all settled into our respective spaces. As I sat in my room, reflecting on the day, the CD that Alex had given me popped into my head. How hadn't I thought about it until then? It wasn't just the CD that I had the boombox too. The birthday gift she had returned to me had been sitting in my closet, still in its original packaging. I picked up the CD from my desk and slipped it out of the thin protective case. Scribbled in Sharpie across its face were 2 words: the gift. I wanted to listen, but it would hurt. The way Alex had shown up to the party, ready to make things right, to return what she stole, wearing a dress, no less. She had done everything she could, and I screwed it up. So whatever songs she had burned for me, whatever message she wanted to send, there was no reason to believe it was still for me anymore. Still, I took the boombox out of its packaging and plugged it into the wall. The volume was turned low. I placed the CD in the compartment and listened as the machine whirred to life. It started to play. It was a slow song, and compared to most of the music Alex had shared with me, it was fairly tame. I listened to the gravelly voice of the singer, attentive to every word. Leaning in, I stared at the metal grate of the speakers as if it would come to life and speak to me. And then the chorus came. "I'm so afraid of the gift you gave me. I don't belong here and I'm not well. I am ashamed of the life I'm living. Right on the wrong side of it all." Those words hit me like a ton of bricks. I started to choke up. The line, "I don't belong here and I'm not well," it felt painfully personal. I heard her voice in those words. And as heartbreaking as it was to imagine any of those lyrics being a reflection of how Alex felt, I couldn't stop listening. When the song ended, I sat in silence. I would do whatever it took to find her, to show her that she had nothing to be ashamed of. But why did I have to wait a week? I'm a teen leader. The next morning, we got up somewhere between 4 and 5 a.m. to pack and hit the road. There were 2 options when traveling through Manhattan. You could beat the rush hour traffic by getting across the bridges before 6, or wait until late morning when things settled down. I guess there was a third option, but it wasn't a good one. My parents were determined to beat the traffic, so we jumped into the car, made a quick stop for gas and bagels, and cruised down the Long Island Expressway, mercifully clear. We made it through New York and New Jersey with no problem. The Delaware Water Gap marked the threshold between New Jersey and Pennsylvania, and despite being a beautiful sight, it also marked something else: home. The mountains of Pennsylvania rose around us. I started recognizing towns, places from my old life. Soon, we reached the small college town in the mountains that hosted the Teen Leadership Conference. The campus was bursting with life. Most kids arrived in church vans or buses, but it was just me and my parents. Allegedly, I would be meeting up with my old youth group. Some counselors greeted us at the campus entrance and directed us to the dorm where I'd be staying. We were early. Most students hadn't arrived yet. After unpacking, we took a walk around the lake. Then, we went out to Friendly's for lunch. And after that, I was on my own. My parents left to visit friends before heading back to Long Island. I waited around the dorm until the evening festivities began. And during that time, I thought a lot about where I was. TLC had always been the highlight of my year. Now I was sitting there, wishing the week would hurry up and end. Eventually, my youth group arrived. It was nice seeing familiar faces, but things weren't the same. I wasn't the same. The week kicked off that evening with a big opening session in the auditorium. The stage was lit up, the band played loud worship music, and the speaker gave an energetic message. Afterward, we were all released to play games and eat on the quad. But by the time I got back to the dorm, all I wanted to do was sleep. The faster I could get through this week, the better. That night, lying in bed, I had an idea. Maybe I could reach out to King and ask him to give Alex a message. The only way I knew how was through RuneScape. I didn't have access to a computer, but maybe there was a public one somewhere? So in my free time, I started searching the campus. Eventually, I found some computers in the library, but as I wandered in, I was confronted by one of the library workers, who politely informed me I wasn't allowed to be there. Apologizing, I left. I rejoined my youth group for whatever event was next, but I wasn't ready to give up. I had my goal in sight. Now I just had to figure out a way to make it work. So I formulated a plan. It wasn't a good plan, nor was it likely to work. But after everyone was in the dorms at 10, I would sneak out and make my way to the library. I needed one of those computers. The first hurdle was obvious. While everyone was supposed to be getting ready for bed at 10, that wasn't what actually happened. People were still up in the common rooms, talking, eating, playing games. There was no way I could sneak out unnoticed. But then I realized people were going in and out all the time, getting stuff from vans, parking lots, running from one side of the building to the other in chaotic games. Maybe the chaos could work in my favor. So I just stood up and walked out the door. No one said anything. No one stopped me. I crossed the parking lot and climbed the large set of stairs to the main building where the library was. And that's when I felt exposed. The dorm area was still alive, but here, it was quiet. Too quiet. Off in the distance, I could see a security golf cart roaming around, probably looking for people exactly like me. The library was on the lower floor of a large brick building. I tried the front door first, and to my amazement, it opened. But my luck didn't last long. The second set of doors, inside the vestibule, was locked. So, I stepped back out and looked around. No one in sight. Though the library was technically on the first floor, it was a bit sunken, half the floor buried underground. That meant the windows were at waist height. One of them was open. It tilted in from the bottom, so the opening wasn't big. But I bent over and popped my head in. Yeah, I could fit. One more glance around to make sure I was alone, then I slipped through the window and landed inside the dark library with a soft pat of my sneakers on tile. The glow from a red exit sign lit the room faintly. The air smelled like old books and leather. I was in a side room. No computers here, but it gave me a moment to figure out my next move. I crept past a long wooden table and peeked out into the main library. Empty. To the left, rows and rows of books. To the right, computers, exactly where I needed to be. But they were out in the open. I hesitated. My chest was tight with nerves. Then I moved. I stepped out and walked quietly to the row of computers, picking the one furthest from the entrance and facing away from the center of the room. I pressed the power button. The blue glow of the monitor flooded the room. It was blinding in the dark space, like I'd just turned on a lighthouse. The computer took forever to boot up. Even mine at home was faster. I fidgeted nervously, the glowing screen acting like a beacon for anyone walking by. All I could think was, please, don't let me get caught trying to play RuneScape in the middle of a library. They'd probably think I was looking for porn or something, which would be more embarrassing. Finally, I got to the login screen. I used the guest credentials taped to the monitor and opened a browser. I typed in www.runescape.com. It wasn't blocked. The familiar torches on the loading screen flared to life. And then, I heard something. The front doors creaked open. Footsteps. Keys jingling. A flashlight beam swept across the floor. I turned off the monitor and ducked under the desk, heart pounding. Was I the intruder? Or was she? From the humming and footfalls, I could tell it was a female security guard. I stayed perfectly still as she made a full lap of the library. Closer, then away, then back again. And finally the front door shut. She was gone. I exhaled and turned the monitor back on. RuneScape had loaded. I logged in. King was online, of course. It was just past 11, prime RuneScape time for him. Vieux. Hey, have you seen Alex recently? The Black King. No, it's been almost a week. I let out a sigh. Maybe this was a waste of time after all. Vieux. If you see her, tell her I'm sorry. Tell her I'm at camp and I'll be back soon. I want to talk to her. The Black King. If I see her, I will. But I'm not going over there, that's for sure. I thanked him. He launched into a story about his recent RuneScape accomplishments, but I didn't have time for that. I logged out and shut the computer down. Sneaking out was easier than sneaking in. I walked to the door, unlocked it, and slipped outside. Same with the building's front door. Sure, someone might wonder later why both doors were unlocked, but that was someone else's problem. I headed back to the dorms. The chaos had mostly died down. No one questioned me as I walked inside and went straight to my room. I had no desire to join the others. I got ready for bed and lay down, knowing I wouldn't be able to sleep right away. The noise from the common areas would keep me up for at least another hour. But as I stared at the ceiling, I couldn't shake that chorus from my head. I'm so afraid of the gift you gave me. All I wanted was to be home. The next morning, with my RuneScape mission complete, and as far as I could tell, no one the wiser, I resigned myself to the rest of the week. I could mope around, and I would, at least a little. But I also tried to enjoy it. TLC in years past had been the highlight of my summer. Dorm freedom, minimal supervision, tons of free time. But somehow that freedom paled compared to what I had back home. One unexpected silver lining, though? The counselors. A bunch of college students who, for whatever reason, seemed genuinely interested in our lives. One night at dinner, I worked up the nerve to talk to mine. I told him everything. About Alex, the party, Walmart. He listened attentively. Then he spooned mashed potatoes onto his plate and said, "Well, a lot of this stuff feels really big now, but give it a few years, and it won't. You'll wonder why you let it take up so much of your thoughts." I nodded politely, and then decided I probably wouldn't open up again. The final night was the biggest one, the loudest music, the most emotional testimonies, people crying, committing their lives to God, talking about turning points and transformations. But me? Ready to leave. When my parents picked me up the next morning, the first thing they asked was, "So, how was it?" I didn't want to diminish the time or money they'd spent getting me here, so I said, "It was great." My dad raised an eyebrow. "You thought about Alex the whole time, didn't you?" "Yeah," I said. "I did." He smiled. So did I. Finding Alex. The drive home was worse than the drive out to Pennsylvania, all because of that steel monstrosity, the George Washington Bridge. We were backed up miles into New Jersey, breathing in the smog of traffic, staring at the same billboards as we crawled along, painfully slow. The Long Island Expressway wasn't much better. But finally, I stepped out of the car and onto the terra firma of Long Island with one goal in mind: find Alex. My dad stepped out beside me, turned, and said, "Go get her. Your bike's ready to go." With a nod to my dad, I ran to the garage, pulled the door open, and saw my Nirvana t-shirt drooped over the handlebars of my bike. I threw it on, gave him a wave, and sped out of the driveway and down the road. My first stop was the Rock. I said a silent prayer as I passed her old stereo. Just let her be there. I climbed the short ascent to the Rock, and even before I looked, I knew. Alex wasn't there. Still, I took a moment to examine the place. It felt empty, like the life it once held had gone somewhere else. I stepped to the far side and noticed something new. Alex had added to her name, scrawled in that same black chisel-tipped marker. Alex was here. My name and King's name remained untouched, but the gulf between Alex and me now felt wider than ever. Somehow, the fracture between us had even separated her from the Rock. That place which had been hers long before it had been mine. But despite the pain those words brought, my resolve only deepened. I was going to make this right, no matter what it took. I hopped on my bike and headed to 7-Eleven. Any option that kept me from going straight to her house was welcome. To my surprise and relief, Sunny told me she'd been there not long ago. I graciously declined a Slurpee and sped off, hoping I might catch her on the road. Zipping down the street, I scanned the distance for that flash of red hair. As I turned onto Smith Road and neared Strathmore Heights, I saw her. Excitement filled my chest, which immediately turned to nerves. Convincing her to talk to me was going to be harder than finding her. I pedaled up behind her, close enough to speak without shouting. "Hey," I said. She whipped her head around, but her expression dropped when she saw me. "I don't want to talk to you," she said, turning back around and walking. "Alex, please," I said, stepping off my bike to walk alongside her. She sighed and stopped, turning to face me. "Listen, Nate. Let's not do this. You're embarrassed of me, that's clear, and it's okay. We're different, different places, different lives. I'm okay with that. But what I'm not okay with is this. I'd rather just know where things stand and move on. Alex, I'm not embarrassed of you. Don't say that, she cut in, yelling now. We've been hanging out every day for over a month. I've been at your house. I helped you with chores. Your parents don't even know my name. I tried to explain, but she wasn't done, her face as red as her hair. I don't want to be your public school friend that you keep in secret when everything's just the way you want it. I don't want that, Nathan. Everything she said made sense. From the outside, anyone would have come to the same conclusion, but it wasn't the truth. I wasn't embarrassed of Alex. I was afraid that our differences would keep us apart. I had been wrong. My parents had proved me wrong. But how could I prove that to her? Please, just let me explain it. We'll sit down, we'll talk, we'll work it out. We were approaching the gate to Strathmore Heights. She passed through the wrought iron, and I followed. You know, I was ready to apologize when I came to your party, she said. I was ready to admit I was wrong. She paused. Her voice quieted. It's a good thing I did go, because that's where I learned what you really think of me. Not by what you said, but by what you didn't. She stared straight ahead. And even after that, Nathan, even after that, I sat at that rock day after day, waiting for you to come. And then I decided, I'm done waiting. Maybe I won't have a friend who sticks with me. Maybe that's just the way life's gonna be. I wanted to come to you, I said quickly. I thought about you every day for the past week. My parents sent me to camp. I didn't even know until it was too late. She paused again, like the information made her stumble for just a second. But then she started walking again. Nate, let's not waste our time, she said. Go home. Play your viola. Make other friends. It'll be better for both of us. I don't want that, I replied. I'm not going to do that. Well, you're not going to want to follow me much further, she said. I heard what you said to Gary. He's still pissed. You get any closer to my house and who knows what he might do. This was what I feared, where I saw all this going for a while. But I had made a promise to myself. I don't care, I said, tightening my grip on my handlebars. Suit yourself, she muttered, and kept walking. We walked the last stretch to her house in silence. We both knew what was coming. It was the test, the real one, and I was ready. Gary spotted us from the porch. He stood up and started shouting, "Little punk thinks he can come back around here." That was the gist of it. Alex turned to me. Her face was blank, emotionless. She raised her eyebrows. Are you going to run? I'm not leaving, I said. We walked forward. Gary hopped off the porch and stomped toward me, red-faced and slurring, cigarette in one hand. I stopped, but I didn't turn around. No, I was ready to prove it. I placed my bike on the ground and stood tall, waiting for whatever would come. Gary was on me in seconds. He grabbed my shoulders, breath thick with beer. He swore through his few remaining teeth, shaking me like a rag doll. Then I saw it. His right hand pulled back, curled into a fist. I forced my eyes closed, waiting for the blow. Hey, Gary! Alex shouted from behind him. I peeked one eye open to see Gary turn around with a scowl. Just so you know, she shouted, Nate's parents are rich, and they care about him. They'll probably sue you or something. I could see the gears turning in his head as his arm tensed, and then, why the hell would I care about that? He snapped. He spat on my shoe and shoved me backward. I stumbled over my bike, tripped, and hit the ground, catching myself with a skinned palm. Better not see you around here again, he barked. He stomped back to his chair on the porch and sat down. Alex walked over, her hand extended. She was smiling. She helped me up. Come on, Nate, she said. Let's talk. I know just the place. We walked to the rock, mostly in silence. Alex did take a moment to compliment how ballsy it was of me to risk getting punched in the face by her mom's boyfriend. Ballsy was one thing I had never been called before, but it felt good, almost as good as walking that same path up to the rock with Alex once more. We made our way up, and rather than walk around to the other side, Alex climbed up and sat right on top of the rock, her feet dangling over the edge. Maybe she was trying to keep me from reading the changes she had made to her name, but I climbed up too, sitting next to her, though not too close. Our relationship still hadn't been fully repaired, and I figured giving her a little space was the right move. "Well," she said, "you wanted to explain, so get explaining." I wasn't confident I would say the right words or even find the right place to start, but I tried. "You were right," I said, "that I acted," the word didn't quite come to me, "in a way that most people wouldn't. And I understand that not sharing a friendship, especially one that's been so all-consuming over these past few weeks, would feel like I'm embarrassed of you." I took a breath. But the reality is, I didn't want to lose you. When you grow up in homeschooling, youth group, church events, that's all you know. Anything outside of that world feels like a risk. I mean, think about the music you showed me. I swore if I told my parents I listened to System of a Down, they would forbid me from coming here ever again. Alex chuckled softly. So every little thing we did felt like one more possible reason for all of this to end. I know that sounds weird. It does, she said, smiling. The worst part is, I was completely wrong, I continued. I thought the music, the BMX kids, all the time we spent together, I thought my parents would disapprove of all of it, but they didn't. So it turns out, I was just an idiot, trying to protect what we had from a threat that never even existed. I paused, looking at her. I hope you can believe that I wasn't embarrassed of you, Alex. I was just afraid of losing you. Alex leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees. It is a weird world you live in, Nate, she said. And while I wouldn't want parents quite that strict, it's actually kind of cool that they care about what you're doing. Alex, I said, my voice low and sure, I'm really sorry. She sighed. I'm sorry too, Nate. I never even got to apologize for stealing that stuff at Walmart. I shouldn't have put you in that spot. I thought about asking Alex about the CD, the song she had given me, the lyrics that had been turning in my head all week. But somehow, it didn't feel like the right time. Hey, I said, my parents really want to meet you. Alex shook her head and laughed. I bet they do. You want to come over? I asked. She paused for a moment. All right, she said finally. I couldn't have asked for things to work out better. Despite my stupidity, despite how badly I had handled everything, somehow not only did I have Alex back, but now I had nothing to hide. My parents would love her. All things new. As we journeyed to the house, I could tell Alex was a little nervous. She was fidgeting with the hem of her shirt, looking generally uncomfortable. I decided not to mention it. Instead, I turned to her and said, "Thanks for coming." She smiled faintly, and we walked on. When we entered the front door, Mom rushed over like she had been expecting company. She had a big smile on her face and reacted more warmly than she would have if someone from church had shown up. "Oh, Alex, I'm so glad you came," she said. "I'm sorry we didn't get a chance to really meet you last week." Alex didn't seem to know how to reply. She stumbled over a couple of words, then just gave my mom an awkward smile and a nod. "You're just in time for cookies. The alarm's going to go off any minute." The smell of chocolate chip cookies finally registered in my nose. I shook my head. Had Mom expected me to have success in getting Alex here? "Come on in, sit down. Oh, don't worry about taking your shoes off, that's fine." We walked upstairs to the kitchen table, the one that normally had the dreaded list on it. Today, though, it was just set for eating like any normal day. It actually felt normal. "Can I get you anything to drink, Alex?" my mom asked, fully in hostess mode. "I'll take some water," Alex replied. Just then, the cookie timer went off. "Oh, gotta get those. Nathan, get Alex some water." I stood up to get the water, sitting back down just in time for warm cookies to be spatulaed onto my plate. Dad ambled up from downstairs, and with a hint of surprise, muttered mostly to himself, "Oh, Alex is here," as if this were just a normal thing that happened in our house. Everything screamed normalcy. Parents tacitly understood. Alex had made herself at home here weeks ago, but now everyone could acknowledge it. That night was everything I could have hoped for. We talked, we ate. Alex stayed for dinner. We played rummikub at the kitchen table after everything had been cleared off, a big bowl of popcorn between us. Somewhere during the game, Mom turned to Alex and said, "Tomorrow's supposed to be a beautiful day. Why don't you come over in the afternoon for some swimming?" Alex, who had been comfortable up to this point, suddenly got a look of hesitancy on her face. "Maybe," she stammered. "Oh, do you have something else going on?" "Don't feel obligated," Mom said quickly. "No, it's not that. It's just, well, I don't own a bathing suit," Alex said, staring down at the table. Mom looked thrilled to hear that, strangely enough. "Oh, that's perfect," she said. "I was hoping to find a way to repay you for all the chores you've done around the house." She shot me a sly scowl. "I'll take you to Walmart tomorrow after church, and we'll pick one out." Alex's hesitancy didn't fade. "Walmart?" she asked. "I'm not so sure." Mom interrupted warmly. "Oh, that's no problem. I'll talk to Lucius in the morning. Everything will be fine." Alex shrugged. "All right." "In fact," Mom added, "why don't you come to church with us tomorrow?" I chuckled under my breath. I didn't think there was any way Alex would say yes to that. "Sure," she replied almost immediately. I was good at being wrong about her. Wrong about everything, I guess. "Perfect," Mom said, smiling. "We'll pick you up around 10. We'll go to church, then Walmart, grab some lunch, and be back for a swim." The plan was set. We continued talking and playing games until well after the sun had gone down. When it was time to leave, Alex made for the door as if she was going to walk home. But my mom would have none of it. "Absolutely not. You are not walking home in the dark. Come on, I'll drive you." As much as I hated to see her go, and hated even more knowing where she was going to, it felt so good to see her smile as she waved goodbye from the front door. Mom was back in the driveway within 10 minutes, giving Dad just enough time to share how much he liked Alex, how glad he was that I'd patched things up, and of course, a gentle reminder that I was dumb not to have had her over much sooner. All fine with me. I didn't need anyone else to tell me how dumb I was. I could do that all by myself. But if I was dumb, that was all right, because I was also happy. And Alex was too. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The following morning, we got ready for church with an extra air of excitement. No one said anything in particular, but the expectation of Alex's presence had us all buzzing. Shortly before 10, we hopped in the car and made the drive to Alex's place. I had been wondering whether my mom would direct my dad to park somewhere discreet, or whether we'd pull right up to her door. To my discomfort, we pulled right up to her front door. Thankfully, neither her mom nor Gary were out on the porch yet. Alex emerged from her front door wearing the same dress she had worn to the 4th of July party. I hadn't gotten a good look at it then, but I took it all in now. It was very pretty, blue and floral, falling just past her knees. She gave a quick wave to the car as she approached and climbed into the back seat next to me. "Good morning, Alex. You look beautiful," Mom said. She blushed and murmured, "Thank you." I smiled, and she gave me a look, daring me to say something else, but I kept my mouth shut. When we got to church, Alex followed me through the building down to the Sunday school room. There were half a dozen students already there, and Mr. George at the front whiteboard sketching something for the day's lesson. When he noticed Alex, a brief shock crossed his face, quickly replaced with a warm smile. He approached and said, "I don't think we've formally met. My name is Mr. George." "Nice to meet you," Alex replied timidly, though, in her defense, even the adults at our church spoke a little timidly to Mr. George. "I'm Alex," she added. "Very good, Alex. We'll get started in a minute." The Sunday school lesson went fine. Alex didn't seem too bored, thankfully. After class was dismissed, Mr. George beckoned us over. "You two wait here for just one moment," he said as he stepped out of the room. In the silence, Alex and I looked at each other. "Do you know what he wants?" she whispered. "I don't," I replied. Soon Mr. George returned, a gray Walmart bag in his hand. "You gave these to me the other day," he said, handing the bag to Alex. "But they've already been paid for, and I don't think they'd look good on me," he added with a smile. Alex's face flushed. "Oh no, I can't. I'm sorry, I can't," she stammered. Mr. George placed a heavy hand on her shoulder and gave her that serious look no one dared argue with. "Alex, you've earned this." I couldn't help but agree. She had done the right thing in returning them, and the brave thing by showing up today at all. Alex tucked the bag under her arm, looked up at Mr. George, and whispered, "Thank you." "All right, now go to service," he said. We filed out into the auditorium. The service went well. Alex didn't know any of the songs, so she stood there a little awkwardly, but it was nice just having her next to me, like the extra person our family didn't know we needed. After the service and a bit of mingling, we returned to the car and headed straight to Walmart. Dad and I stayed in the car. Mom insisted that this was a girl thing and that we were not welcome. Once the door shut, Dad muttered, "This is going to take forever. Should have gotten lunch first." He flipped on the radio and spent the next 15 minutes scanning stations, never settling on anything for more than a few seconds. Eventually, Mom and Alex were back, Alex carrying a single Walmart bag, clearly containing a bathing suit, and Mom lugging 3 or 4 bags of who knows what. "He told you she wouldn't be able to go in there without buying half the store," Dad said. I don't actually think he had told me that today, but in his defense, he had said it dozens of times before. Mom rolled her eyes as we set off for lunch. After a quick stop at the pizza place, we were finally home. I ran to my room to change into my bathing suit, then headed outside to wait for Alex. If dress Alex was shocking, what was bathing suit Alex? She slipped through the back sliding door, wearing a green one-piece. I don't know if that's what she would have picked herself, or if my mom nudged her toward something modest, but either way, she looked uncomfortable. She crossed her arms over her chest like she was trying to hide herself, as she walked toward the pool with a half smile. Her tan lines were significant, but no worse than mine. I hadn't taken my shirt off once all summer. She stepped to the edge of the pool and opened her mouth to say something, but I didn't wait to hear it. I shoved her off the deck and into the pool. She went under, then emerged, unleashing some choice words at me, which I did my best to ignore as I cannonballed into the water next to her. The water was warm, but still refreshing under the hot July sun. We swam for hours that day, hopping out only to munch on snacks or sip lemonade my mom brought out, or to sit for a while on those crispy Adirondack chairs that left marks on your legs and back when you stood up. "Hey, Nate," Alex said during one of our swimming breaks. "Why don't you grab that boombox? We'll put some music on." Still dripping and tracking in more grass than my mom would have liked, I ran inside and grabbed the boombox from my closet. It was loud enough, though it wasn't exactly convenient to change songs from up on the deck. I turned it on, the CD still loaded inside, the CD Alex had given me. I was curious about how she would react. As the first song played, she looked awkward at first, staring intently at the warped, splintered deck at her feet. She bobbed her head slowly to the rhythm. When the first chorus ended, I risked a few words. "You're not afraid anymore, are you?" She looked up as if snapped out of a trance. "No," she muttered, locking eyes with me. Those words were sweeter to hear than anything I could have found in a song. As the gift drew to a close, there was a moment of silence. Then Alex said, "Well, I guess we gotta put on the radio." I hopped out of the pool and switched the boombox to radio mode. And just like that, Hollaback Girl by Gwen Stefani came blasting out, destroying any solemn moment that might have been brewing. "This song sucks," Alex laughed. "But it's pretty catchy," she added, mouthing the words, "It's my sh, it's my sh." It was one of the few pop songs even I knew. You couldn't go anywhere that summer without hearing it. The next 2 weeks were glorious. Alex and I spent most of the weekdays in my backyard, though my parents' rule of us not being in the house alone together still stood. She was welcome to use the place to change or do whatever else she needed while I stayed outside. And if anything, her not being allowed inside encouraged my mom to leave fewer chores for me. But even better than the weekdays were the weekends. Rather than our normal Saturday routines, my mom started planning fun stuff for us to do together. One Saturday, we went to the beach. The next, the local water park. Dad, having zero intention of getting wet, brought his book and camped out by the food court. Alex and I had the run of the place for the whole day. The lines were often long. We had a great time even in those, talking and joking and laughing. We went through the lazy river half a dozen times at least, and found my dad in the middle of the day long enough to have him buy us lunch. And a funnel cake. Then we were off again. Tucked away in the very back of the park was the legendary slide, Cliff Diver, known colloquially as the 80-foot drop. There wasn't much more to it than that. You climb story after story of wooden steps to get to the top of the slide. You lie down, put your hands over your chest, and drop. The whole thing lasts for a matter of seconds. "Come on," I said to Alex as we exited the wave pool. "Let's go do Cliff Diver." Something shifted on her face. "No, I don't want to do that one." "What?" I asked. "Why not?" "I'm not too fond of heights, or falling, or pretty much anything that is." I saw my opportunity. "Oh, you're coming with me," I said. A flicker of panic shot across her face, quickly masked by that steely anger I'd come to know. "No, I'm not." "Alex, since I've known you, you've taken joy in making me uncomfortable. From the new music, to making me pee in the woods, to making me chase you down and almost get beat up by your mom's boyfriend." I gave her a nudge, but she didn't seem impressed. "Let me return the favor. Just once?" "Nate, I'm not going up there," she said. "Come on, it'll be fun. Haven't I earned it?" She stared at me for a minute, shaking her head. "Fine," she spat, "but I'll be mad at you for the rest of the day." "No, you won't," I said as I started toward Cliff Diver. She followed, muttering something under her breath. When we got to the bottom of the stairs, she stopped. "Nate, I'm serious. I don't think I can do this." "It'll be fine," I replied. "You want me to hold your hand?" After another dirty look, we began ascending the steps. The actual line for Cliff Diver wasn't that long. It started partway up the tower, which was high enough that the entire park was in view, even the local shopping outlet nearby. But Alex wasn't looking out over the edge. Her eyes were fixed on her feet. She stood there, trembling ever so slightly. Her fear became more apparent as we rose higher, closer to the slide. At a certain point, I actually started to feel bad. "Listen, Alex, if you're really that afraid, I'm not gonna—" "No," she interrupted. "I'm not going to let you have this on me." "All right," I replied. The line moved quickly, and soon we were at the top. "I'll go first," she muttered, still only looking at the wooden decking beneath her feet. It was finally her turn. She let out a deep breath. Her shoulders rose and fell. She approached the churning water flowing down the beige slide. You could see only a small portion of the slide itself as it dropped right off into infinity. The lifeguard gave her the go-ahead. After a brief moment of stillness, she sat down, crossed her arms over her shoulders, and disappeared. I stepped up next, now wondering if maybe her threat of being mad at me for the rest of the day was more than just bluster. I shot down the slide, had my approximately 4 seconds of adrenaline, wiped the spray off my face, and looked around for Alex. She was standing near the exit, still shaking her head. "How'd you like it?" I asked. "I hated it. I'm never doing it again." I tried to read her face to determine her actual level of anger. I couldn't quite figure it out, but her next words were reassuring. "So, what do you want to do next?" Alex joined us for church on Sundays and spent the rest of the day lounging around by the pool. If you had asked me back in June what I wanted my summer to look like, I think the answer I would have given would have been less fun than the reality that was now unfolding before me. It struck me one Sunday. My dad was on the deck barbecuing, and Alex was popping in and out, setting the outdoor table for dinner. Why was it so important to me that she was happy? Of course, she was my friend. But it was something bigger than that. It was like this one girl's happiness represented something so much more to me, and I couldn't quite put my finger on it. I'm glad I savored every minute of it, because it was not going to last. Forebode. The following day, Alex and I had agreed to meet at the Rock. Though we'd been spending less time there recently, it was still our home away from home. We chatted for a while and decided we would go into town and hit up 7-Eleven. I hadn't even brought my bike. Whatever we were going to do, we would do it together. So we walked down from the Rock and onto the main path that led to Smith Road. But we heard it before we saw it. Someone was yelling. As we drew closer, the repeated word became apparent. Help! I looked at Alex. She gave me a shrug, and we ran in the direction of the cries. As we crested a low hill, the source became clear. It was one of the BMX kids lying on the ground, propped up on his elbow. His bike was about 10 feet behind him. Is this some sort of trick? I whispered to Alex. We were invested. He had made eye contact with us. His cries for help, though now a touch more composed, directed at us. We ran over. It was the first time I'd seen any of the BMX kids without a helmet, the first time I'd seen their actual faces. And, I'll be honest, it wasn't a pretty introduction. The boy, maybe a little older than me, was sweating, his face flushed and breathing heavy. My leg, he whimpered. It's not good. I looked down, and he was right. It wasn't good. The whole thing was bent the wrong way just below the knee. What happened to you? Alex asked. Through heaving breaths and gritted teeth, the boy grunted. It was that freaking douchebag with the sack. I was coming down that hill, and he just bashed me with it. He looked down at his leg again. Alex gave me a glance, and I understood right away. This kid probably antagonized that guy in the past, just like he had us. The boy looked awful, and I'm not even talking about his leg. Much of the skin that was showing was scraped up, and his face betrayed both pain and fear. Hey, what's your name? I asked as calmly as I could. Ryan, the boy grunted. All right, Ryan, we're going to get you out of here. You live nearby? No. All right. Well, how about we get you to the road, and then we can hail someone down who has a cell phone. Get you an ambulance. Ryan nodded. Your other leg good? I asked. He extended his other leg. I think so, he said. I got my arms under one of Ryan's, and Alex did the same on the other side. Without much trouble, we lifted him to his feet, but as soon as he was standing, he leaned over and threw up all over the ground in front of him. I felt the splatters hit my leg and tried to ignore it as I held him steady. He hobbled along on his good leg. Despite his winces and stifled sobs, he kept moving. I wasn't sure he was all there for much of the time, but at one point he whimpered, I'm sorry I was a douche to you guys. Don't worry about that, said Alex. As we drew nearer to Smith Road, we could see the cars passing through the trees. We reached the road and sat Ryan down. I got to work flagging down a car. It wasn't long before someone slowed to a stop. It was a woman around my mom's age. She looked skeptical at first as she rolled her window down, but one look at Ryan and she threw her hazards on and hopped out of the car. Her phone was to her ear before she reached our side of the road. While the ambulance was on its way, she asked, Honey, what happened to you? With as much composure as he could muster, Ryan muttered, That hobo knocked me off my bike, crashed me into a tree. A hobo? You were attacked? She turned to Alex and me. Did you see this happen? No, said Alex. Who is this hobo he's talking about? The woman asked. Some guy that's been wandering around the woods recently, I said. Oh, I don't like that, she muttered. A police vehicle was the first emergency vehicle to arrive. The officer parked on the side of the road, lights on, and stepped out. Let's see what's going on, he said. The woman unloaded a barrage of words at him as soon as he got close. Officer, someone did this to him. There's a homeless man in the woods, and he must have attacked him or something. He held up his hand. All right, we'll get that figured out. Let's take a look at the injury. I think he regretted that. He looked down and winced. The ambulance will be here any minute, he said. And it was. EMTs arrived, placed Ryan on a stretcher, and hauled him away. The officer stuck around for a few more questions. He seemed mildly interested in the homeless man, but also not entirely surprised. All right, you two. Thanks for helping out. I'd stay out of those woods if I were you. It was good advice, and surely what I'd already been thinking. I didn't want my leg to look like that. Before he left, the officer asked us for our names and contact information in case he needed any more information. We told him, and he was on his way. The officer pulled away, and Alex and I just looked at each other for a moment, still taking in everything that had happened. Still want to go to 7-Eleven? She asked. I shrugged. I guess so. And we were off to enjoy some free Slurpees and expired cylindrical meat products. So that was pretty gross, Alex said as we began our walk into town. Yeah, I shuddered, thinking back to Ryan's leg. I don't think he'll be riding his bike anytime soon. How about that homeless guy, though? What about him? Do you think he's dangerous? Alex shrugged. Ryan probably deserved it. I don't know if anyone deserves that, I said, kicking a rock down the road. Maybe we should stay out of the woods for a little while. I kept my eye on Alex to see how she'd react. Well, it cuts the walk to your house in half. Listen, Alex, I said. I know every minute away from me causes deep, searing pain to your soul, and I get that. Shut up, she shot back. I'm gonna take the long way on purpose just to spite you now. We made it to 7-Eleven, got some free food and Slurpees, and started on our way back. Well, I guess I didn't really know where we were going. We would usually go to the Rock, but we hadn't really discussed a plan. But Alex seemed to have one. Rather than heading through the neighborhoods back toward my place, Alex led us toward Smith Road. It was almost a given that she'd avoid her development whenever possible, but this route put us right past Strathmore Heights. I didn't mention it as we walked on. When we got to the opening in the wrought iron fence that led into her development, she turned to me. I'm gonna go grab something real quick. Wait here. We wouldn't want any more trouble with Gary. I wasn't going to argue that point. If I never had to see Gary again, that would be quite fine with me. Thanks. I waited around for a little while, though admittedly still uncomfortable hanging around that development. But soon, Alex came jogging back empty-handed. What did you get? I asked as we started our walk down Smith Road. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a long steel object that fit in the palm of her hand. I was still trying to figure out what it was when, with a click, a blade sprang out. Check it out, she said. It was my brother's. He left a bunch of this cool crap around. A switchblade? I asked. Are those even legal? Who cares? She replied. I'm not going to use it anyway. Just figured we'd have a little protection in case things go down in the woods. We can just stay on the streets, you know, I replied as Alex folded the knife back into her pocket. Time is money, Nate, she declared, waving her fist in the air. What are you even saying? I'm not worried about it, she said. With another flick, the blade popped open again, and she stabbed the air in front of her. If anything goes down, she grinned. You wouldn't want to do that, I said. No, I wouldn't. But what's that have to do with anything? You gotta do what you gotta do, Nate. Just put it away. She rolled her eyes and stuck the knife back in her pocket. We walked the short way home, through the woods, and didn't see another soul until we reached my neighborhood. That day, we hung out by the pool. Alex brought her cache of CDs, and we kept them in rotation, the boombox blaring as we swam. My parents got home, and Alex stayed for dinner, as had become the wonderful routine we'd fallen into. So what did you guys do today? My dad asked as we dug into roasted chicken and mashed potatoes. Well, we went into town, and then a bolt of lightning flashed through my mind. I hadn't even thought about how I would present the events of earlier. Alex gave me a subtle look across the table, suggesting maybe I should not share. But I wasn't going to keep this from them, though I hoped I could frame it in a way that wouldn't freak them out. We found a kid in the woods today, I said, with a broken leg. My mom's eyes widened as she put her fork down. Really? What happened? Someone knocked him off his bike. I figured the word someone was both true and hopefully vague enough to avoid further questions. Yeah, Alex chimed in. He broke his leg bad. Really? My mom sighed. Yep. We carried him to the road and got him an ambulance. Alex said it almost proudly, barely masking her satisfaction at being a hero. That's terrible. And then we pretty much swam for the rest of the day, I added quickly, hoping to move the conversation along. Oh, Mom shook her head, tearing herself from whatever thoughts she was having. Well, good. Just be careful on that bike, Nathan. Oh, don't worry, Mrs. Green, Alex teased. He hardly rides that thing anymore, now that I'm stuck to his hip. Mom chuckled. Good, Alex. I like it better that way. Keep an eye on him. Yes, ma'am, Alex said with an exaggerated salute. When angels deserve to die. We agreed to meet at my house the following day, and while Alex told me she would walk the long way, I think we both knew she wouldn't. And when she arrived the following morning, we had another perfect summer day together. Perhaps I would have done something different to savor that time if I'd known it was the last we would share. But honestly, I had savored all those days. I didn't take a single one for granted. We said goodbye that evening, oblivious to the reality that everything would soon change. The next morning, I was downstairs practicing my viola. I had gotten back into the vieux-temps piece and was really making a lot of progress. That's when I heard it, the scream that would change everything. And it was my name. Alex, out of respect for my parents' wishes, had been knocking on the front door and waiting outside. But today, the door flew open and all I heard was her pained voice. Nathan! I threw the viola down and sprinted to the door. There she stood in the foyer, tears streaming down her face. Her hair was a sweaty mess, and her eyes betrayed that something terrible had happened. What's wrong? What happened? I asked, a wave of anxiety hitting me. But she just threw herself on me, weeping, head buried in my chest, her arms wrapped tightly around my torso like I was a giant teddy bear. Alex, what happened? What's wrong? I repeated, panicked. I don't know. I don't know what happened, she sobbed, shaking her head against me. Nate, I don't know. All right, okay, I whispered. I put one hand on her shoulder and rubbed her back with the other. I gently tried to pull her away to see her face. She clung tighter. Then, through her blubbering, I caught something new. Stabbed him. Stabbed him. Who'd you stab? I asked, finally easing her away from my chest. Alex, look at me. Who did you stab? I'm so dumb, she whimpered. Alex, I need you to calm down, I said, holding both her shoulders. Calm down. Just explain to me what happened. We'll figure this out. She took a deep breath, and then another. But as soon as she tried to speak, she broke into tears again. I led Alex inside and sat her down on the couch. Sitting next to her, I grabbed her hand and waited. I was on my way here, on the trail. Damn it, I should have listened to you, she muttered, hitting her thigh with her fist. Alex, it's okay. Just tell me what happened. She took another breath. I was passing the sack guy. He gave me a wave. Everything looked fine, and then all of a sudden he sprang at me. I didn't even know what was happening. He pinned me against a tree, and his hand was up my shirt. I felt his breath on my neck. He touched me all over. I don't even remember grabbing for the knife, but I got an arm free, and it just happened. She shook her head, eyes wide. I didn't even know what happened. You stabbed him? Yeah. The knife went into his stomach. I pulled it out and just ran as fast as I could here. God, Nate. What do I do? Alex, it's okay. I'm so sorry. Listen, I'll call my parents. They'll know what to do. No, she snapped. No. What if I killed him, Nate? No one can know about this. What? I whispered, stunned. No one can know. Nate, promise me you will not tell anyone. Alex, there's no reason to hide this. You were attacked. It was self-defense. You didn't do anything wrong. Maybe if I was a girl from your neighborhood, everyone might think that. But Alex from Strathmore Heights, with her brother's switchblade? Nate, think for a minute. She shook her head vigorously, still heaving from the tears. What if he's dead? She said, then looked up as if startled by her own thoughts. What if he's not dead? Oh God, I should have listened to you. I should have walked the long way. Alex, listen. It's gonna be okay. Let's take one thing at a time. Are you hurt? She looked confused at the question, as if her physical well-being was irrelevant. I don't think so, she said. She lifted her shirt slightly, revealing dull red scratch marks on her stomach, and shuddered when she saw them. Ugh, I bet my tit's worse. But she didn't check. I'll be fine, she said with steely resolve. But what if I killed this guy? Okay, I continued, trying to keep us grounded. Where's the knife? The knife? I threw it in a gutter. All right, the knife is gone. What could I say next? All of my thoughts included telling someone, but without that, all we could do was spiral. And spiral Alex did. After making me promise about 100 times not to tell anyone, and then meticulously listing the people I would not tell, she returned to her manic questioning. Do you think he's dead? Do you think they'll find the knife? Can they trace it back to me somehow? All questions I couldn't answer. We spent hours like that, not eating, not doing anything except sitting, staring at the floor and circling the same worries. My heart broke for Alex, and the hardest part was, wherever she was inside her own head, I couldn't reach her. The best I could do was keep her company. Nate, listen, I want to go home, she finally said, shaking her head against her knees. I mean, I don't want to go home, but I want to be home. But I can't walk out there. What if I see him? What if someone sees me? I'll just have my mom drive you when she gets home. I can't look at your mom, she snapped. We'll just tell her you're not feeling well. She'll take you right home. Her breathing sped up again. She started touching her shoulders, her chest, as if checking for some residue left by the attack. I need a shower, Nate. Can I get a shower? Sure, Alex. Whatever you need. I'll wait outside while you get cleaned up. Just come out when you're done. All right. Thank you, she whispered, hardly registering my words. I stepped outside and sat on the concrete front porch, leaning back against the brick facade of the house. I stared out at the street, overwhelmed. Why did this have to happen to her? She didn't deserve this. I waited for what felt like forever. It must have been at least half an hour. My mind replayed what she'd told me. I pictured the scene, wondered, as she was no doubt wondering what had happened to the sack guy. Eventually, the front door cracked open. I saw her eye and her dripping wet hair through the sliver. I'm done, she whispered. I walked in and gasped. Her arms, legs, and neck were raw red, as if she'd scrubbed them with sandpaper. There were scratch marks on the backs of her hands, clearly her own. Alex, what did you do to yourself? I couldn't get clean, she murmured. I just didn't feel clean. I felt the tears well in my own eyes at the sight of her, so defeated, so broken. I'm so sorry, Alex. Listen, my parents will be home soon, but they can't see you like this. Go dry your hair. I'll find you a hoodie or something. We'll tell them you're sick, and they'll drive you home. Without another word, Alex retreated to the bathroom. I scrounged around my closet, desperate to find something that I could wrap around all this pain and shield it from the world. She threw the hoodie on and plopped down on the couch, defeated. There wasn't much else for either of us to say, and we waited mostly in silence for my parents to come through the door. My mom greeted Alex when she saw her, giving no indication that Alex and I weren't supposed to be together inside. Alex gave a half-hearted nod, but when my mom seemed to take in the situation, she asked, "What's wrong?" "Alex isn't feeling well," I said. I invited her inside because she was too sick to walk back to her house. And with that, my mom began the doting. She did the same thing she always did when I was sick, offering food, drink, a thermometer, medicine, all in one long, protracted sentence. "Thank you, Mrs. Green," Alex said quietly, "but I think I'd just like to go home." "Of course, Alex," Mom said. "Come on, I'll take you now." Alex pulled herself from the couch and lumbered to the front door. She turned around, gave me a half-hearted wave, and then left to get in the car. At that moment, I had a decision to make. I had sworn, repeatedly, to Alex that I wouldn't tell anyone. And while I was sure that wasn't the best course of action, it was something she would have to decide herself. But that posed a problem. Things would be strange. They were already strange inside my own head. I couldn't imagine things being normal with Alex for a long time. And that meant a lot of lying. Telling my parents I was fine, Alex was fine, and coming up with excuses to cover the inconsistencies. But I could help myself out. I could act as normal as possible to avoid any questioning. That's what I resolved to do. So when my dad asked from his seat in the living room, "How was your day?" I smiled and said, "Pretty good. Alex and I spent the day together, and the sickness came on pretty quickly before you guys got home. Nothing out of the ordinary here. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk." The following day was painful and dull. I had a feeling I wouldn't see Alex. And sure enough, she didn't come around. I wouldn't be heading into the woods to look for her. There was no point. She wouldn't be there. Even leaving the house at all felt unsafe. So I didn't. I did the things I had to do, distracted though I was. Every second, my thoughts returned to Alex. How was she doing? What was she doing? I wished we could be together. I had little confidence that my presence would be helpful to her now, especially when I was telling her things she didn't want to hear. That day ended up being the first time in a long while that I got my full 2 hours of RuneScape in. And honestly, it was the only time I felt even partially distracted from everything that was going on. King messaged me, and he didn't seem aware of what was happening. Our talk stayed surface level, which was just fine with me. The next day, the severity of the situation became clear, and it happened through 2 phone calls. Around 9 a.m., the phone rang for the first time. I looked at the caller ID. It was my mom. When I answered, I hardly got the chance to say, "Hello," before she started in, her voice tight with concern. "Nathan, you haven't been in the woods today, have you?" My heart sank. "No," I replied. "How about yesterday?" "No, I was home yesterday," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "That's a relief," she sighed. "Why? What happened?" "Well," my mom began again, sounding uncertain, "I was talking to some of my coworkers and they told me, Nathan, I don't know how else to say it. They found a dead body in the woods, the same woods you ride your bike in." "What?" I blurted. This time my shock wasn't just an act. "I know, someone had been stabbed." "Oh no." "What do you mean, oh no?" Mom asked. I scrambled to recover. "Oh, I just mean that's sad. Sorry that happened." "Well, listen. I don't want you going into those woods anymore. We don't know who's out there, what happened to this guy or how he got stabbed, but I don't want you in there. And tell Alex she shouldn't be going through there either. Serious." "All right, Mom. I won't go through the woods." "Okay. Tell Alex when you see her. I mean it. It's dangerous." "I will. I think she's been pretty sick, so I don't know if she'll be around today." "Well, that might be a good thing right now." We said our goodbyes. I hung up the phone and collapsed into the nearest chair. Alex had killed someone. She didn't deserve this. I was hardly done processing the news from my mom when the phone rang again. This time, it was a number I didn't recognize. "Hello," I said, in my polite phone voice. "Hi, my name is Officer Benson from the Longview Police Department. I'm looking for Nathan Green." My voice caught. My mind blanked. "Hello?" said the voice on the other end. "Oh, sorry. Yes, this is Nathan," I muttered. "Nathan, hi. I was the police officer you met the other day when you helped that kid on his bike." He paused. "Oh, hello," I replied, trying to sound normal. "Yeah, we've had another situation come up yesterday, and we were wondering if we might be able to ask you a few questions about it." My palms were sweaty. My chest felt like it was filled with thousands of needles, but I tried my best to keep composure. "Yeah, that's okay," I said carefully. "Very good. Is it okay if I come by your house? Or we can swing over to the police station and be back within an hour." "Is it okay if I talk to my parents first?" I asked. "Yeah, absolutely," he replied. "You're not in any trouble, Nathan. But yeah, talk to your parents and give me a call back." He gave me his number and hung up. I called my mom right away and told her what was going on. "Nathan, you don't know anything about what happened, do you?" she asked. "I don't," I replied. "I'm sure he just wants to know if I've seen anything suspicious in the woods lately." "Well, have you?" she asked. "No, Mom." "Listen, honey, I'm just going to come home. Call the officer and tell him I'll drive you to the station." "Mom, really?" I said, trying to keep my tone in check. "It's okay. I'll take care of this. You don't need to leave work." There was a short silence on the other end of the line. "All right, Nathan, but call me as soon as you get home." "I will." The growing divide. I called Officer Benson back, and to my dismay, he said he would be right over. So I sat in the dining room, looking out the window, stressing over the impending meeting. I was prepared to lie for Alex, at least to my parents. But the police? That was another thing entirely. The worst part of it was, I knew that telling someone was the right thing to do, but it had to be her. It couldn't be me. As I sat there, staring out onto the street, I resolved I was about to lie to the police. My stomach churned, and those familiar pins and needles spread across my body, just like they had so many times these past few days. Officer Benson pulled into the driveway in his county-issued police car. I took a deep breath, readied myself, and stepped outside. Officer Benson got out, shook my hand. "Nathan, thanks so much for helping us out," he said. "I'll make this quick, and we'll get you right back home." He opened the passenger seat and let me in. We drove off toward the police station. "So, Nate, how's your summer been?" "It's been good," I replied. "Do anything fun? Go on vacation or anything?" "No, not really," I said. "Oh, okay. Well, once we get to the station, I'll explain what's going on and ask you a few questions." I considered mentioning that I already knew someone had died, but it didn't seem like he wanted to talk about it here, so I waited quietly. As we pulled into town, Officer Benson turned off into the McDonald's parking lot. "I'm gonna grab some breakfast. You want anything?" I'd throw up if I ate anything, especially McDonald's, so I politely declined. I wasn't sure he was really hungry either. All he ordered was a coffee and a hash brown, and neither of them were touched before we got to the station. The police station in our town was tiny, smaller than the McDonald's we had just left. It was barely recognizable as a police station, if not for the cruisers parked outside. I followed Officer Benson through the double glass doors, past a small reception booth, and down a hallway. We turned into a room that looked more like an office, papers strewn across a desk, more papers and photos pinned to a corkboard on the wall, a large clock ticking away on the side wall. I sat down as Officer Benson cleared a space on his desk for a pad and a small recorder. "Thanks again for coming in, Nathan," he said, setting things up. "Just so you know, our conversation is going to be recorded, just in case my note-taking isn't up to snuff." He chuckled. I gave a nod. "So you're probably wondering what this is all about," he began. Here was my chance. "Well, I assumed it was about the dead body you guys found in the woods." A flicker of surprise crossed Officer Benson's face. "All right, so you're not wondering," he said. "My mom told me about it," I added quickly. "She called me this morning." "Well, word gets around fast, I guess. Yes, that's why we're here. The guy who attacked your biker friend the other day was found dead, just inside the woods, by a jogger yesterday evening, so we're reaching out to anyone we know has spent time in those woods to see if we can get some leads." He got to work. Officer Benson was surprisingly thorough. He asked about how much time Alex and I had spent in the woods, how many days we were in there, all the people we'd seen on the trails, everything leading up to the day of the first attack. He got all the details. Then he moved on to the days leading up to the stabbing. This is where I had to be very careful. "So, Nathan, have you been in the woods the last 3 days?" "No, I don't think so. Alex visited me on the morning of... I guess that was Wednesday morning. She walked to my house. We spent the day there, and my mom drove her home. She got sick that day and has been home ever since. I haven't seen her." "Okay, so you haven't been in the woods? But possibly Alex was, on Wednesday morning?" "Yes." "Did she mention anything to you on Wednesday that was out of the ordinary? Did she see anything? Did she run into the sack man we've been talking about?" "She didn't mention anything to me," I said calmly. "It was a normal day." That was me trying to sound convincing. "Okay, that checks out. We tried calling Alex earlier today, and her mom said she's been sick." He gave a slight pause. "You don't know anyone who's been known to carry around a knife in the woods, do you?" "Knife?" "No," I replied, feeling the pain of the lie as it left my mouth. "All right, Nathan. I think that pretty much does it. Thank you for your help. If we have any other questions, we'll give you a call." Officer Benson stood up, shook my hand, then, I think, remembered that he was also my ride home. We walked back to his car. As we drove home, Officer Benson had a few more words. "Nathan, I know I mentioned this last time we talked, but it's probably... No, it's definitely best for you to stay out of the woods until we get this figured out, okay? Right now, we're operating under the assumption that someone's out there stabbing people, so just stay safe." I assured him that I would. We arrived at my house, and I went inside with a final wave to Officer Benson. I sat at home, listless and ridden with anxiety and guilt, thinking about how Alex must be feeling far worse. What were the consequences of lying to the police, I wondered? And once they got a hold of Alex to talk to her, what were the chances her story would line up with mine? Beyond that, I felt so separated from her. We no longer had the rock as our commonplace. I wasn't ready just yet to find her at her house, or wherever else she might be, and that left me waiting for her initiative to come to me. Wait, I did. That whole day was spent mostly pacing around my house. I tried to do some productive work, but I couldn't focus. I even tried to distract myself with a few hours of RuneScape, but to no avail. My brain was laser-focused on everything that had gone wrong and everything that could still go wrong. It was a worry that amounted to physical pain, and all I could do was wait for whatever came next. I focused the energy I had left on appearing normal when my parents got home. At dinner that night, they asked about my time at the police station, and I relayed the details convincingly enough. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Sleep had not been coming easily. That night, I tossed and turned in bed, playing through the possibilities until the early morning hours. The red numbers on my digital clock read 1:17 when I heard something tap against my window. At first, the small tapping noise was something I just ignored. But then came another, and another. I rolled out of bed and peeked through the curtain of my front window. There was someone down there. I couldn't tell who, but they were waving, dressed in all black. It wasn't until they took the hood off that I realized it was Alex. I opened the window and stuck my face against the screen. Alex began in a whisper yell. "Nathan! What are you doing?" I whisper yelled back. "Come out here, I need to talk to you." "Alex, I can't." I was excited to see her. We did need to talk. But this was not the best time. Quietly, I went to my closet, put on a pair of pants and a shirt, and barefoot tiptoed across the wooden floor of the hallway, down the stairs, and to the front door. As carefully as I could, I unlocked the front door and slipped outside. Alex was right there waiting for me. Even in the dim moonlight, she didn't look good. She wasn't wearing her usual makeup. Her eyes looked like she hadn't slept in days, and she was nervously darting her head back and forth, rubbing her hands together in some sort of anxious tic. "Did you talk to the police today?" she asked. "Yeah," I replied. "What did you tell them?" "I swear, Nate, did you tell them?" "No, Alex." "Good," she whispered. "What did you say?" "I told them you'd been sick. I told them you came to my house the other morning and everything was normal. I told them I'd never seen anyone with a knife in the woods." Good," she muttered, her eyes darting across the concrete porch. "Alex, we need to talk." "We can't do it now," she hissed, hushing me with a finger over her mouth. "I can't pretend to be sick forever. Pretty soon I'm going to need to talk to that cop guy. But I needed to know what you said first. I'll come to you when I can. Just don't screw me, Nate." "I really think you should tell..." She shoved her hand onto my mouth so hard it felt like a punch. I reeled back in shock. "Shut the hell up, Nate. I'm not telling anyone. And if you're my friend, you won't ever say that to me again." "Ow, come on, Alex," I said, rubbing my mouth. "I'm just trying to help." "You can help by acting normal and not ratting me out." "Got it, Nate. If everything goes well, I'll come by on Monday. I gotta go." That was it. She threw her hood back on and ran down the street. I snuck back into the house and lay down in my bed, awake for a few more hours. Sever. Alex didn't come on Monday, and she didn't come on Tuesday either. As the days passed, the acute dread I had been feeling settled into a dull ache. I did my best to pass the time, but I spent more hours pacing around the house than doing anything else. It wasn't until Wednesday afternoon, that I heard a knock on the door. My heart leapt at the thought of seeing Alex. I wanted it to be just like all those times before, when she'd show up at the door and we'd spend the day together, happy and free. But it wasn't like that anymore. She gave me a weak smile and a nod as she stepped in. Clearly, the rule about not being in the house together alone was not on her mind, and I certainly wasn't going to make it a thing. Not now. She looked different too. Her hair was a mess. She wore her usual black makeup, but it was clear she hadn't put much effort into applying it. Most notably, she was covered from head to toe in clothing. It was at least 80 degrees out, but she wore long, baggy pants and a black long-sleeve t-shirt. Neither of us spoke for a while after she came into the house. And though having her here relieved some of the pain of her absence, it brought new pains. The pain of helplessness, the pain of grief. "So," I asked, "did you talk to the police?" "Yep," she replied. "I think it went okay." "So what now?" I asked. Alex shrugged. "This, I guess." That wasn't the answer I wanted. I wanted a way to make everything better. I wanted a way for things to go back to normal. I didn't want this. After another brief silence, I couldn't help but press into the reality of her situation. "How are you holding up?" I asked. She looked at me, and I knew what was coming. "How do you think I'm holding up, Nate? I nearly got raped, and on top of that, I have to deal with the guilt of killing someone." "I'm sorry, Alex." I didn't know what else to say. "I don't know why you'd be sorry," she snapped. "It's not your fault." And then her voice faltered. "It's just my shitty life." It's a strange feeling when all the words have been said, and you know they've done nothing. Sure, I wanted her to get help. I wanted her to experience the relief of getting all this off her chest. I also didn't want her to leave again, and I'd be pushing her away by telling her what she needed to hear. So maybe I was selfish. Or maybe I thought there might be some opportunity in the future. But I didn't say anything. That day remained as heavy as it had begun. We made some pretense of listening to music or chatting about nothing like we once did. But there was nothing there. All that was left was the event, the knife lying in a gutter somewhere, and the pain that was left behind. She went home before my parents returned from work, and that's how the remaining days of summer passed. Alex would show up sporadically, each time wearing too many articles of clothing, and we would sit around and be miserable together. But our meetings grew less frequent. She stayed for shorter periods of time. I was losing her. Before long, she arrived smelling of smoke, not the stale cigarette odor that followed her from her home, but a more pungent scent. I was ignorant of many things, but I knew what weed smelled like. My heart sank. I didn't mention anything. It wouldn't do any good. But it hurt, not the smoking weed itself. Lots of high schoolers did that, I'm sure. But in conjunction with the pain she was feeling, it just felt like another step away, something between us, another place that I couldn't follow. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "So I finally got the new System of a Down album," Alex said, as we sat on my front porch. It might sound like a simple thing, but for me, it was big. This was possibly the first time Alex had volunteered information about something she was interested in since everything happened. "Oh yeah," I said. "Is it any good?" Her tone flattened as she rummaged through her backpack. "I don't think you'd like it. Not as good as Toxicity." She pulled a jewel case from her bag. Unlike most of the CDs she had, this one wasn't burned. It was the actual album, with the real album art. My first instinct was to ask how she got it, but I held my tongue. She handed it to me, and I looked it over. The artwork was interesting. A strange-looking guy looking into a mirror or something like that, with a pendulum swinging in the foreground. "You want to listen to it?" I asked. "Not really," she said. "But if you want, you can borrow it. Tell me what you think." "All right," I said, a little defeated, setting the jewel case to the side. "Alex, how can I help you?" She looked at me with the same detached eyes I had grown so used to. "Do you remember in Paradise Lost?" she started. It felt like everyone knew that something bad was going to happen in the garden. They saw it coming. They tried to stop it, but it happened anyway. She paused, waiting for me to say something. Yeah, I know that. Sure. Well, that's sort of how I feel about my life. It was just a matter of time before something bad happened. We tried to prevent it, Nate. You're trying to fix it. But there's no point. But there is a point, I replied. Well, I don't see it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As August drew to a close, there would be another somewhere that I couldn't follow. School would start soon, and that would be it. She'd stop coming around, and I wouldn't see her anymore. It started to feel like a countdown. I had to do something to get her back, to bring her back to me. My mind passed through the options daily. None of them were any good. None of them would bring things back to normal. But it didn't matter anyway, because what I did was worse than any of the bad ideas I'd had over the previous days. Alex came over on a weekday afternoon, and we no longer even pretended that we would do something. I don't even really know why she came. Maybe she was just bored. We sat on the front porch. There wasn't much to say, which had become our new sporadic normal. As I sat next to her, taking in the smell of marijuana and feeling the weight of her pain and our distance, something happened. I don't know if she had an itch or was just fidgeting, but she ran her hand up her arm, and for a moment, she pulled her sleeve halfway up to her elbow, revealing dozens of long, red wounds. None of them appeared too deep, and they were all in various states of healing. But what I saw was clear. She had been hurting herself, and everything I'd carefully kept to myself, everything I'd refrained from doing and saying for fear of pushing her away, disappeared. No, it all came out at once. "What's that?" I snapped. "What?" she asked, pulling her sleeve down again. "On your arm. What are you doing to yourself?" "It's nothing, Nate," she muttered. "Alex, this can't go on. You have to do something about this. You have to tell someone." Her eyes flickered. "I told you never to say that again," she said quietly, almost in a whisper. But there was more anger in that whisper than if she had shouted. But I was too emotional to back off. "I don't care, Alex. I can't watch you do this to yourself. I can't do it anymore." She sighed. "Well, Nathan, then don't do it anymore." She stood up and turned to leave. And then I did what was probably the worst thing I could have done in that moment. I reached out and grabbed her arm. "Don't touch me," she shrieked. I'd never heard a human being make sounds like that before in my life. It was as if she were a trapped animal, fearful for her life. Her eyes were wide and her shoulders were stiff. She gasped and breathed heavily for a few breaths. "Don't fucking touch me." Her eyes were locked on mine, now glossy with tears, and she turned to walk away. "Alex, wait," I shouted. She whipped around, jabbing her finger in my direction. "And don't follow me. Don't come to my house. Just leave me alone." I stood there stunned, watching the girl I once knew shrink into the distance until she was out of sight. It was over. Alex was gone, and she wanted nothing to do with me. My mind raced for a way that I could fix all this, but there was nothing. Hanging my head, I went inside. I had pretty much been keeping it together in front of my parents for the last few weeks. They had a sense that things were off with Alex when she wasn't coming around as much or staying for dinner, but I told them I wasn't quite sure what was causing her strange behavior and that I was okay giving her space if she needed it. With the near certainty that, as far as she was concerned, our friendship was over, I figured I should at least catch them up on that. Of course, I had no intention of telling them Alex's secrets, but I had a thought of my own bubbling beneath the surface of my consciousness for a while now. And Alex's trajectory had not been hard to predict. I knew that if summer were to end like this, that would be the end. But it didn't have to be. There was one option, one reckless, last-ditch way to keep her in my life, if only a little. But I wasn't even sure I wanted it, and I certainly wasn't sure my parents wanted it. But that evening, I was going to find out. I waited until we were halfway through dinner and went for it. "Hey, Mom and Dad," I said. "I've got a question for you." I could tell by their faces they knew this would be a big one. "What's up, Nathan?" Dad asked. "Well, I was wondering, What would you guys think about me going to public school this year? Dad's eyes widened. I turned to Mom, instinctively knowing that it would ultimately be her decision to make. Mom looked surprised but answered, "Well, I'm sure we'd have to talk about it. Why would you want to go to public school?" "Well," I began, trying to act like I had good reasons for my question. "It would be nice to meet some new people, and I could play in the orchestra." My parents looked at me, waiting for me to continue. "And Mom could keep her job if she wanted to." "Nathan," my mom began carefully, "does this have anything to do with Alex? Was it that obvious?" "Well, that was the other thing I wanted to talk about. Something's been up with Alex. I don't think she really wants to talk to me anymore." I could see the look on both my parents' faces, like I had confirmed something they had been afraid of. "I thought maybe something was wrong," said Dad. "Yeah," I sighed and let the silence take over. "Well, Nathan, if this is something that you want to do," Mom said, "I'm sure we can make it work out. But let us talk it over and figure out the logistics of getting you into public school. Then we'll talk again, okay?" My parents talked, and they did their research. Quickly, too. It was the next night at dinner that my mom brought up the topic again. "So, Nathan, we called the school today and learned it would be very easy to get you enrolled this fall. Is this still something you want?" Was it something I wanted? For all the reasons that one might want to enroll in a school? No, it was not something I wanted. In fact, in many ways, I was terrified. A mostly sheltered homeschool kid going to public high school for the first time in 10th grade was not a recipe for smooth sailing. But then I thought about Alex, and my foolish, reckless teenage brain thought that if I showed up at Longview High School, everything would change. It would all be worth it. "Yeah, Mom, I'm sure." "All right then, it's settled. We'll confirm everything with the school tomorrow." And then the countdown began. It was more of a terrified countdown than it was an eager countdown, but I was keenly aware of how many days it would be until I set foot for the first time at Longview High School. But there was something about those days that was at least a little relieving. I no longer had to worry about when Alex would come around and what I would say to her. Whether I liked it or not, my role in her life was over. I still ached for her, but at least for the time being, that ache didn't carry the burden of responsibility. I put Virgil back on the shelf. I wouldn't be needing it after all. I got some really good practice time in on my viola, and I capped out my 2 hours a day on RuneScape, which my parents reminded me would be reduced once school started. And, as if to close the summer tangibly, I was tasked with winterizing the pool on Labor Day weekend. I had hardly used it in August, but getting that old cover back on brought back many happy memories. And for the first time in a long time, I thought of Alex and smiled. The belly of the beast. The first day of school finally came, and my nerves were at an all-time high. I would be lying if I said I didn't think about calling the whole thing off and just homeschooling like normal. I woke up that morning to a big breakfast that my mom had prepared in celebration of my first day. Pancakes, bacon, orange juice. The pancakes even had chocolate chips. "I hope your first day is great, Nathan. I want to hear all about it over dinner," my mom said as she threw a couple more items into my backpack. Even having a backpack was strange. Just one of many things I'd have to get used to. My parents offered to drive me to school, but I wanted to walk. The route, if I took the street, was 10 to 15 minutes. But if I hopped the fence in my backyard and walked through the tree nursery, I'd get there in only 5. And as I walked through that open field on the way to Longview High School, I said a quick prayer. I would need all the help I could get. When I made it onto the school grounds, buses were still pulling in. A handful of students were milling about, probably those who had also walked or were being dropped off. Fumbling my schedule, which had been sent in the mail a few days before, I approached the front door only to be turned away by a security guard with a big spider tattooed on the back of his hand. "If you get here early, you've got to go to the visitor's entrance," he said, pointing to the other side of the school. I nodded to him and hurried away. I waited at the visitor's entrance among a handful of other kids until the bell rang and someone opened the double doors into the building. The school was quiet and empty for about 30 seconds until kids flooded in from the buses parked out front, and then the whole place became a madhouse. Besides the density of the crowd, the yelling, and the occasional kid trying to run through the mass of people, there were teachers and security guards outside the classrooms doing their best to keep order and keep students moving. What I found was one of the challenges of navigating this place. Not everyone in the halls was interested in getting to their next class. Lots of students stood around talking. I glanced at my schedule for the 100th time that morning to confirm my homeroom class was Algebra 2 in room 1501 with Miss Vicksburg. I wasn't thrilled to start the day with math, but on the bright side, at least I'd be getting it over with early. Finding room 1501 proved to be difficult. I stopped to ask a teacher standing outside her door, and she just said, "It's on the other side of the school. Keep going that way," pointing down the hall. Not exactly as helpful as I was hoping for. I went that way and found myself in what appeared to be a square of hallways, and after 5 minutes of walking, I emerged in the same place I had started. A panic washed over me. Was I really going to be late for my first period? The hallways were starting to clear as I anxiously rushed around trying to find the 1500s wing. By some miracle, I made it to my class just as the bell was ringing. I found an empty seat and waited for class to begin. As I sat, I scanned the room, just in case perhaps Alex was in this class as well. Just as Miss Vicksburg was standing up from her desk at the front of the room, I noticed a red-haired girl. Her face was buried in her arms, folded on her desk. Maybe she was sleeping. It was her. I was sure of it, even without seeing her face. Well, that was lucky, I thought to myself. Miss Vicksburg gave a short introduction of what she would be covering in the class this year and then pulled out her book to take attendance. Each name was called in alphabetical order, and the student would raise their hand and say "here" or "present" or something like that. "Nathan Green," she said. Alex's head shot up from her desk. "Present," I replied, raising my hand with a smile. She whipped her head around with the most confused look I'd ever seen on her face. But that look quickly resolved into a scowl and exaggerated eye roll. She shook her head as I gave her a smile, then turned and put her face back on the desk. Miss Vicksburg got to her name, Alexa McPherson. She lazily lifted one arm, not looking up, not saying a word. Alexa? That was new. The bell rang, and Alex was out the door before it had even stopped sounding. I figured things would be like this. But I had harbored a secret hope that if she saw me at school, she would at least speak to me. It was discouraging, but there were still 179 school days to go. I had that to look forward to at least. What I found generally about public high school was that the classes were easy, the days were long, and the only real challenges came from interactions with other students. Fortunately for me, I hardly interacted with other students, but sometimes the problems came to me. I received a couple of unfriendly comments in the phys ed locker room and struck out with my selection of which table I should sit at for lunch. I ate alone that day. One nice thing about the day was when I made it to orchestra class during 8th period. Here were some people who at least shared one thing in common with me. It was more than I had for the rest of the school. Mr. Mead appeared to be a no-nonsense orchestra teacher. Rather than go through a syllabus or talk about what would happen throughout the year, like most of the other classes did, he split us up by section and darted about the room, having each section play a short scale or arpeggio. He was incredibly good at picking out which of the players had bad intonation and frequently chided students within. "I can tell you haven't practiced all summer." But his demeanor was generally positive, even despite the frustrations. He got to the violas and had us play a scale. The dozen or so of us played in what could be called unison, and as we were descending, he put his hand to his ear. "Stop," he said. "Play it again." And we did. Now his gaze was fixed on me as we played through that G major scale. "You're new," he said. "What's your name?" "Nathan Green," I replied. "Nathan, stay after class." And he moved on. What did I do? It looked like I was already getting in trouble on my first day. He dashed onto the cellos and then the two poor contrabasses, finally bringing us all together to play a few scales and exercises in unison. He passed out the music we would be playing this year for the winter concert, and then the bell rang. Everyone filed out of the room except for me. Mr. Mead locked eyes with me as I was putting my viola away. He shook his head. "Keep it out." He beckoned me to the front of the room and said one word, "Play." "Play what?" I asked. "I don't care what you play, just play." So I started in on my vieux temps piece, but I only got 4 notes in before he exclaimed, "I knew it," causing me to stop and look at him. "You know what you're doing. Keep playing," he said, gesturing with his hand. So I started in again as Mr. Mead watched excitedly. "You're really good," he said under his breath. The bell for 9th period rang, and I looked up at Mr. Mead. "I'll write you a pass, don't worry. But this is good for now anyway. There are a few other students who know what they're doing, but most of them, frankly, suck. I'm sure you heard that already, listening to them try to play a scale." And then, as if to himself, "We could do a solo. All right, we'll deal with this later. Who's the teacher for your next class?" I showed him my schedule. He looked at it and made a face I couldn't quite understand. "Actually, could you tell me how to get to this room?" He looked at the blue passbook in his hand and put it down. "Why don't I just take you there? Come with me." So Mr. Mead led me down the hall, reiterating his excitement at having me in his class. It felt good to be accepted by someone at this school. When we got to Mr. Williams' class, Mr. Mead popped his head in the door and said, "Nathan here was with me, sorry to have kept him," to which Mr. Williams gave a curt wave and continued on a story he was telling. I sat down and tried to catch up with the strange story. From what I could tell, it was a prank that he had played on some students on one of the class trips in years past. A strange way to open up the school year, I thought. He then went on to talk about how this was a biology class, we were going to talk about some uncomfortable things, and we had to be okay with that, making a note to tell a few more stories about awkward interactions that occurred during his teaching about the reproductive system. But many other students listened in rapt attention, and he seemed to be pretty popular, so maybe he knew what he was doing. The 9th period bell rang, signaling my completion of the first day of public school. It wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible either. As the hundreds of students around me filed out to the parking lot to get on the buses or into their cars parked in the lot beyond, I walked over to the side entrance, anticipating my walk home. But instead, I heard my name shouted from across the hallway. It was Mr. Mead. "Nathan," he said, "are you trying to catch a bus?" "No, I'm walking home," I replied. Good, he said. "I've been thinking about incorporating a viola solo into one of our pieces. Come here, take a look at this." And we spent the next 20 minutes looking over scores. Perhaps the viola solo was just his way of instigating a chat about music, but I didn't mind. Fitting in. When I finally left the school, the grounds were mostly empty. Some teachers were milling to their cars, while a few older students stood around in the parking lot, talking after the buses had left. I had decided to take the long route home. I was less comfortable cutting through the tree nursery during the day when workers would be about. So, I crossed the street and followed the sidewalk down the road toward my house. The sidewalk diverted from the road, cutting into the woods for a small stretch. And as I walked, I could tell it wasn't empty. 4 kids dressed mostly in black stood on the sidewalk, one of them smoking a cigarette. As I approached and they drew clearer, I noticed one of them was Alex, 2 girls and 2 boys. The one smoking a cigarette was also doing some sort of trick with a lighter in his other hand. They looked at me as I approached but didn't speak. My heart rate spiked during those tense few seconds as I tried to act normal walking past these kids. They were silent, and I was silent. I risked a glance and gave Alex a subtle smile and a nod, and I was past them. I had almost escaped without any trouble when I heard one of the boys from behind me. "Nice shirt, loser." I turned around, and they were all laughing, even Alex. With a pit in my stomach, I continued my walk home. "So, how was your first day of school?" my mom asked excitedly when she came into the house after work. "It was pretty good," I replied. I think my mom was waiting for me to say more, and when she realized that was all I was going to say, the questions continued. "Did you make any friends?" "Not yet," I replied. "Okay. How about your teachers? Did you like any of them?" "Yeah, most of them seem pretty good. I really like my orchestra teacher." "Oh, orchestra, yes. Tell me about that." I told my mom about the 2 extra meetings I had with Mr. Mead, and she reiterated how proud she was of me. She knew I would do great at public school. Well, if doing great were only up to academics, I think she'd be right. Something I gathered from my first day indicated that it would be far easier than what I did at home. But I was still hesitant to write it off as a success when it came to fitting in, making friends, or fixing everything with Alex. But now, at least, I knew what to expect. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next day started much like the previous, aside from now knowing where I was going. I made it to Miss Vicksburg's class in plenty of time and found Alex where she had been the previous morning, taking a nap on her desk. As I passed, I placed my hand on the desk and said, "Good morning, Alexa." She didn't look up, but she did flip me off, and I sat down, smiling to myself. Well, if this is what I had to deal with, I guess I'd make the best of it. 5th period was my lunch. After my failure to find anyone to talk to the day before, I figured I would try a different table. I sat down with my styrofoam tray of food when I heard a voice call from the other side of the table. "Hey, you're in my bio class, right?" He kind of had that skater aesthetic with the Vans and the Element sweatshirt. And he also had, in my estimation, some friends. I didn't exactly recognize him from my biology class yesterday, but it wouldn't be hard to figure this one out. "Mr. Williams? 9th period?" I asked. "Yep," he said, standing up and walking over to me. "Yo, that guy's a creep." I laughed and nodded in agreement. "My name's Blaze," he said, extending his hand. I shook it and replied, "Nathan." "You should sit over with us," he said. So I grabbed my tray and scooted it over in the direction of Blaze and his friends. They were all very nice. They shared a similar aesthetic, but all appeared to be pretty carefree and easygoing. There were mostly just jokes and some talk about music, skateboarding, or any other topic like that. I tried to follow along, but mostly just listened, appreciating the opportunity to be with people who wanted me there. I was very happy to find that when 9th period rolled around, Blaze invited me to sit next to him. Whispering, he said, "How many times does he mention sex today? Over or under 5? What do you got?" "Under," I said. "It's a good thing we didn't actually bet anything because I would have lost. 7 times. After the 9th period bell rang, Blaze invited me out to what he called the pole. And it was indeed the pole, a flagpole just outside one of the main entrances of the school. As we stood there talking, more and more people congregated, each one shaking everyone else's hand as if it were some sort of ritual. I got my introductions from Blaze as I did my handshaking, and though I was sure to forget almost every name I learned that day, it was a fun time. Even King came by. It was good to see someone I knew from outside school. "Hey, it's the Black King," I shouted as he reached out to shake my hand. His demeanor got serious. "Dude, that's racist." Panic flooded my body. Fumbling through a response, I said, "No. Sorry, it's your RuneScape." King erupted into laughter. "I'm just kidding, Nate." Never had I felt so much relief whilst being laughed at by half a dozen people. When everyone dispersed from the pole, I made the uncomfortable decision to take the same route home from school that day, hoping I would see Alex, but simultaneously hoping that I wouldn't. And as had to be, one of those hopes won out. The sidewalk was empty, and I walked home. And that's how the days went. Each morning, I would say good morning to Alex. Most of the time, she wouldn't acknowledge me, but on a good day, I got a wave. And once, even, a little smile. And then in the afternoons, I would see her hit or miss. When I did, I never said anything. I just gave her a friendly smile and walked on. Sometimes one of her friends would say something unkind or throw a piece of garbage at my back as I walked away, but I quickly learned that I was in no real danger from these kids, especially not when they had gotten their hands on some weed. Those times weren't difficult to determine, not only from the smell, but from the friendlier attitudes I received. But there were things happening beyond the Alex front. I was making new friends thanks to Blaze, and I was becoming quite the all-star in orchestra class. The solo never materialized, which was fine with me, but I was acknowledged as the unofficial teacher of the viola section. Anytime Mr. Mead sensed a problem among the violists, he would turn to me and say, "Nathan, figure out what's going on. Take care of it." and I would do my best to do so. I think the other violists appreciated this, as they didn't have to contend with Mr. Mead, whose frustration could sometimes lead to bursts of anger. As September pressed on and the warm weather of summer waned, Blaze invited me over to his house for the first time. He was a drummer, and when he learned I played viola, he was intent on what he called jamming with me. Viola players are typically not known to jam, but one Tuesday after school, I strapped my viola case to my back and rode my bike down to Blaze's house. He lived on the other side of town, just beyond the McDonald's. I arrived and knocked on the door, but Blaze never came. Then I heard the not-so-subtle sounds of drumming coming from somewhere inside. I stepped around the front door and peeked into one of the basement windows, where I saw Blaze and another friend from the pole, Joe, playing music together. I walked around to the basement door and let myself in. They noticed me, but kept playing, a song I'd never heard before, but it was heavy and fast, and from what I could tell, they were both pretty good. I walked past a shelf full of car rims on the far wall, wondering why they were there, and sat down on a nearby couch, which was pretty gross, by the way. "What's up, dude?" said Blaze as the song ended, the cymbals still ringing out in the air. I waved and sat there, waiting for instructions. "Well, come on," said Joe. "Let's play." I unzipped my viola and pulled it from its case. "I don't think you'll be able to hear it over the drums and the guitar," I said, but Joe rolled his eyes and pointed to a microphone standing not far from them. "Play into the mic," he said, reaching over and turning on a nearby speaker. I stood by the speaker and played a couple of notes, surprised at how loud the viola could become. "All right, we'll just jam along in E minor," said Joe. "Just do whatever you do." So I played some melodies over their music, and it was a lot of fun, certainly different from anything I'd done in the past. And while I still could only just barely hear myself over the volume of the other instruments, I had a great time. When the song ended, Blaze took his noise-canceling headphones off, which I wished I had, and said, "That was a lot of fun. Good job." But Joe turned to me and said, "You know, we really need a bassist. Why don't you try that?" He pointed to the bass in the corner. I picked up the bass and slung it over my shoulder. It definitely felt unfamiliar. "It's tuned EADG," Joe said. I plucked one of the strings, and the whole house shook. "Practice your right-hand technique first. Just play quarter notes on the E string." So I did. At least I tried, as Blaze and Joe followed the simple rhythm of my plucking. Some of the skills of the viola crossed over, but it was certainly awkward. We played around like that for a while, until Joe turned off his amp and put the guitar down. "All right, I need to get mixing," he said, sitting down at a nearby computer. I looked to Blaze, who stood up from his set and beckoned me over. "Come on," he said. "We don't want to be around for this." Blaze took me to the other side of the basement and pressed a button on a little plastic box in front of the TV, and the screen popped to life. Some cheesy 8-bit music played, and what looked like an endless list of square block font titles spread across the screen. "There's 128 games on this thing," said Blaze, "and they all suck. Want to play?" "Sounds great," I said. The funnest part of what we were doing wasn't actually playing the games. In fact, nearly half of them were impossible to figure out anyway. Clunky controls or no clear objective. The other half were just rip-offs of old 8-bit games from the past. But we cycled through the games, laughing and having a good time until Joe interrupted us. "Hey, you assholes mind?" he shouted from the computer. I turned to Blaze to understand what was going on. He gingerly turned off the game and whispered, "He gets a little touchy when he's mixing. Come on." He beckoned me away. "You want anything from McDonald's?" asked Blaze. "Get me a Monster." "They don't sell Monsters at McDonald's." "Well then, why'd you ask?" Blaze shook his head and laughed. Okay, this was nothing to worry about. "Come on, Nathan," said Blaze. Blaze and I walked into town, talking mostly about music, the songs he and Joe had written, and how he was impressed with how quickly I picked up the bass. "Dude, you should join our band," he said. "Maybe," I replied. I certainly wanted to, but I didn't see myself as an in-the-band kind of person, at least not yet. "You guys have a name yet?" I asked. "The Safety Ocean," he said. "Cool," I replied, but I didn't get it. We got to the end of his road, but instead of turning left toward McDonald's, we turned right. "We'll just go to 7-Eleven," he said. "We wouldn't want Joe to be upset." So we walked the short distance to 7-Eleven, and as soon as the building was in sight, I saw her. Alex was sitting on a bench outside, looking at a roller absent-mindedly. My mind raced for what I ought to say, this being the first opportunity I had to speak to her outside of homeroom and not in front of those stoner friends. But I failed to come up with anything good, so I stopped in front of the door and, with a wave, said, "Hey, Alex," as casually as I could. She looked up. No scowl, no eye roll, just a lot of pain. "Hi, Nate," she said as she stood and walked away. Man, I missed her voice, but I took it as a small victory and stepped inside. "What was that?" asked Blaze, as we wove our way through the aisles of 7-Eleven. "Oh, it's a long story," I said. "But she was a friend of mine. She is a friend of mine," I corrected myself. Blaze shrugged. We got 2 Arizona tall cans and a Monster for Joe and checked out at the counter. On our way out, Blaze was eyeing a bush near the entrance of the 7-Eleven. "Yo, Nathan," he said. "You think you could jump over that?" There was no thinking. I knew I could not jump over that bush. "No," I replied. "I can't." "Hold the bag." He handed me the bag of drinks, and with a halting, running start, bounded over the bush and landed on the other side, unscathed. "Good job," I shouted from my side of the bush. "Come on, try it." I looked at the bush again. Maybe I could. With an uncommon rush of confidence, I ran toward the bush, but then reality hit and I bailed. Shaking my head, I shamefully walked to the other side where Blaze awaited. "So what's the deal with that girl?" he asked as we began our walk back to his house. Alex was the first friend I made when I came to Long Island. We spent almost every day together over the summer, and then something happened. It wasn't her fault. It wasn't really my fault. But she just doesn't want anything to do with me now. I can't let go. I know it's dumb, but it's not dumb, said Blay. Friendships take a lot of work. Who wants to put all that effort in and then lose it? You never know which of your friendships will still be going strong 20 years from now. It'd be a shame to give up on something so easily. I certainly wasn't thinking about 20 years from now, but I was happy to hear that at least one other person thought I wasn't being a fool for caring about Alex like this. We got back to Blaze's house, and Joe seemed to be in better spirits. "I've done all I can do for now," he said, removing his headphones. "So, what do you think about learning the bass?" said Joe. "I'm down to try it," I replied. "All right, you can borrow this one. I'll bring it to you one of these days at school." We spent another hour or so that day hanging out, playing music, and then I slung my viola on my back and rode my bike home. While getting Alex to say 2 words to me couldn't be considered a breakthrough by any means, I got thinking on the ride home that one day, there may be an opportunity to talk to her, to say the things I'd been thinking and the things I wished I had said sooner. So that night, I sat down at the small desk in my room with a pen and some loose-leaf paper, and I drafted and redrafted a letter to Alex. I included how much the time we spent together that summer meant to me, how much our friendship meant to me. I included how sorry I was for all the pain she was going through, and how sorry I was that I couldn't protect her from it. And I included how I wished things could be, that I wanted her back in my life, and I wanted her happy. After about an hour of trying, I came up with something that I was modestly happy with. A letter that I would be comfortable handing to her. I folded it up into a small rectangle that could fit easily in my pocket and sealed it shut with a single piece of tape. Now, all I could do was wait for an opportunity. The flicker of hope I received at 7-Eleven ended up being false hope. Though I was still careful to give her a smile and say good morning, she was nowhere to be found on my walk home, which I was actually happy about on that day, because Joe had brought his bass guitar to school. I had to lug it home on top of my viola. I was sure that would get some unwanted attention from the stoners. As the cool days of October wound on, my routine remained steadily similar. I put Alex's letter in my pocket in the morning when I got dressed, walked to school, said good morning to Alex, keeping an eye out for any hope of her reciprocating. And then on my walk home, whether or not I saw her, after I passed that spot on the sidewalk where she normally hung out, I took the letter out of my pocket and returned it to my backpack, where I would find it the next morning when I did it all over again. Beyond that, I spent a good amount of time practicing the bass guitar and playing music with Blaze and Joe. Admittedly, my viola practice took a hit, as the music we played in orchestra was painfully easy, and I didn't feel much motivation to practice. My life felt pretty normal. Public school was becoming routine and mostly uneventful, and I would have settled very comfortably into this new life, with a new set of friends and new hobbies, if not for that twice-daily reminder of Alex. Everything good that I had at public school was because of her. I certainly wouldn't have been there had I not met her that one day at the Rock. Grateful is one of the words I would use to describe how I felt toward her. But there were other, stronger words that kept me going each day, kept me returning to my slow, quiet task, waiting there despite the rejection, despite the pain. The quartet. It was a Friday, and I wasn't 5 minutes into my math class when Mr. Meade knocked on the door. "Sorry to interrupt," he said, "but can I borrow Nathan Green for a few minutes?" Ms. Vicksburg looked over from the whiteboard. "No problem," she said, giving me a nod. I left my belongings at my desk and walked to the door. Mr. Meade didn't even speak. He just beckoned me with his hand. I followed as he walked swiftly toward the orchestra room. We passed through the big double doors and into a back room where his office sat. He sat down behind his desk and motioned for me to sit in the seat across from him. Now that I could really see his face, I could tell something was wrong. He was shaking his head, looking rather flustered. "Nathan, what are you doing?" "Not this Friday evening, but the one after that. The 28th. "I don't know for sure," I replied. "I don't think I'm doing anything." "Listen, I've got a problem," he said. "Apparently, I missed an important memo. You see, the school's Night of the Arts is on that day, and I was supposed to have something prepared for it." He sighed. "Well, technically, one of my students was supposed to have something prepared." "Okay," I replied. "Yeah, it's supposed to showcase the creative talents of our student body. Well, this is the first I'm hearing of it. Do you have anything that you wrote yourself that you might be willing to perform?" I thought for a second. "Not really," I said. "Could you think about writing something? I know it's short notice, but the principal's on my back about it." "Well, I could try," I replied. "I'll get you whatever you need. If you want it to be a solo piece, fine. If you need other players, I'll get them for you. And I will be eternally grateful if you can do this." "All right," I replied. Didn't seem like it would be that hard, I thought. Mr. Meade's face lit up. "You'll do it?" "Sure. Thank you, Nathan. Thank you. All right, listen. We'll talk more in class today. Go back to math, and we'll figure it out later." So I returned to math class with a new task, unsure of what I would do or how I would do it. But on my walk back, I had an idea, one that would involve Alex, maybe even be a little fun. After math class, I risked my first extra words to Alex in months. I chased her down as she made her usual quick escape. I shouted her name. She seemed surprised I was talking to her, wary, but not upset. "Sorry to bother you," I said, trying to sound as conciliatory as possible. "I just got a project from my orchestra teacher, and I was wondering, could I borrow your Toxicity album? I can come get it from your house or wherever." Her face showed no scorn, just a little confusion. "Sure," she muttered, "but don't come to my house. I'll leave it at the Rock. Pick it up tomorrow." I'm not supposed to go into the woods anymore." She scoffed. "It will be there. If you don't pick it up, whatever." I gave her a nod. "Thanks, Alex," I said. "Yep." And she walked away. Mr. Meade caught me again after orchestra class, and I shared my plan. "I'm thinking of rewriting Chop Suey for a string quartet." "Have you ever written any scores?" he asked. "Not really," I replied. "Just do what you can. I'll help you get it all smoothed out." He ran into his office, grabbed a handful of blank score sheets, and sent me on my way. That afternoon on the walk home, Alex was conspicuously absent from the stoner crew, making me a little less comfortable to pass by. But there were no issues, and I made it home okay. I told my parents about the project when they got home and relayed my lack of certainty about being able to pull it off. While they couldn't help me write the score, they assured me they'd facilitate a quiet, uneventful weekend for me to work. The following morning after breakfast, I hopped on my bike and rode down to the rock. I didn't tell my parents where I was going. The woods were technically still off limits, but I was too distracted by the task at hand to think about the memories that usually came flooding in when I took those familiar paths. I parked my bike at the top of the hill and walked to our spot behind the rock. And there it was, Alex's burned copy of Toxicity, wrapped in a white grocery bag, lying on the ground. I opened it. On the front of the jewel case was a small note, scribbled in pen. "You can keep this. Alex." Back at home, I set up my workspace. I moved a desk next to my viola and CD player and spread out the blank score pages. I opened up my viola and played the song once, just getting a sense of the key and the recurring melodies. I figured I'd write the viola part first, since it would be the most comfortable for me. But it proved even more challenging than I expected. Sure, I could read music comfortably, but writing it? There was a whole world of nuance I hadn't expected. Rhythmic patterns, how to adapt heavy guitar riffs to strings, what notation best mimicked the energy of the drums. And these instruments? They were clearly not designed for this kind of music. I quickly realized the CD player wasn't going to work. It was way too difficult to jump back to the sections I needed. So I switched to the computer, which let me skip through more easily. I worked my way through the intro and the first verse, rewinding and replaying it too many times to count. One thing I knew for sure: I would definitely like this song a lot less by the time I was done. Lunch came, and I was still barely through the first half of the viola section. I just prayed it would get easier from there. It didn't. I'd already decided to write for just 3 instruments, figuring I could duplicate either the violin or viola part to fill out the quartet. Sure, it would limit the harmony, but I wasn't in a position to be picky. By the end of that Saturday, I had what looked like a complete viola score and the beginning of the cello. And that night, lying in bed, though I tried my hardest, there was no getting that song out of my head. It was a rough day. My eyes were heavy, my head hurt, my shoulders were stiff, and I had listened to that song more times than I ever wanted to. There were flashes of inspiration, moments where I thought I had done a really good job capturing the essence of the part. But it was work, slow and tiresome work, and I feared it wouldn't even be good enough to use. The sun had gone down on Sunday night when I finally put the last note on the violin score. I turned off my computer, packed away my viola, and melted into the big chair in the corner of my room. My dad, who had been cautiously checking on me throughout the day, soon appeared in the doorway. "You finished?" he asked. I replied with a groggy nod, slumping deeper into the chair. "I'm sure you did a great job. Want to go out for some ice cream?" I looked up and smiled. "That sounds good. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk." The next morning, I carefully collated my scores and tucked them into a folder. Out of sheer paranoia, I asked my mom to drive me to school, just in case something were to happen on the walk over. I tried to get in past the foyer, where early students were being held. "You can't go in yet," barked the old secretary behind the glass partition. "Mr. Meade told me to deliver something to him," I replied. "Could you call him?" The secretary thought for a moment, then pressed the button on her desk. I was hoping Mr. Meade would be in his office, but he wasn't. So I sat down in a nearby chair and paged through the scores while I waited. A few minutes later, Mr. Meade entered the room and looked up, surprised. "I got everything scored out," I said, "but I don't know if it's any good. Can you take a look at it, please?" "Wow," he replied, taking the folder. "You scored a whole quartet over the weekend. Did you sleep?" "Well, there are only 3 parts," I said. "I was hoping we could double the viola or violin." "Come on, let's take a look." He led me to a table and spread the sheets out. As he surveyed my work, he nodded. "Looks pretty good," he said. My face flushed at the compliment. "Yeah, maybe we can make some parts a little clearer, but overall I think we can use this." He looked at me, shaking his head in mild disbelief. "I'll tell you the truth, Nathan. I didn't think you'd do this. Not this quickly, at least. So I haven't gotten our quartet together yet, but I'll ask around today. Do you mind if I hang on to these for a little while? Just don't lose them, I said. I will guard them with my life, he grinned. Remember, you're saving my skin with this too. The hallway burst into noise as students flooded in from their buses. Mind if I make small edits? He asked. Go ahead. All right, I'll see you in class, Nathan. With a nod, I turned and headed to math class. School only meant one thing to me during the next 2 weeks, getting this quartet figured out. My schoolwork, my time hanging out with Blaze and Joe, even my concern for Alex, all took a back seat as the performance consumed my life. Mr. Mead did find the players. Jackie, a pretty junior who would play cello, Will, a guy I didn't know well, would play violin, and Mr. Mead himself rounded out the quartet by playing the second violin. We practiced after school almost every day, and Mr. Mead put me in charge of the rehearsals. To put it bluntly, I went kind of insane. We met in the orchestra room after school. Mr. Mead introduced the project to the other two. I started by playing the original song on a small CD player Mr. Mead had lying around. Will was already familiar with it. Jackie, not so much. She didn't seem impressed. I wrote our version a touch slower than the original, I explained. We looked over the scores. The others asked questions about ambiguous parts or things that made no sense. Jackie pointed to a note on the page. That's not a real note, she said. What do you mean? The lowest note on a cello is C. I can't play a low B. We had a lot of discussions like that. Eventually, we attempted the intro. It took a lot of work to get everyone on the same page. Maybe it was my inexperience in writing music. Maybe it was the fact that string quartets don't usually play metal songs. As the days went on, our progress stalled and my anxiety rose. There was one particular moment during our final week of rehearsals where my insanity reached its peak. We were practicing the final section of the song for the first time, that big, beautiful moment I still loved, even though I was sick of the song. But something wasn't right. I had each player perform their part solo. When we got to Jackie, I realized her timing was a little off. Jackie, that's not right. Yes, it is, she snapped, perturbed. What do you mean, yes, it is? No, it's not. A spark of anger rose in my chest. That's how it's written, she said firmly. Screw how it's written, I yelled. That's not right. Nathan, Mr. Mead cut in, his hand raised. Relax. Everything's coming along great. Calm down. I took a breath, turned back to Jackie. I'm sorry, I said. It's fine, she replied, rolling her eyes. I'm playing it correct according to the score, though. We talked it through. It was my mistake. She played it again and nailed it. She was a great cello player. I was glad Mr. Mead had convinced her to join us. By Wednesday, we were able to play through the whole piece, and honestly, it was sounding great. But there was one thing still on my mind. More than anything else, more than the anxiety, the stress, the notes that didn't line up, I wanted Alex to hear it. There had been announcements about the Night of the Arts, flyers all over school. I was sure she knew about it. I was also sure she had no intention of coming. But the best I could do was invite her. So Thursday morning, instead of my usual, "Good morning, Alex," I stopped in front of her desk. Hey. She looked up, one eyebrow raised. Hi. It was a funny feeling, being awkward around the girl I used to talk to for hours every day. And if anyone had told me over the summer that talking to her would become awkward, I wouldn't have believed them. You know that Night of the Arts thing? Tomorrow? Yeah. Well, I wrote a rendition of Chop Suey, and I'll be playing it with a quartet. It'd be cool if you could come. She looked at me for a long moment. I waited. Maybe, she said, then turned away. Well, I thought as I sat down, at least I got a maybe. Thursday after school, we ran through the whole piece a few more times. We smoothed out the kinks, tightened the timing, and by the time we were done, I couldn't believe how far we'd come. There were a few things I might have done differently if I could rewrite the score, which I would never do, but I really couldn't complain. It had turned out great. The night of the performance came, and I got dressed in my black pants and white button-up shirt. standard attire for performances like this. I was usually nervous when performing in front of people, but these nerves were different. It wasn't just my viola playing up for judgment, it was my music. This thing I had created, poured hours into, become close to, now it was going to be heard. My parents and I drove to the school together. I worked my way to the back room where all the performers were nervously waiting. There was an art exhibit out in front of the auditorium. Attendees milled about, admiring the student work as they found their seats inside. A lot of it looked interesting, but I didn't stop to look. Jackie and Mr. Mead were quietly going over the parts. I set my things down and started getting ready. Will showed up soon after. Mr. Mead had a few words for us. "You guys have done great," he said. "Nathan, you should be really proud of this piece. It's sounding really tight. Everyone's going to love it." Someone called out into the holding room, ordering us into performance order. There was an a cappella group, a few brass players, then us, followed by 5 or 6 other acts. When the group ahead of us took the stage, my stomach tightened. We got the cue. I wiped the sweat off my palms. We stepped out onto the stage. The auditorium was dim, the stage lights harsh and bright. It was hard to make out any faces in the audience, but I could tell it was a small crowd. Still, it felt like a lot of eyes. Mr. Mead stepped up to a microphone and introduced the piece. Then he gave me a nod. I counted us in. We began. That swift rhythmic intro, probably the part that most resembled the original, filled the air. Surprisingly, a lot of the nerves fell away once we started. They usually did. If you've practiced something enough, your body remembers. The trick is not thinking too much. And this performance felt locked in. We made good eye contact. Everyone was in sync. When we reached the finale, that soaring, dissonant harmony I loved so much, my chest tightened again. But not from nerves. I thought about Alex. I hoped, somewhere out in that dark auditorium, she was there, listening, sharing this moment with me. Jackie played the final soft line, her cello barely above a whisper. We gave a bow as the applause broke out and filed off stage. Backstage, after a quick recap, I packed up my viola in a rush and headed to the lobby outside the auditorium. I needed to see if she had come. I stood near the artwork, pretending to browse, my eyes fixed on the double doors as they opened. The last few performances ended. I heard chatter from inside. People began filing out, first a few dozen. Not my parents, not Alex. Then finally my parents came out. They gave me a big hug, told me how great it was. "Yours was the best one there," my mom said. Of course she'd say that. I pretended to want to stick around a bit longer. Meanwhile, Mr. Mead started talking to them. Too much praise for my taste. I appreciated it, but it was overwhelming. Eventually, the crowd thinned. It was clear that I'd seen everyone who'd been there, and I hadn't seen her. The high from the performance faded under the weight of disappointment. Alex hadn't come. I went home, took a shower, went to bed. The following Monday, I was battling with myself as I walked to math class. Do I greet her like normal, or skip it today? I felt bitter, and bitterness won. I walked into the room, straight past her desk, but then, "You did a good job, Nate." Her voice stopped me in my tracks. I turned. She sat there like she always had, arms folded, head low, but with a smile I hadn't seen in a long time. "You were there?" I asked, my voice hoarse from sudden nerves. She nodded. "Thank you." There was a short silence between us. My hand gravitated toward my pocket. The letter I had written to Alex felt like it was screaming through the denim. Was this the time? But Alex put her head down on her desk, and I took my seat. "Alex." On one of the first days of November, the trees had begun shedding their leaves. The days were cooler, sweatshirt weather. My mom threw a pack of Starburst into my backpack. It wasn't uncommon that she would put something special in my bag, but Starburst was a first. And I was reminded of those warm summer days at the Rock, when Alex would tear through a package of Starburst, Skittles, or similarly fruity candies anytime she could get her hands on one. So I kept it in my hoodie pocket. Came into school that day, and upon my regular good morning greeting to Alex that morning, I placed it on her desk. Her head was down, arms folded. I wasn't sure she noticed. Class started, and I sat down, waiting to see what she would do. She finally lifted her head as class was beginning. She looked at it for a moment, shook her head, but picked the candy up off the desk and placed it in her bag. I half expected her to leave it there, but I was glad she didn't. That afternoon, as I was walking home from school, something finally happened. Alex and her friends were on the path. Alex was sitting on a rock next to the sidewalk, wearing baggy jeans and a black hoodie, which was too big for her. I turned and gave her my customary smile and nod, and she met my eyes, but didn't say anything. I thought I would make it through that encounter without any trouble when I felt a hand on my back. It wasn't a violent shove, and I wouldn't have fallen if not for the crack that my foot caught as I went to stabilize myself. I went down, my viola case slamming into the cement sidewalk, as I instinctively used both my hands to catch my fall. My first thought was on the viola. Was it broken from the impact? And as I scrambled to regain my feet, I heard Alex's voice. "Why are you doing this?" she shouted. My heart swelled at the thought of her standing up for me to her stoner friends, and I turned around, barely hiding a smile, until I realized she wasn't looking at any of them. She was looking at me, her hands clenched into fists, her shoulders heaving with each heavy breath. I stood there, stunned to silence, my smile gone. "Why are you doing this, Nate? Why won't you leave me alone?" Her voice cracked, her lip quivered. I just stood there. My hand gravitated to the note in my pocket. My thumb ran over the piece of tape as I debated pulling it out and handing it to Alex. But I couldn't. I had to speak. And the words I wanted to say were the very words I didn't include in the letter, because I knew they could be taken the wrong way. But they were the only words that came to mind, the only words I could bring myself to say. And so, as I stared into her eyes, I said them. "Because I love you, Alex." Another brief moment of silence, as if the air had just been sucked out of everyone's lungs. Then one of the stoner kids shouted, "What the hell?" And the other two began laughing. But Alex wasn't laughing. She looked like she'd just been punched in the stomach. Her lips moved like she was about to speak. But this wasn't the place for it. So I turned around and continued my walk home, the sound of laughter growing ever distant. But it wasn't long before the adrenaline of that moment wore off, and I panicked. What did you just say? All the quiet, intentional work I had done to show Alex that I was still there, to show her that I still cared, and I may have just blown it. Yes, I loved her. But the thought of her going home and thinking that everything I had done, all the affection I had shown her, was because I wanted to be her boyfriend? No. I wanted her to be happy. That's all I wanted, whether I was in the picture or not. If that girl that I met at the Rock, that girl who showed me so much, who hurt so much, if she could be happy, then I would be all right. I continued to stress throughout the rest of the afternoon and evening, because what else could I really do? I'd said what I'd said, and I had no way of knowing what Alex thought about it. But something about the finality of what I had done to bring the moment to its point got me thinking about the beginning. About one of those first days I had spent with Alex at the Rock, reading Paradise Lost of all things. We'd read some of it together. I continued reading most of it on my own, but I never brought myself to read the final chapter, as if somehow my own fate was tied to the words in that old poem. But that evening after dinner, after we'd all gone to our separate spaces in the house, I cracked open my copy and sat down to read that final chapter. And when I arrived at the last stanza, I looked it over 3 or 4 times, thinking about what it meant, thinking about what it could mean for me. And then I did something I've never done before and may never do again. I took that last page of the book and I tore it out. I folded it up and put it on my desk. The letter I had written to Alex would no longer take up space in my pocket. Maybe I'd destroy it, or maybe it would sit in my desk as a memento of this day. But tomorrow, before I left for school, that crudely torn out page would take its place. I woke up the next morning with a pit in my stomach. I'd see Alex in math class, and something would happen. Something had to happen. If, after what I said, she just ignored me, like any other day, no, that couldn't happen. But I got dressed, put the page from Milton in my pocket, and began my day as if it were just any other day. I was distracted by the beauty of that morning, the colors of the trees, the warmth of the air. I was tempted to even take my hoodie off. I hopped the fence in my backyard and took the short walk to the school, my anxiety rising as the moment drew closer. The moment when I would see her face, see the way she looked at me. I turned into my math class. My heart sank. She wasn't there. I sat down, defeated. I wasn't sure what that meant, but it certainly meant I'd have to wait longer to get any closure. And then an idea popped into my mind. First, just a whim, but growing ever more certain with each passing moment. I remembered one of the first things she'd ever said to me, the first day I met Alex at the Rock. Any day I skip school, I'll be here. Alex was at the Rock. I knew it, and the hope in me started to believe that her absence was an attempt to tell me something. Whether it was or not, by the end of math class, I had decided that's where I would go. When the bell rang to mark the end of first period, I hurried to my locker, which I rarely used, and threw all my stuff inside. Then I hurried to the front door of the school. I'd never skipped school before, and I certainly hadn't cut out early. Would someone try to stop me? I was prepared to make a run for it if need be, but it wasn't nearly so difficult. I simply opened the door and walked out. Nobody said a word. I figured it was best not to take my chances and walk through the main entrance. So I cut around the tennis courts and through the small gap in the fence, off of school grounds. I wasn't anxious about skipping school. I wasn't anxious about consequences with my parents. They would understand. And at the bottom of it, I wasn't even anxious about seeing Alex. I was ready for this. Ready for something to happen, whatever it may be. I cut back through the tree nursery, over the fence, and back to my house. I wanted to take that walk the same way I had done it the first time, the same route I had taken when I first met her. I even stopped inside and threw on the Nirvana shirt Alex had given me. I hadn't worn it since I started school, and since I'd been discovering music I liked, I learned I didn't even really like Nirvana that much, but it was a beautiful day, growing warmer by the minute. And it felt right. I half walked, half jogged down my road, down Easton, through the hole in the fence, through the sump, and into the woods. The trails were different now than in the summer. They were quieter, though my footfalls were louder as leaves crunched under my feet. I passed Alex's old boombox, whispered a quick prayer. Just let her be there. I climbed the short hill up to the Rock, just like I'd done so many times over this past summer, and I was filled with an indescribable set of emotions as I saw her there, sitting on the rock. She wasn't in her normal spot, but facing me, legs hanging over the edge. She looked at me and gave me a half smile. "Shouldn't you be in school?" I asked. Her smile broadened, but it didn't reach her eyes. I just stood there. "Are you going to make me talk?" she asked. "Only if you want to," I replied. Her lip was already quivering like it had the day before. Her cheeks scrunched up like she was wincing in pain. "Nathan, you are the only person in my life who has ever been good to me, unconditionally. This past summer, until that thing happened, was the best summer of my life." She hopped off of the rock and stood in front of me. "You said yesterday you love me." I started to speak, hoping to qualify what I meant by that, but she interrupted me. "I know you love me. I've known it for a long time, but I can never figure out why. I don't deserve you, and I'm afraid that—" Her voice cracked. Tears streaked down her face. "You're better off without me." My throat ached as tears welled up in my eyes. "No, Alex, I've not been better without you, not at all. Every day since you came to Longview. Nate, I'm so sorry for being such a jerk to you. I really thought—" She was sobbing now. "I really thought chasing you away would be best for you." I closed the distance between us and wrapped Alex in a hug. She melted into me as if this were where we had been meant to be for months. And it was. Every glance, every unreciprocated good morning had been masking a desire for this embrace. And here we were, sobbing into each other's arms. It felt like the pressure that had been building for months was finally being released. We stood like that for a long time. I held Alex close, and rubbing my thumb across the back of her neck as she nuzzled deep into my shoulder. But eventually, reluctantly, we separated. She took my hand and led me to the spot behind the rock where we had sat for so many hours over the summer. "You know, when I pushed you away," she said, "I justified it in my head, calling it my self-righteous suicide." I smiled. "Hearing Chop Suey for the first time with you changed my life," I replied. "But that song's not about you, Alex. You're not forsaken. You don't deserve to die." "And I'm certainly no angel," she replied with a chuckle. "I mean it," I urged. "What happened to you was terrible. What I did was terrible too." We had arrived at that place where Alex had never allowed me to join her. It was the reason she wouldn't let me call my parents on that awful day. It was the reason we drifted apart. Perhaps it was guilt. Perhaps it was fear. But it was eating her alive. "You didn't do anything wrong," I said. She opened her mouth to speak, no doubt to cycle through the many reasons she had for feeling responsible for everything. I had heard them before, but this time, nothing came out. "I get it," I replied to her unstated objection. "Maybe you should have taken the long way. Maybe you should have left the knife at home. None of that justifies what he did to you." I was so afraid of what would happen if I told anyone. I was afraid of what would happen if you didn't. Alex picked a leaf off the ground and rubbed it between her fingers. "Don't you just wish we could go back to life before all of this?" "For a long time I did," I said. "And you know, if I could have prevented it, I would have. But now that we're here, I'd rather go through it than back." She didn't reply. Her eyes were set on that reddish leaf in her hands, her head gently nodding. I broke the silence that had set in between us, placing my hand on her knee. "Alex, it's time to get this burden off your chest." She looked at me for a long time, her face showing no emotion, but then she spoke. "I trust you, Nate." We stood up and began our walk down from the rock, through the woods and out onto Smith Road. Neither of us spoke the words, but there was no need. Our feet carried us in the direction of the police station. Alex looked up at me. "I'm scared, Nate." I reached out and took her hand. "I won't leave your side." And as our hands touched, the words that were folded neatly in my pocket leapt into my mind. The world was all before them, where to choose their place of rest, and Providence their guide. They, hand in hand, with wandering steps and slow, through Eden, took their solitary way. Epilogue, Thanksgiving, 2005. "Is this them?" Alex asked, holding a tube of crescent roll dough over her shoulder as she rummaged through the fridge. "That's the one," said Mom. "Just grab a pan from under the oven and follow the instructions on the label." I looked on from my position under the cabinets in the corner of the dining room. Thanksgiving was the earliest Dad would allow us to play Christmas music, and Mom was set on wasting no time. Unfortunately, our stereo system had not been set up since the move, and it was my job to figure it out. The aroma of turkey filled the home as our feast drew near, and Alex set the baking sheet on the table next to me. "Have you ever made these before?" she asked, turning the tube over in her hand. "Yeah," I replied, snaking a speaker wire through a small hole in the back of the cabinet. "It's easy." I returned my attention to the stereo when I heard Alex say my name. "What do I do now?" She had torn the blue label off of the rolls and was staring at the brown cardboard underneath. "Hit it on the table." She did, to no avail. Harder. Alex wound up and slammed the tube against the edge of the table, nearly losing half of the dough as it hung by a scrap of cardboard. Alex's face of shock quickly dissolved into laughter. Startled, Mom whipped her head in our direction. "Everything okay?" "We're good, Mom," I replied as I stood up and took my place next to Alex. "How about I help you with the rolls and you can help me with the music?" "Sounds good," she said, still chuckling. We spread out the dough and rolled the little triangles into something resembling crescents. When they were done, we placed them on the counter for Mom to bake whenever. Then, we turned to the stereo situation. As we were getting the final wires plugged in, Alex gave me a nudge. "You still have Toxicity lying around somewhere?" Of course I did. That CD was one of my favorite things, not only because of the music, but because of what it had come to represent. "Yeah," I replied. "Why?" I bet it would sound a lot better than Christmas music through these speakers. I shrugged, turned the stereo on, and dialed to the Christmas station. I got there just as Wonderful Christmas Time was starting up, that eerie song with the little kids singing, ding dong, ding dong. I don't know, I said. This song is pretty brutal. Alex rolled her eyes, and we stood up, looked over to the kitchen to find Mom bobbing her head to the music. At least she likes it, Alex whispered, nudging me in the ribs. We went downstairs and waited for dinner. Alex sat on the upholstered chair in the corner of the room, and I sat on the arm next to her with my bass guitar. You're getting pretty good at that, she said, as I plucked away on the thick strings. Thanks. You know, she said, leaning back in the chair with her hands behind her head, I don't think I've ever had a turkey on Thanksgiving. Really? Yep. We sat around for a while until Mom's voice rang out from upstairs. Dinner. Well, I hope you like it, I said, putting my bass away. Dad emerged from his room and carved the turkey. Sitting around the table, we dug into the feast, the stereo still churning out Christmas tunes. We laughed through mouthfuls of stuffing, went back for seconds, maybe thirds. Just as we were slowing down, Dad cleared his throat. Why don't we all share something we're thankful for? Alex, want to go first? Alex looked around the table, then back at me. She sighed and smiled. Where do I start?